14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
Welcome back, everybody, and apologize for that hiccup. We did have a small technical difficulty, but we've got that resolved. And also, I want to make a correction, as I did make a mistake. Not Paralyzed is Lightning T, so I'm sorry. Definitely made a complete mistake there, as far as there was just a bit of a slip. So thanks for everybody coming in to my rescue, letting me know that one as we get that sorted out. But all right, we're ready to get into this matchup, everybody. And this one is going to be exciting, of course, Liberation X versus Giraffe. So Tasty Bacon and Dowsey, as we get ready for this, talk about what you guys kind of expect to see here tonight.
I think one thing that's kind of important to note heading into this is that the run for both these teams hasn't necessarily been equal. Liberation X, they've had to knock out Ardent, they've had to knock out Energy, whereas Giraffes, they haven't necessarily gone up against too many top-tier Challenger Series opponents, apart from, like, Nemesis Titans. So this is really the biggest test that Giraffes has had so far in this split, and it's against Liberation X.
Absolutely. Well, we're jumping right into it. So, Tasty Bacon, let's get into the draft. The band's already there, already out, so not surprising, I guess.
Yeah, no, nothing really terribly surprising, as it is going to be the Lyra and Adagio both taken off the board. Means there's plenty of power picks still available. Koshka is one of them. Liberation X going to grab that right away.
And I'll be really interested to see what Giraffes try and combat the Koshka with. I've been talking with a couple of people about Koshka's dominance so far, especially in North America's VG8. And they have some, well, exactly right. They have some ideas of what you could be playing to counter it. So we'll have a see here and see what Giraffes lock in. They're going to lock in that Finn, so obviously a lot of fortified health that can come out if timed correctly will negate some of the burst, but a Black Feather was not expected.
Black Feather's been doing really well. We just saw it have a massive run in Europe earlier today. Mr. K Cool from Lemon and Lime played pretty much exclusively Black Feather and Lance in their 7-0 run today to take first place in the European Challengers. But Lance and Vox, this is a pretty powerful composition that Liberation X have just put together.
It's going to be extremely hard to take down, especially with the fact that you have so many engagement tools on you. And a Ringo currently being hovered. We'll have to see if it is locked in. Very surprised if we do get this Scarf instead. And wow, okay, we do have this Scarf. So this is scary. I'm scared for Giraffes.
I really am as well. I feel like there's too much early game power on the side of Liberation X for this Scarf. Like, it's going to be just terrorized throughout the early to mid game. I'm curious to see where they're going to put it, if it's going to be in the lane or in the jungle. It is going on to Juan Hernandez, so that can give us a bit of a hint. But of course, a lot of these teams, especially in Challengers, they're not too afraid to flex their positions, have whoever's normally jungling swap up to the lane if need be. But typically, we've been seeing weapon carries in the lane and the crystal heroes going into the jungle. So I would expect the Scarf to try and come out of the jungle, but I am really not a big fan of Scarf out of the jungle.
Well, we'll have to see how it does play, as this is game one of this series between Liberation X and Giraffes. Loser of this do get that second chance. They get knocked down into the loser's bracket, but the winner goes on to really put themselves in a position to make it to that challenger battle. So really exciting stuff as we get on. No immediately early game pressure coming out. Both teams just going to go to their backs and start them up.
And it's interesting to see the difference in the start styles. Liberation X just sending Koshka to her backs on her own, while Vox and Lance go straight into the lane. Meanwhile, on the side of Giraffes, you had Juan Hernandez and Not Paralyzed duoing up the jungle, getting the gold onto both of their core heroes.
Yep, it's going to be spreading the gold nice and evenly, just trying to get that little bit of an early start, allow your wave to push in, which allows the Scarf to be a little bit more safer. You can see Liberation X, E36, and Status, the brother duo ship, just running on in, trying to put the pressure straight onto Not Paralyzed. Not able to find too much just yet, and that fortified help, it might just go against Status as now he's on the run. Are they going to be able to catch the kitty cat? No, so they go on E36 here. He's going to just try and get out. Oh, in the help lane, we've got a first blood coming forward. Wow, Joanne I can't speak. Scarf, yay, finds the first blood. And Liberation X, they're going to lose E36 as well.
E36 just failed the impale, trying to get over the wall into the base of Giraffes to try and recall. And so just like that, 2 quick and early kills. I was watching that jungle fight just like you, so I have no idea how Pawn the Original was just taken down by a Scarf this early on in the game. That is something that really should not happen, especially as a Vox.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame that we missed it, perhaps. Dragon got it, we'll have to see. But, you know, it's pretty exciting stuff already for Giraffes. They come in with a 0-2, as you can see, and that's an advantage their way. As long as they can start pushing this advantage against the Koshka of all heroes early game, that's going to go well for them. Status, he's made his way towards the lane here, continuing this pressure game, but with Bradley just positioning in a way that it means that Juan can be very safe. There's not much for the Koshka to do until she hits like level 6.
And you can see Pawn the Original is just going to be trying to force in this lane as quickly as he can, even getting some help from E36, attacking these minions just to get them down low so that Pawn the Original can join in on this rotation. As looks like they're looking to secure some camps. There's no shop there for Pawn the Original, so I'm not sure quite where he's going, but looking to get some damage on the Bradley. Not going to be enough for a kill. That was an interesting rotation from Liberation X. I think they were definitely looking for more in the jungle, but weren't able to find what they wanted.
So I can see this composition from Giraffe starting to pan out in front of my eyes. See a little bit of aggression coming out of them. As you know, the Scarf gets a lot of fortified health from the ultimate. It's probably the tankiest of mage heroes that you could have. Paired with a Finn, you're going to be very safe. As long as you're not caught out like so. And the Black Feather just does Black Feather things. He's going to dart around, can go in, go out very safely as well. So Giraffes are just going to play very kite-ish here. Just allowing Liberation X to come into their faces, but they're not really looking for massive fights unless they're landing the poke.
Yeah, the poke in the late game is going to be really the key for Giraffes. That's very clearly what they want to do. When you pick up a Black Feather and a Scarf, you're obviously looking for the late game power, but Status, I think, needs to be a bit more aggressive with E36. I feel like they have opportunities to get into the enemy jungle and try and steal some camps away, try and maybe find some early kills, take advantage of the power that Koshka has in this early game, but thus far, they've been kind of just playing very passively, which I feel like plays right into the hands of Giraffes.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the gold lead, and all they want to do is farm, and, you know, look for some things. That's a great impale, though, and you can't afford to be caught by them. That's going to be Juan going down there, and I don't think Giraffes are really going to find anything in return. Exactly what Liberation X need to be doing. Those impales are crucial before we head into a spot where we have that Yummy Catnip Frenzy coming up. Currently Liberation X just putting the siege down, and reflex blocks? I feel like Giraffes are not going to allow that to happen, but if they're going to be playing aggressively like so Tasty Bacon, then they're going to need some reflex blocks.
Yeah, Juan Hernandez especially is going to need one. Honestly, the Black Feather doesn't necessarily need one, as long as he's smart about the Rose offensive uses, can just use that to, you know, not only avoid the Lance, but then try and block the Yummy Catnip Frenzy with it as well. May end up getting one eventually, but I feel like the priority for the Black Feather should be to get the damage, get you know, the breaking point, maybe a Serpent's Mask, and then look to pick up the Atlas Pauldron, because shutting down this Vox is going to be absolutely integral to what Giraffes are looking to do in the late game.
Certainly will be. Another Impale flies out, doesn't connect this time, but the Yummy Catnip Frenzy is there from Status. Cooking something up, just looking for a chance to catch one out of position. Or they just steal away the camps here. A slow game, as you said, it does favor the way Giraffes want to play. So Liberation X, they're trying to find as many openings as possible. They only need a couple of kills to really start getting their composition rolling, start pushing in, getting some objectives for themselves. But if Juan's able to play safely behind his turret, as we've seen him do all game, then that's going to be hard to find.
Yeah, only getting caught once by the tip of an impale, and the rest of Liberation X were able to capitalize. But for now, he's just hanging back, not too worried about the current situation. He's a little bit behind the CS, but it's by a very minimal amount. And so, well on his way towards what looks to be a Broken Myth first item. You figure it's going to be Broken Myth, Eve of Harvest, maybe a Shatter Glass thrown in towards the end there, but primary items for the Scarf are pretty expensive. So he's going to be enjoying the fact that he hasn't really had too much pressure on him in the lane.
We're going to see a weapon infuse come out as E36 tries to get things started. Juan's gone back and completed that Broken Myth. And this gold miner is almost at a point where she's going to be complete, going to be filled right up to the brim. So I see Liberation X going to be the ones making moves for it, at least starting it up, trying to bait Giraffes into a position where they may want to contest it. Whether Giraffes do go for the contest, that's a whole different story. But Not Paralyzed in trouble as he's going to block that, but he won't block the Yummy Catnip Frenzy. Wait for it, going to silence him on up, and that's going to be a kill going his way. There's just so many things to consider. When you don't have a reflex block, you can only block one of those major ultimates.
And then they quickly, extremely quickly, take down that Crystal Sentry. That was a bit surprising how fast they were able to take that down. They're going to work on the Gold Miner. Bradley thinking about coming in for a potential steal, but this backs off. This is going to be Goldmine going over to Liberation X without any. All of a sudden, you were talking about how Giraffes had themselves a gold lead, but Liberation X just stayed diligent and find themselves a pick, get a Crystal Sentry and a Goldmine, and they are now the ones with the small gold advantage.
Well, they got that pick composition. We talked about it already, Tasty. All they need is one kill to start getting objectives for themselves because of the way Giraffes want to play this game. They want to play it in a safe way. They want to just farm up, scale up, and then kite out fights. Not looking for fights, really, until that 15-minute mark, but you know, Not Paralyzed, he has to be so careful. He has to be giving up this farm, as will Juan in the lane. And actually, Not Paralyzed, he's going to get that blocked up, but will he go down? Impale doesn't connect with anyone, so Giraffe should be safe enough just to walk away from the original kill. In fact, that's a very low Black Feather. They're going to poop on in. They could get the kill here. They will. For sure goes that way of the Black Feather. And with the Crystal Sentry battering E36, they're looking for a second. Status dives in. He's looking to clean up house. He'll find one for himself, but will he find any more is the question. What's going on here? E36 definitely has something in mind. The Status says, no, back away, little bro. It's time to get out of here. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. I feel like Giraffes may have pushed their, attempted to push a little bit too hard.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, they felt very confident with the Crystal Sentry being there. They were able to pick up the kill upon the original, but just not really expecting that level of burst damage to come out of Status, even though he has the Aftershock already completed and is well on his way towards that second item, Broken Myth. He's been farming up pretty well for himself in the jungle. Not Paralyzed, we're kind of on the same pace, close to his second item, but they may have found him again.
Yeah, they're going to catch him out in this jungle. Will he be able to escape is the question. Yummy Catnip locks him down and he should be going away for life. But Status may be traded. No, Fountain and the block comes through to save his life and they'll take that Sentry as well. One more life remaining. Giraffes, they need to play safer than this. They need to have the vision of where Liberation X is going to be at all times if they want to play this kind of composition.
And at the same time, Liberation X playing such a good job around these timings. That's twice now where they just had the timing and caught Not Paralyzed as he went for his middle camp. And it's very frustrating as a jungler to just be constantly getting caught in the same spot, in the same rotation. You can see now this time he's actually going to check on that a little bit early, but you're just trying to farm, and then all of a sudden you're just getting jumped on over and over and over again, and you start to just really, it can affect you mentally because you're starting to wonder, why isn't my captain putting vision down there? Why isn't my team rotating when we know they're going to be here? Like, a lot of these questions start going through your head and can really cause problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that, equally, whilst Giraffes need to set up their own vision if they want to counter these aggressive plays coming out of Liberation X. Look at the vision from Liberation X. They have scout traps in the jungle. They know exactly when Paralyzed is heading on in, and now they're looking to try and catch one out. There's the Impale. Wait for it. Oh, he's donezo. And they're going to try and take Bradley down with him. The turret is there. Will Giraffes be able to protect it is the question. Will Liberation X just delete this Crystal Sentry off the map? We'll have to find out. Looks like they might just go for a gold miner. None of the above Tasty Bacon, but this aggressive play from Liberation X is working.
Yeah, they're doing some pretty great things in the jungle. I want to see them be able to transfer some of the success into the lane. They still haven't been able to take down that first turret. Haven't really gotten much damage onto it just yet either. And so that could potentially be a problem if this game goes late enough. This Scarf is going to come online eventually. Has those 2 items now, the Broken Myth and Eve of Harvest, so he's going to be a little bit more difficult to take down in an instant. However, Liberation X, they have been infusing pretty consistently ever since way back at level 6 when Pon the Original picked up his first one. And they've been using those infusions to pretty great success, finding a few kills, taking these jungle objectives. The Crystal Sentry only has 1 life left on it. They've gotten a couple of gold miners. Now they're perhaps looking to put the pressure in on this turret.
Yeah, exactly that. State is going to dive in, and this should go fairly uncontested here. Giraffes not in a position where they're looking for a fight. So I ask you this, Tasty Bacon. We look at the item builds of Giraffes right now. There's no reflex boxes there. They're relying on 1 Crucible from Bradley, and there's just so many things that you could be blocking. The wait for it, the impales, and of course that yummy catnip frenzy.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. I think obviously Scarf was just trying to prioritize getting the damage down. Not Paralyzed was feeling comfortable with the Rose offensives, although it hasn't exactly worked for him. Sentry is eliminated at 13 minutes. Liberation X, they are just on a roll. They're looking to take game number 1. We're 2 minutes away from Kraken. And you just kind of wonder if Liberation X is just going to play this patient game, wait for Kraken to spawn, go after that objective, and maybe then try and find a fight, or if they're going to find one here.
Yeah, they're going straight on in here, and that's an easy kill going on over. So much burst, and nothing that Giraffes can do. Pon the Original, though, he has plans of his own. Just going on a bit of a trip, a bit of a walkabout, but he'll be safe enough, be able to escape from that one. And you've mentioned it there, Pasty, that this Kraken is spawning in just a minute and a bit now. Giraffes, they played this risky kite composition that needed to scale up, a late game composition where they just put all their eggs in one basket. Liberation X, they're looking to punish that as much as possible. Is there any chance that they can continue fortifying themselves into a position to when they can fight?
There is a chance, but it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, the one saving grace is that Scarf is extremely good at taking down Krakens, even after a few nerfs along the way from a few seasons ago, but it's still can be very efficient, very effective at stalling out the game. They still have 4 turrets standing, which is good news for them as well. And I think once Juan Hernandez is able to get this 3rd offensive item and can get some defense under his belt, that could be a pretty solid turning point. But again, these infusions from Liberation X, level 12 infusions now, as they have massive experience and CS and gold leads across the board. You can see, obviously, Juan Hernandez still being level 10 to Upon the Original's level 12. And just the item build. Upon the Original is online. This is going to be an extremely scary Vox coming in.
Certainly is, and can we say the same about Giraffes right now? I'm not quite sure we can. They have a couple items on them. Eve is completed, as well as that Broken Myth, building towards a Shadow Glass by the looks of it for that Scarf. Not quite there, though, as far as gold is concerned, and the Kraken spawned. This is where we see games won and lost, because Liberation X, they have the tempo, Tasty. They're able to just start this Kraken up, and they either force Giraffes to respond with a team fight, or they force Giraffes to then defend their base, because the Kraken, she makes her way down the lane. As it turns, it looks like it is just going to be Giraffes giving up all priority over this. Bradley trying to spot it on out, but there's no way they can. And it's Kraken time.
Yeah, beautiful vision from the side of Liberation X as well. You can see every single entrance is covered. They were going to see members of Giraffes coming if they had tried to get in there to stop that. And Liberation X, they're confident with where they are at the moment to just fight. And so Kraken is secured. She makes her way down the lane. And Liberation X, if they can get an ace here, they could very easily just look to finish this game.
It's very confusing that Giraffes picked something that I feel is so risky in this meta when this game means so much for them. You can see Liberation X are trying to punish as hard as possible. Good usage of the Crucible to block everything up, but that tier 2 turret will fall now. Going to be threatening this choke turret here. Giraffes need to take down this Kraken soon, of course. Scarf can do it, the Frostburn's there now, but it's so hard to be able to hold on to these objectives without forcing a fight. That's going to be the choke point turret going down with one final swoop and a good impale. Oh no, one! He is dead! And that's going to be not paralyzed following so shortly. A double kill comes through for Status. Bradley, he will not get away. Maybe he will. Okay, yeah, good quibble comes forward. But it doesn't matter, Tasty Bacon. Liberation X here with game 1. They're going to take these crystal turrets down, and then they're just going to destroy this crystal as well. Giraffes, their composition was too risky. It just wanted too much scaling, it wanted too much kiting, and Liberation X, they found that spot to stab them, and they took the killing blow.
Ooh, what a game from Liberation X, just looking so calm and collected the entire time. Never really felt like they were in any sort of duress. I mean, Pond the Original only picked up 1 kill as the Vox, which feels just very strange to say for how dominant this game was. All the kills ended up going to Status. But, I mean, this is just kind of what we've been seeing from Liberation X. Very calm, cool, collected, very clean gameplay. And thus far, no one has been able to really challenge them much at all.
Yeah, man, I really love how Liberation didn't kind of falter at all. They kept to their composition, but they also, when they realized and started to get a foothold in the enemy side of the jungle, were so aggressive at stealing that farm. They used their boots to go get those healer treants on the enemy side. I don't know if you caught that a few times, Tasty. That was very aggressive. Like, they just wanted it because they had that vision. They felt like, you know what, let's keep going for it, keep taking that away from them, and they chiseled their way back into this game. I mean, it was really just a small lead that Giraffes had, I think, at the early part of that matchup. It was just a few early kills, some over-aggressive playstyle by Liberation X, but overall, Tasty, that was a really good balanced approach to coming in here for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't much to talk about with this one. It was just such a clean, dominant game. Liberation X, there's like maybe one time where they got a little bit too aggressive, but that was about it. Other than that, it was pretty much flawless gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing worth talking about would probably be the fact that you would allow Vox and Koshka to go onto the enemy side. I felt like that was interesting. You're giving Liberation first pick, and you're going to give them both those heroes. Didn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I guess you either give them Vox or Ringo, but the challenge here is that Koshka is really strong, and it's not just an early game strength. All these players are telling me Koshka is really strong into the early, mid, and even is still viable into the late game. It's not like those earlier times where you had to snowball with Koshka. You can get a little bit behind and still make things work. And we saw Liberation X, they did exactly that.
Yeah, certainly. Like the point of a Koshka is that you carry your team through the early game, then you provide so much utility and damage in the late game when your carry has come online. Is going to be really throwing out those crits. So it's a hard one having the Koshka allowed through. I made notes throughout the game, and it's just like there's no vision, there's no defense, there's no coordination. You played a composition, and then you didn't play to your strengths of the composition. Giraffes, if they want to play, and don't get me wrong, that composition can work, but you need to play to the win conditions, and they just didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get into game number 2, as it looks like everybody's ready to... Actually, they're ready to go. We don't need to take a break. What do you think, guys? You want to get right into it?
Let's get into it, man.
Let's get into it.
Let's see if Giraffes are ready to either change up what they're doing in terms of comp or playstyle.
Yeah, well, I'll have to see right now. We're jumping into the draft, so Tasty Bacon, let's see what we got.
Let's see what we got indeed. Dragonborn is now on A side. They have a few more options open to them, perhaps on the side of Giraffes. Dowsy, they're going to ban away the Taka first, making sure that either the Lyra or the Adagio will be available to them.
I think that's to try and force a Koshka ban here, so it's going to be an Adagio ban come through. I'll be super interested to see if they lock in Koshka here or if they go for the Lyra. Taka's such a weird ban to throw in the mix without, trying to force Liberation X to do something against it. They are going to be locking in this Lyra by the looks of it, and now Liberation X, they have the chance if they want to go for a Vox, if they want to go for a Koshka, if they want to go for a Lance, they can do so.
Yeah, I would assume Lance is going to be pretty high on their priority list. A very strong hero still, and I mean they're able to make plays with the status. Was one of the few before you got into the scene. It was I hated Lance. I despised the pick. It had like a sub 30% win rate. It was just I was getting so frustrated with teams playing it. Status was one of the only players that I was okay with him picking up Lance because he was able to consistently make it work. So I would almost expect to see it picked up here. Yep.
There it is. It's going to be Koshka Lance locked in, which means that things are a little bit hard. Liberation X there, they're going for a very similar composition here. Giraffes, they have that Lyra. Lyra's obviously been such a huge pick across both NA and EU in all games that we've seen. Tasty Bacon, so at least they've got a power pick going for them. Locking in that Vox as well says that they're going to try and make the most of power picks. Now they just need a jungler. Glaive is available, can provide a lot of peel if they want the peel, and it looks like that might be the pick they go for as well.
Yeah, Vox and Glaive would be a very smart lock-ins here. You need something to try and deal with Koshka, some way to try and keep this Vox safe when they go jumping in. Very glad that they didn't decide to go over to the Samuel. I have not been very big on Samuel of late, but the Glaive, I think, is just a really strong pickup.
Certainly is. Now they just need to make sure it works. It's going to be Ringo locked in here. 4 upon the original. No surprise that you would go for the Ringo when it's available. The box wasn't. And so an entirely different composition from Giraffes, Tasty Bacon. They're just changing up completely what they want to do. They just need to respect the Koshka early presence. Maybe get some reflex blocks. Hey, that's a cool item.
It's a pretty nifty item, I'd say. Getting to block a little bit of damage, a little bit of crowd control. Not too shabby.
So as we load on to the Halcyon Fold once more, we have Liberation X leading the series 1-0, looking to make it a clean 2-0 against Giraffes here and progress deeper into that winner's bracket, becoming, I believe, the first team that would qualify for the Challenger Battles. So it's pretty exciting times for them. They're just one win away from qualifying for a chance at VG8. We'll have to see if Giraffes are able to upset that dream.
Yep, and that is correct. The winner of this series is guaranteed a spot in the challenge battles. It's just a matter of where they'll end up seated. And of course, the seeding in the challenge battles is perhaps more important than ever, as the number 1 seed gets to choose which of the bottom 3 Vainglory 8 teams they want to face. And that has some pretty big implications. You can choose, the bottom team, the team that you think would be the easiest to beat, or you could go for the high risk, high reward and try and go after a team that has a few points already, because points carry over from split to split. And if you beat your opponent in the challenge battle, you inherit any points they had. So a lot is on the line this season.
Certainly is. Gonna see Liberation X group up nice and early, looking for an early kill. One able to dodge away from that, but will he survive? No, he will not. First blood, it goes upon the original, getting revenge on Giraffes of the last game, and this is a great start for Liberation X. Once more with this pick composition that just has to be respected, and it's already that early kill going to them.
And that is not a good sign for the members of Giraffes. Giving up first blood, not the end of the world, but you don't really want to be giving any additional advantages over to Liberation X as they look for a second one.
Yeah, they're going straight on in once more. Will they be able to find a second is the question. Doesn't appear so. So just stealing away these camps. But oh no, not paralyzed, knocked against the wall, and knocked to death once more. Status may be running the wrong way. One certainly trying to trade for a kill. Should go over Bradley. A couple more auto attacks will find it. That will be the return coming forward. But I'm not sure Giraffes can do much more here. They're going on to E36. In fact, I think they might actually, as E36 just completely left for toast by Upon the Original. 2 kills going over to Giraffes. A little bit of sloppy play there from Liberation X.
And there was 1 or 2 times in game number 1 where they maybe overstayed their welcome a bit, got a little too aggressive. That's exactly what we just saw there from LibX. However, Upon the Original, he's about to get a whole bunch of gold off of this nice juicy minion wave that's underneath the turret.
Yeah, certainly will be. And this game, I felt like was going to just start off in a massive way for Liberation X, but it shows that Giraffes are certainly not ready to go down without a bit of a fight here. But the tempo still is there. Both times this game, even though there was some early kills going Giraffes' ways, after that they didn't really do much with the tempo they gained. And now this time, Liberation X, they have control of tempo. You can see they're just abusing it. Bradley in trouble. Taking a bit of poker status comes in to show one a little bit of love. And Giraffes, they're going to have to change what's up. Maybe they go for an aggressive play here, but it certainly seems a little bit risky as status is lurking.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Giraffes haven't been able to make any more aggressive plays happen. It's still fairly early on, but Glaive typically does really well into a Ringo, especially when you pair it with the Lyra. They've just been very concerned about E36 here and the damage that he's able to do, not to mention you're not knowing where status is at any given time. The threat of Koshka suddenly jumping out from the bush right when you try and go in is another pretty scary threat, but Upon the Original goes back to base and picks himself up a few components, not quite finishing off a tier 3, but having 3 different tier 2 items and give him a little bit of an easier time up in here in this lane. Juan Hernandez kind of doing the same thing, dipping down to the shop, picking up a whole bunch of components.
Certainly is. There's another Impale coming through. Bradley once more under fire. Will be able to heal himself up as soon as that Sigil comes back online for himself, but all this poke, Liberation X just putting so much pressure on Giraffes, just trying to choke them out of this game. At this 4.5 minute mark, they've accumulated a 10,000 gold lead just through the CS differences that are starting to scale up. It's 15 in the lane for Upon the Original, and then in the jungle things may be a little bit even, but look at this back flank coming through. It's Giraffes in trouble as they try and get away. Not Paralyzed doing his best, but his best may not be enough as he knocks the Status into his Knainer. Now Status looking to just try and take Bradley down as well. He will fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Upon the Original still available to do some work. E36 Impale coming up in just 2 seconds, won't be needed as the Achilles shot gonna find another, and that's gonna be Liberation X just walking all over Giraffes once more. They have so much control over this game, Pasty, that Giraffes, they're almost passengers to what Liberation X want to do.
Yeah, they've been able to make a couple of plays here and there, but even those kills that they've picked up have largely been when Liberation X has been trying to be aggressive and has just gone a little bit too far forward. So even like the plays where they're taking control, it's still kind of control being given to them by Liberation X as opposed to them just outright snatching it away. And Liberation X, again, looking to be aggressive. They got a little bit of a gold lead, about 1,000 gold. Not the largest lead in the world, not an insurmountable lead for sure. But as they come up into the lane, again, just looking to get pressured down, looking to try and harass anyone they can, and also looking to make plays in the jungle. But nothing's really there for them at the moment, so they take the safe route back. Oh, not Paralyzed!
No, he's just gonna get bursted. Tries to afterburn, but no such thing. Yummy Catnip gonna find Juan locked down, and it's a double for Upon the Original. And Liberation X once more, they catch Giraffes on their toes. They're going to look to try and take this turret down here, Tasty Bacon, and there's only Bradley looking to stop it. Nothing he can do. Should be the first brick going their way as that 1,000 gold lead becomes 3,000. It's certainly Liberation X looking to run away.
The decisiveness from Liberation X is just so impressive. They see an opportunity, they immediately jump on it. Upon the Original, another level 6 6-minute infusion. They are just really looking to snowball this game out of control, and It's exactly what they did in game number 1. They're using the same exact play style. Juan Hernandez, he realizes what's up. He's going to have to match as both him and Not Paralyzed pick up an infusion of their own. So I think this is the most infusions we've ever seen this early in a game.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that Giraffe's really going for them. But another fight breaks out. Status looking to find Juan once more, and he's going to be bursted on down. Fountain trying his best, but it won't work. Where's Pond going? He's a little bit caught out, but the rest of his team will group up around him, and it's going to be a second kill going Status's way. Bradley, the lone survivor, but not for long, as Status will sketch in a triple kill for himself. And this is it. Liberation X, they knocked Arden down into the losers bracket. They knocked Energy down into the losers bracket. And now they're looking to do the same to Giraffes.
They very much are, as they take another turret off of that ace. And you said, where's Pond going? He was actually, it was extremely smart what he did. He was low. If he tried to stick around, they would have been able to easily just turn and kill him. So instead, he kites them away. Not Paralyzed, and Bradley try and chase him down. But Status and E36 are just faster than those two, so they finish off the kill onto Juan Hernandez and then just able to chase down Not Paralyzed and Bradley to find those kills. Pond gets into that brush to break vision so he can't be attacked, and as a result, they get a 3-for-0 off of that fight. Just such impressive play. Again, Liberation X, they are a moment or two of shakiness, but that is about it. Everything else is just crisp and clean.
So that Taka ban, throw it back to the draft real quick there, Tasty. Obviously, Status, definitely known for his Taka, right? It's not a thing that is too much of a surprise, but when we've seen so much dominance in this patch for Koshka, and it seems like drafts don't have an answer for the Koshka, they're not trying anything new. It's just things we've seen before that haven't necessarily been successful, or that haven't been successful in North America. It makes you question, what their game plan was.
Yeah, I think they were really just hoping, again, that they'd be able to get Juan Hernandez farmed up and that Not Paralyzed would have a much larger impact than he's been able to, but it just has not happened. It really does just look like Liberation X outclassing their opponent, which, I mean, it wouldn't be anything new. It's just something Liberation X has done all throughout the challengers thus far. Every single team that they have come up against, they have just looked leaps and bounds above in terms of their skill cap.
Yeah, and whilst Giraffes also have had a very clean run throughout their bracket as well, their opponents haven't necessarily been as hard as Liberation X are currently showing to them. So it's definitely a challenge, but once more it's going to be Bradley taking a lot of damage. They switch places, a little bit of an whiffy arcane passage there, and Not Paralyzed won't be punished for it, but it was definitely forced out. A lot of scared fingers coming out of Giraffes as Liberation X looking to push down. It's 10 minutes in. They've got this crazy gold lead of 7,000, and now they're looking just to steal everything away. The choke has begun to Liberation X. They have Giraffes on their knees. They just need to find that killing moment.
And, well, fortunately for Liberation X, if you're trying to choke out Giraffes, it's a lot of real estate that you can grab onto. And they are going to be, I mean, look at the vision on the map. There are just red dots all over the place. As, Status, E36, and Pond the original have just been forcing Giraffes to play so defensively, and have just been littering the map with these scout traps in the process. As now, Not Paralyzed, he's not going to get rooted up there. Liberation X, again, just pushing forward. Crystal Sentry's back up. They could just decide to dip down and target that if they want to. Looks like they may be trying to set up a party brush, but no one seems to be coming to play for now. So they'll just take the jungle as it respawns, or maybe they'll take Not Paralyzed.
Yeah, they don't land the root, but the damage is certainly there. Not Paralyzed getting bursted right down. And Liberation X, they're just looking for a single impale. That's all they need to start off a fight. They miss it, well, hey, they just go back to what they're doing. They wait for it to come back up again. Bradley slowed down. The impale, it misses once more. And so Liberation X, they walk away. It's on such a short cooldown. E36 can just continue throwing them out. That Crystal Sentry does not survive long. One life remaining as Liberation X look to regain a bit of control over this gold miner. looking pretty full, so they might look to take it here. But once more, we throw it to Vision. You mentioned it earlier, the map scattered in red, and Bradley just hasn't been able to match it. In fact, he's put no priority on scout traps whatsoever over this series.
Yeah, it's been all about the flares for Bradley, but those only can help you out so much. I mean, when you're playing this defensively, it's not that big of a deal. You're not really getting too far out of your base to be able to put scout traps down to begin with. But Liberation X, I mean, I'm expecting this to end up looking extremely similar to game number 1. They're just taking all of the gold off the board. The gold miner's going to go over to them. The Crystal Sentry has 1 life remaining when it does respawn. Not paralyzed, going to get stunned up.
Just using that afterburn to escape. Good stun onto E36 will prevent him from getting impaled there, but hey, you know, I don't know if you've seen Giraffes battle it out Tasty Bacon. They've got such strong necks. They whip each other with them. It's almost scary to watch, but right now, Liberation X, they're making it look so easy. One fight could just break the necks of the Giraffe here. All they need to do is just catch one member in that impale, and the floodgates will open up. This choke point turret will become so easy. And there it is, but there's no one to return. A Hellfire Brew comes out, and E36 going aggressive state is going to dive on in. Not paralyzed, nowhere to run. That's the first kill going their way. They're looking to find some more as they dive forward. Instead, they go for the choke point. A little bit of too much aggression. They do lose E36 in the process as he tanked that turret for too long, but they broken the base now, and there's nowhere to hide for Giraffes.
I think that's a trade that they're more than willing to make. Losing one player to take down that tier 3 turret, one of the most important turrets to take down when you're trying to close out a game. But we're 14 minutes in, just 1 minute away from Kraken. You got to figure Liberation X, they're just going to wait for that spawn to happen and then go in. Bradley going aggressive.
They're going so aggressive. One just in the middle of the fight, and he didn't last 1 second. Now it's going to be upon the original, looking for Bradley, and Not Paralyzed will fall as well. And triple, an ace, it comes through for Liberation X. They're pushing straight into the base here, and you know, the neck may be tall, but it's nothing much for Liberation X to reach on up with their godlike hands and take it on out. They're going to take those crystals, they're going to take the Vein Crystal as well. One trying his best to save, but he's just going to get locked down, bursted out, and taken right down. That is it. Liberation X with dominance 2-0s their opponents here to make them the first team to qualify for the challenge battles.
Oh, what a series from Liberation X. As, I mean, you saw it at the end, unbeatable. I think that was pretty much the most accurate description of how Liberation X looks right now. Their gameplay is just so smooth, so clean. Only a small number of mistakes, and they're not even major mistakes at that. Usually still trading something out whenever they do make one of those mistakes. And, you know, we said that they're the first team to qualify. It's not 100% true, actually, as the off-stream match did finish first. So technically, the other game had the first entrant to qualify, but we do have 2 of the 3 teams that will be in the challenge battles locked down now.
Absolutely. And Tasty, I'm not sure if you were hesitant to say it as you were just waiting to confirm, but, and this is kind of on me as well, is the fact that we did not stream the One Piece 101 game versus Necrolite, and Necrolite upset them 2-0. So Necrolite is the first team to qualify for Challenger Series, and they knock it off the #1 seed here in this entire tournament. That is a bit of a surprise, although I can tell you, and I gotta eat my own words here, as a lot of people in the community wanted that One Piece 101 game. Tasty, you did as well, and an upset did occur, so yeah.
Rip.
I guess the plus side is tonight you guys are going to see One Piece 101 play, right? That's the silver lining here, because yeah, that's a bit of a surprise and not the one we anticipated here on the desk. Of course, that we don't want to take away from the fact Liberation X just dominated here tonight, and they are looking clearly to be what might be the #1 seed here in this split. But Necrolite coming in very strong so far. Of course, we'll be watching One Piece 101 as they drop down to play the winner of Ardent versus NRG in just a few moments. But yeah, I mean, that's a big time upset, and of course, we feel awful for not being able to show you guys. I feel bad, and I know Tasty, you were talking to me about it before the stream. It's like, why aren't you streaming One Piece 101? Grasscoon's in the chat, probably shaking his head at me right now. I'm sorry, Grasscoon, I failed you.
It's alright, you'll get subtweeted in a second, so.
Absolutely. But what that does mean is that huge upset. I mean, that implicates that mean One Piece 101 comes down. NRG, in order to make it the challenge battles, they've got to beat One Piece 101, who was a 1 seed, but what's going on? We don't know. Did Toph play tonight? I'm actually going to look at the
He did not. Yeah. I actually pulled up the screenshots. Lost Boy Toph did not play.
So that means, yeah, they're moving on to day number 2. One Piece 101 comes down to the loser bracket. Now, he could play going on here. We don't know. He's a sub. He's literally the definition of a super sub. The most super sub. And when we saw him play last week, Tasty, he was really good. The team looked completely different with Lost Boy Toph. So I have to imagine if they need him to come in tonight, that'd be a call that they are making.
I mean, I would assume so. Especially after getting knocked down to the losers bracket, I feel like that's a call that we have a very high probability of seeing happen.
All right. Well, we are going to take a quick break here as we get ready for the next series. We will be moving on down to the loser bracket, and from here on out, we'll be streaming every single game that takes place. You're not going to want to miss it tonight. We have a few more series here, 4 more series here to take place. Oh, sorry, 3 more. 4 total stream, but we're going to be getting right into it in just a few seconds. Don't go anywhere, folks. Welcome back, everybody. Off from that quick break as we get ready for our next series. And we are actually still waiting on the results of Energy versus Ardent, as they are in a plus 30-minute game going down to the wire. So until we get an update from that, we will be having to wait and get that in just a few moments. So, but yeah, real big surprise. I mean, the winner of that matchup is going to be playing 101. So everybody who wanted to see 101 play today, you get your wish granted. Maybe not the way you had expected it to be. And I'm sure not the way One Piece 101 wanted it to be. But going into NRG, that's a series that I think, at the start of the split, I think all of us would have agreed they would have won. That's not necessarily a matchup that was unfavorable, but depending on how they're playing right now, Tasty, this could be a whole nother story.
Oh, how about this as well? Looks like One Piece 101 is going to be bringing in Lost Boy Toph. And so, if NRG are victorious over Ardent, we're going to have Hardek versus Lost Boy Toph. And that is, those two have been on the same team all the way from the start of Vainglory until this season. So, that has some major implications going on.
Yeah, that would be huge, as we didn't anticipate this to happen so soon. I think there were a lot of people that expected maybe an Energy versus One Piece 101 matchup, but maybe if that happened, it would have to have gone all the way to the finals since they were in different brackets. But now, no, it's looking like it's going to be a reality here tonight, provided the Energy wins. Now,
we don't know what's going on in that game. From what I'm seeing, there's 38 minutes in.
That is pretty wild. I'll be honest. 38-minute game. I mean, that's about as long as it can get in Vainglory and competitive. I mean, wait, we did have like a 40-minute game one time, right?
Please don't remind me of that.
Yeah, was that Autumn?
That was a dark, scary time in the history of Vainglory.
Wait, this is North America. 30-plus minute games. This shouldn't be happening. But, sorry. But
looks like they did finish. The game's over now.
All right. So here's the catch, guys, is if they did tie the series and it is going to a game 3, we're actually going to go see that last game of Energy versus Ardent. So that means we'll be able to see that matchup and then go into the One Piece 101 versus whoever wins that series. So we'll have to wait and see. Wait for the update.
So I'm just reached out to Polly to try and understand a little bit what happened in their series. And he said that their draft wasn't as good as it could be, and that they threw their leads. So that's quite a scary thought. You're now knocked into the losers bracket here, and you're going to have to really be considering to turn that around, because you cannot afford to have things that are in your control not go that way.
Absolutely. And one second, I'm going to get a quick update here.
Looks like the other losers bracket matchup going on is actually going to game number 3. So that would be Rage Pingers versus Team Enforcers. It is currently tied 1 apiece. I don't know what's going on with the Energy Ardent one yet. Still waiting on that update. All
right. Yeah, it looks like they're going to game 3, so we're actually going to jump into that. So give me a quick second here to kind of get ready. There's a little bit of a surprise, I think. So let's just get everything put together here. And I believe it's going to be Ardent on A side here. Or no, Energy is going to be on A side. So yeah, I just got to wait for the invite here. I got to leave. Oh no, looks like they're getting everybody in for this. So we're going to actually stream game number 3 of NRG versus Ardent. Yeah. So I'm actually going to pop out of this party here so we can get that restarted.
So this is pretty exciting. This is a game that I certainly wanted to watch. You have Energy, obviously the newcomers to Vainglory as an organization, the only organization to pick up a Challenger Series team, now fighting for their chance to get to that challenge battle so they can look to enter in. And then you have Arden, a team that got knocked out of the Vainglory 8, now trying to get into it. So both teams, they want it super bad here. You know, you've got an Orc who has literally invested in a team to make it into the VG8 through the challenge, and you've got a team that wants to reinstate themselves as that top tier team in NA.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just getting confirmation from them to make sure that we're ready to go to stream that match. And it looks like we will be in just a second. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Dalsy. This is a big deal. Ardent is really, in a great spot. They are 15th seed, so they're definitely coming in here as the underdog and really trying to make a claim for themselves. We are at game 3, one tied apiece. It could go either way, although I have to imagine the last game might have been the one that got away, at least from one of these two teams. That is definitely a heartbreaker to lose a 38-minute game.
Oh, it hurts your mentality bad. It's hard to reset after a game like that because you obviously need to go into the new one as fresh as possible. You have to be able to break down how that game went, why it went wrong, why you weren't able to execute on such a late game. Because when it does come down to that length of match, it really is just that one fight that can win it all or lose it all, especially. So it's a hard time for both these teams.
Yeah, and you have to imagine just the emotions that are on the line right now. That can be really a lot. It can be tough if you had a game where you were really, really close, you almost won it, and then you just let it slip away. So we'll have to kind of see how this all plays out. All right, we got everything pretty much ready to go as we get them into the party. So let's pull up the rosters and talk about these two teams going into each other, who we've got. And of course, on Energy, it is Hardik, Chombo, 305, Gaspy, their power sub, local Puerto Rican, who hasn't had to play much this split at all. In fact, I don't think he's played at all. But Hardik, Chombo, and Gaspy have been pretty consistent here, and they've had some ups and downs, Tasty, and they're going into a team that's came together this split, has not played a lot together as well. Laid to Rest, ILS, Green Ranger, Andrew, and they've been playing above their expectation.
Yeah, absolutely. Making it to the top 8. I don't know if they were, obviously the team themselves were probably hoping to and expecting to make it this far, but they are now on the verge of perhaps taking down one of the more favored teams in Challengers in NRG. And that would be huge for Ardent Esports if they're able to do so.
Yeah, and I really want to see the screenshot or hear the story from NRG and Ardent about that 38-minute game and kind of what really, was going on. I mean, it just sounds like it was close, but I'm curious if it was a matter of just the team slowly losing that edge. Maybe it was NRG actually coming back into it. We don't even know. But, either way, we're basically all of that's gone, right? It's all coming down to, it's like it's a best of one, right? Starting from scratch. At least that's kind of what you hope the players are thinking, as they can kind of wipe away what happened the previous two series and focus on this next one.
I gotta think both teams are a little bit thankful for the delay in getting them out of the party they were in previously and then into this one, because it does give them a little bit of time to cool off after that last game. Because win or lose, even if you win a long matchup like that, it can still affect your mentality going to the next game in a negative light, because you're feeling just so relieved that you could then end up playing a little bit sloppy right off the bat. So having that chance to kind of reset, restart, and just focus fully and entirely on this final game, I think that's just really important.
Absolutely. Well, they're ready to go. They're in the queue. And I don't think we have to wait too much longer here, as the draft is starting right now. So, Tasty, take it away.
Well, it's a shame we didn't get to see what happened in that last game between these two. 38 minutes. That is a long time to be in a single game of Vainglory. See what they decide to do here in this third and final game. Loser goes home. Ringo is the first ban.
Yeah, Ringo coming through, just trying to steal away some of those priority lane picks. You can see Ardent are using all of their time up because they're not quite sure who they want to give on over. Okay, they missed a ban. So not quite sure what we do here. Looks like we will be just restarting the draft, making sure that Ardent are here, are present, ready to go. But, you know, Ringo banned away. Where do you go from there? There's just so many priority picks that the other team could first pick.
I mean, you have to kind of make your choice, pick your poison, as we like to say. Do you leave up both Adagio and Lyra? Do you ban away the Koshka? Do you just leave up one of the healers so that you can then get Koshka and a pick of your choice? There's so many different ways, so many different mentalities you can have going into a draft like this.
So we are getting word that ILS is currently having a couple problems, and so this is why they weren't locking in. So Dragon, throwing it back over to you. What do you make of this matchup between Ardent and Energy? Obviously, we know it's a 1-1 so far. Both of them are tied up after a long game. Who do you give the edge to?
I honestly give the edge to NRG here, mostly because I do think the veteranship of Hardek, I do think the playstyle of Gatsby and Jumbo win out. I think at the end they are more skilled. I think that they can pull this victory in. I think Ardent is clearly an underdog, and I'm sure if you would ask them, they would agree. Yeah, they weren't expecting to come in here and blow NRG away. So taking a game off of them is a step in the right direction for them. I think they could win it if they have everything land in their favor, if they play their best game. But it really is a tall order, because if Hardek can play aggressively like he wants to play a hero where he can jump into a fight, tear up the enemy team and get out and not die in the process. And when you look at just stats alone, you look at how he likes to play, we've looked at past games, he won't have a really great KDA. He won't have the stunning, no deaths, 10 kills. He'll die a lot, he'll look messy, he'll look dirty, but he'll get in there and get the kind of damage he needs and help his team kind of push their aggressive play the way they need. And if all of that happens, NRG wins this game, they win this series, they move on to the next round. But Ardent, they need to make sure they can be prepared for that. If for whatever reason we see Hardek on a poke hero, a Scarf or Samuel, I don't think that's looking good for NRG. I don't think that's their strength. I don't think that's what they should be playing. I really, really want to see Hardek play to his strength, play that kind of aggressive brawler, a glaive, even an alpha, someone who can really take a lot of hits but keep dishing out a lot of damage and sustain. That's kind of something that plays into Hardek's strength. So I really give the edge over to NRG. With Ardent, though, we do have a few... Oh, actually, the draft has started, so let me jump right into that, guys. Sorry.
I was super interested to see if this Fortress would be that messy brawler type jungle pick that Energy wants it. By the looks of it, it will be. So there you go. Great calls there from Dragonborn. Looks like it will be a Fortress jungle Catherine captain, and that Gwen on the lane. Just leaves for us to pick up a jungle pick for Ardent. They have the Adagio most likely in the captain role, Vox for lane. So where do they go with jungle?
I mean, they have a few options. You could even flex the Adagio down into the jungle, but so they're going to try and lock in Blackfeather, but didn't quite get it in time. I assume we'll find out what that pick was meant to be, and then just jump right back in. Same draft, same picks and bans, and we'll be getting underway shortly.
And let me just say that the last few minutes is a great example of why you don't want your production guy giving a long monologue, because then he's not paying attention to what's going on.
So my assumption is that that was a Blackfeather, effectively locked in by Ardent there. Well, I guess we'll find out. We're going to jump back into a draft for the third time's a charm. Over here in the UK, for our esports scenes, Dragonborn, we often have this happen to us 5 times in a row, so maybe I'm bringing a curse over, but it is that Blackfeather in the end for Ardent.
Yeah, we're getting through the draft very quickly that time, as again, it was just same picks and bans from the previous one that just didn't quite finish. And so, here we go, game number 3. I gotta say, I do favor the draft of Ardent a bit better. And so, if these teams are evenly matched, I have to say I feel like Ardent will have the edge.
That's interesting. I'm completely the opposite. I'm super excited to see a full aggressive play from Energy. Clearly they believe that's the way they're going to take the game, is by getting in there, getting messy, and just destroying Ardent early. But hey, both of us have altering opinions. We'll have to find out which one of these guys will continue on to verse up against 101 here in this VIS64 Challenger Series. It's this third and final matchup of Ardent and Energy. Let's get on to the fold.
Alright, well, start things off. Looks like no one's going to be going too aggressive. Both laners going straight to the lane. Both captains just sort of protecting their jungle and then making their way on up. And both junglers getting to start on their back camps without any issue. So we have a lot of parity to kick things off and not really anything too exciting in the first minute.
No, not certainly too much aggression. You'd think that both these teams, after such a hard-fought 38-minute Game 2, they would want to start things off just a little bit slowly, make sure that they're playing it right, make sure that they're resetting their mindset. You know, when you play a lot of these games, high-intensity games in a row, it's sometimes hard to remember that you haven't got the damage, but hey, look at this, laid to rest straight onto Heartache, looking for that first blood. Chombo will be rotating down just to give the support to this fortress, and means laid to rest does have to fall back.
And he will be able to fall back to a safe distance. The rest of Ardent rotating as well, just to make sure there's no counter-aggression coming out from NRG. And, well, for now, things going to be staying at a parity, as there is no real difference in terms of the farming or the gold gaining by either of these sides. You see ILS going to be going back to base, picking up a couple of Tier 1 components, getting the boots, a little bit of armor. Meanwhile, Gatsby decides to stick around in lane, so is going to have a little bit more farm just by virtue of sticking around longer.
Certainly will, but I'm not sure that ILS is really going to miss out on too much here. Has all the creeps saved on up by Andrew, so they're going to start farming those up, and nothing really much to speak about. You know, laid to rest obviously went for that early aggression, wasn't quite able to find it. Both these teams are desperate to find the upper hand in this game, but I have to argue an upper hand is so much more important to Energy based on the composition they're running.
Yeah, absolutely. The late game for the side of Ardent is going to be extremely powerful. You're going to have Adagio being able to provide the healing and buffs to Vox. Blackfeather is going to be just really strong, really difficult to kill. And the late game scaling, we know what Vox can do once he gets assuming it's going to be the Breaking Point double monocle build that we've been seeing so frequently. That would make sense here up against a Gwen, who's you're going to be wanting to just scale up, getting a lot of shots in onto the Catherine. She's going to be in the front line. You're going to have Fortress as an option as well. I'm going to be curious to see how Heartache builds this Fortress. One of the things that I've really liked to see, only a couple players have done it in Vainglory 8, is actually forego upgrading all the way into a Storm Crown as the first item, and instead just start building it to damage once you have the Stormguard banner. I think that's a really smart adaptation to make with this particular hero.
Certainly gives you a lot of power. Go for that Aftershock and just start looking for that damage. Have to see if that is the case here for Heartache, or if he just plays things maybe a little bit more safely heading on into the game. So it is just going to be this very slow pace as both teams, you know, this is kind of what I expect after you have a 38-minute game, that both teams will play things as slowly as possible, not look to make the first move because they're fearful of giving any advantages over to their opponents.
Well, for now, they're just going to be, again, playing safely. Both teams setting all three members up into this lane, but not really looking for too much aggression. A good bit of poke on both sides. You know, Gwen can throw out those buckshots. You have on points coming out from Blackfeather, especially as a Crystal Blackfeather. Those on points are going to start doing some pretty serious damage.
Certainly will. It's this siege coming out of Ardent, and as you can see, Gatsby has taken a huge chunk of damage. We do have, you know, games 1 and 2, you know, coming to us here. Prior bit of chat here. It looks like it was actually the Energy guys to lose game 1. So Ardent took game 1, and then it was Energy in a very long, brawn-out fight to win that second game, bringing us to this third matchup here. And, you know, Chombo, he picked up the Fortress in previous games, so Perhaps here for Ardent, they expected that Fortress to be going into the captain role. It's a nice little adaptation, chucking into the jungle role just to change things up. But unfortunately for you, Tasty Bacon, it is going to be this Storm Crown purchase first.
I mean, it's not that unfortunate, especially in a game where if it is going to be scaling and taking a long time to complete, like game number 2, then there really is no problem with going for that Storm Crown. I'm taking a look at those scores from games 1 and 2 as well, and I'm just kind of baffled.
You may have to cut you short there, Tasty Bacon. A big fight coming out late. Attack of the pack coming forward. Andrew, the target, but there's just not enough damage. ILS is now turning it around. LadyRest looking for that first blood. Will he be able to find it onto Chombo, or will he just get isolated from his team? Look at ILS. Balls him still as he dives on into the fault line, and there's the first blood going. A second kill coming through from LadyRest, and Gaspy nowhere to run, but to turn and try and find one for his own. He will trade it, but who cares? LadyRest with the triple kill at 6 minutes to kick this game off.
Ardent getting an ace to start here 6 minutes in. We'll see how much damage they can get into this turret. They're working on it with an Adagio. It should be able to go down relatively quickly. They should actually be able to pick up this first turret in its entirety. There it goes. Huge start for Ardent Esports.
Certainly is, and don't forget, this is an elimination match. Only one of these teams can progress further through the playoffs. The loser says goodbye, either Energy or Ardent, whoever it may be, but it is that first turret going on over to Ardent. They've got the tempo, and tempo is so huge when you're up against the Fortress.
It really is. Fortress is going to be trying to set the pace the whole time. And actually, I'm looking at these screenshots. It looks like Fortress was on the victorious side in each of the first 2 games. So it has been a massive power pick. But Ardent able to deal with it here to start off game number 3. And, I mean, game number 1 looks like it was a really dominant performance. Extremely one-sided matchup. And then, of course, the 36-plus minute game in game number 2. Only having a total of about 17 kills, I believe, combined in 36 minutes. That is a methodical pace if I've ever seen one.
Certainly is. Now this early lead for Ardent, what will they be able to do is the real question here. You have a look at the items, that breaking point completed for ILS, almost there with the Tyrant's monocle. Laid to Rest has got that alternating current built up and building towards either that Shatter Glass or a Frostburn. Most likely Frostburn, I assume. You throw it on over, Hardect, he's got that Storm Crown, he's building some defensive items, not going into damage just yet, which is a little bit odd. Gaspy has his Sorrow Blade almost on the breaking point. In fact, there it is, breaking point completed. And Atlas Pauldron here. Wow, so defensive from this Fortress early on.
Yeah, I'm very worried about the lack of offensive power coming out of the Fortress. It's going to make it difficult for them to have enough damage to take down anyone on the side of Ardent. Obviously, the Atlas Pauldron, very important, trying to shut down this Vox and make him not able to get those breaking point stacks up, but it is extremely risky to do so without having any damage for yourself, because the Atlas Pauldron will wear off after 4 seconds, whereas I don't think you have enough damage to kill a Vox within 4 seconds.
Oh, they're going to run into each other once more. There's the attacker pack going out, but the ace is high. Will miss. Silence onto everyone, but Energy not able to execute on a kill using all 3 ultimates, and none were used here by Ardent. They have to fall back, and they have to wait for those ults to come back up. Another 60 seconds, a window for Ardent to make something happen.
Yeah, we'll see if they do try and make something happen. Doesn't look like it. There's going to be infusions picked up for the side of NRG. That's going to be able to help them in the next fight when it does happen. See if Ardent answers with any of their own. They haven't made any movements towards picking up infusions, but Laid to Rest has enough gold for one. I think he's really going to be trying to save up in order to get his second tier 3 item instead, though.
Let's see if he is going to hit that point before we get into another fight here. It is that 2,000 gold on the board there for Ardent as they clear out the vision. There's the Scatter Class, as you were saying, for Laid the Rest coming forward. So much burst potential now on this CP Black Feather. I'm starting to get a little bit scared for Energy. They need to pull the trigger, but even if they do, Will they be able to find the kills? It really has to be a pick coming forward if they're going to win a fight decisively. And currently Ardent are set up ready.
Oof. Gold miner full payout awaiting whichever team can claim that objective. Looks like both sides are interested in it, but not really willing to commit to it. And that is just extra damage to be receiving if a fight breaks out. But now ILS and Laid to Rest going through the jungle as a pair, allowing each other to pick up that passive gold. And for now, it's like 2 offensive items each will be the order. If anything breaks out now, again, everyone is constantly in a position ready for a fight. It's just a matter of who is going to pull the trigger first.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like that's important here. You need to have the confidence, Tasty Bacon. This is your deciding moment in the Challenger Series for Split 1. And you cannot afford to be the team that is reacting to everything that's thrown out. Look at Ardent's moves. They're certainly going for something here as they're looking for the fight. But Andrew's taking so much damage and he's just going to get bursted before it starts. Laid to Rest trying to get a kill, but no! Gatsby will be able to turn it on its head. And ILS now running from this puppy as he charges on forward to eat him on up. Will not be able to find the kill, but Energy, they do turn the tempo onto Ardent. Were not caught out there. And that was a big mistake from Ardent.
That was a massive misplay from Andrew. He face checks a brush. After knowing that both teams have been posturing for position around the middle of the map, he just walks into the Energy tri-brush, gets jumped on immediately, tries to channel the ultimate, and doesn't use any of his activatables in the process. Got stunned out of the Verse of Judgment thanks to a merciless person. Actually, I think it was an Ace's High that collided onto him, but either way, was stunned out of the Verse of Judgment, so that didn't even end up going off. And without having the Crucible or the Fountain used, that's just an easy teamfight victory for NRG.
Certainly is, and they're going to have that ultimate once more, the Blast Tremor for Chombo in just 15 seconds as they're posturing around this gold miner once more. That verse is 40 seconds away. Huge window of opportunity if NRG want to pull the trigger, go for a fight, and you can see that Ardent are looking ready to be able to contest this. They have a weapon infused, but will it matter? ILS getting aggressed on by Hardic. Ace's High doesn't connect. Hardic's still trying to get in, but he's taking so much damage. It looks like Ardent might be able to just trade this on back. Gatsby doing his best, but he will get bursted down by ILS. ILS trying to escape, but he's going to find a double kill. And Chombo, where are you going to go, pal? Into the triple kill for ILS. This game is going to be a seesaw. I'm ready. I'm feeling it, Tasty Bacon, because Ardent take the lead.
Back and forth we go. Ardent picking up an ace here. They're going to get a second turret as ILS moves up with the ace buff minions to take that. They pick up the gold miner as well. And just like that, they are back in the lead. As you mentioned, Dowsy, a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Ardent Esports. Can they make it stick is the question. It just feels like when they are ready for a fight, when the activatables get used, they seem to have the edge.
Certainly do, and you can see that both these teams are so hungry for this victory. Both these teams doing their best to try and grasp at the reins that is this game. But only one team can have them at a time. No sharies here. It's not back to kindergarten where you have to share with your friends. No! Only the selfish will be rewarded. And Ardent currently with that 1,000 gold lead. It's not much. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Tasty Bacon. But it's a lead nonetheless. Important purchase to note. Hardet has finished his Aftershock here. So much damage now available for this fortress if he can land his abilities.
Extremely important, and I mean, oof, what a game this has been already. 14 minutes in. Who knows, we could be in for another long haul here, Dowsy. I somehow doubt it. I feel like there's going to be a little bit more aggression coming out here in this game. Attack of the Pack is used just as a scouting tool. Those wolves are going to be cleared out pretty easily by Ardent, so it's a small window.
You can open up with that, just see where they are, and then you'll have it back up ready for the next fight. It's nothing
exactly
too much to worry about. It's the benefit of having kind of a utility Fortress here, but hey, that's a Crystal Infuse popped by Hardic. Level 12, let's see if Gaspy looks to find his own as he has the money. Yep, there it is. So, Weapon Infused, Crystal Infused, and Ardent actually don't have ones of their own. This could be a fight that swaps the poster once more. Andrew is scouting ahead, flares out as Chumbo looks to try and clear some of this vision. We'll be able to find those scout traps in the jungle entrance here. This Kraken has spawned an energy. They're prepped and primed. They've got themselves their level 12 infused here. They've got themselves the ability to fight, but you know, Ardent, they're going to fall back, port to base, and purchase their own.
Yeah, they needed to make sure they got those infusions out, as theirs had timed out just as NRG bought theirs. So now they're going to be on even footing if a fight does break out. Kraken is going to be extremely important for both of these teams. If Ardent can win a fight here and pick up Kraken, they could look to end, but here we go!
Here we go, there's the blast tremor, Aces High gonna connect, and Andrew taking so much damage. It's laid to rest being put on, ILS caught in the middle of the fight, and a double kill for Gaspy. Can laid to rest escape as Gaspy tanking up this turret? He jumps back in, but it will be the ace coming forward here for NRG. The seesaw once more flipped, and now NRG, they're gonna be able to find themselves some objectives. The Kraken and this tier 2 turret game on a knife edge.
And again, just small mistakes from Ardent are costing them big time. Andrew once more gets stunned up by an Aces High, is late on the Crucible, doesn't get to use the fountain at all, and then laid to rest, was in a position where he could have gotten away. There's no doubt in my mind that if he just kept running, would have been able to get out to safety. Instead, tried to make a heroic play. I don't blame him for trying to make a hero play there, but it ends up backfiring, gives the ace over to NRG, they get a turret, they get the Kraken, and just like that, NRG could be the ones looking to end.
Certainly can. The Kraken in their hands, as you say, and a chance for them to take that dagger and start twisting it. It's Andrew the target. The VIS coming forward. He gets stunned up. It gets blocked, and now he is going solo, taken down by Gaspy. Here comes laid to rest, but he has to jump out immediately, and ILS going to take huge damage. Oh, they've turned it. That's going to be a really crucial kill as laid to rest now looks to dive forward. They're so low, and Gaspy's able to complete the kill. This choke point turret will be taken down. ILS can't defend it, but that is all energy will get for now. They've broken the base. They're looking for their reverse sweep. What? 2 more turrets and a vein crystal separate them from that.
Oh man, these fights are just so close. Andrew really needs to step up his Crucible game. 100%. Like that's the turning point in these fights, is these Verse of Judgments are not landing. Andrew's just getting melted right off the bat and getting stunned up constantly. And that's a big problem. He needs to be there to help his teammates stay alive, needs to be getting those Verse of Judgments down. And when he's not, they have literally lost every fight where he's been stunned up before being able to get the Verse of Judgment off. They have won every single fight when he's been able to do so.
Hey, you can see that energy. They're starting to focus, right? They've recognized that in this game alone, Andrew is the weak link, and the weak link can be broken. The whole chain falls to the ground. 18, almost 19 minutes in, that Kraken actually able to take one of the Vein Crystal turrets as well in the process. So huge worth there for energy, as now they've only got 1 turret, 1 Vein Crystal separating them, and 1 team fight could just be it. Energy, the reverse sweep dreams. They lost game 1, but in a 38-minute brawl, they were able to take down Ardent to give themselves a second shot at this game against 101 in the next round. It all comes down to whether or not Andrew can get that verse out.
And laid to rest, picking up an infusion now. Everyone's got infusions, but Hardex is about to time out. He does have enough gold for a fresh one, though, so shouldn't be too much of an issue there. Everyone infused up, and we are ready to go. This next fight could be the one that decides the game. Crystal Sentry is going to be taken down. It has 1 life remaining on the side of Ardent. What will their play be? Kraken has respawned. You see NRG. They are starting it up immediately, but there is vision there from Ardent. They know this is happening. They can get in here.
They're going straight on in, looking for the fight here. Energy going to disengage the Kraken. Will they go for engage? The real question, no, they're just going to start healing off these treants, getting themselves some heal. The Crystal, the weapon power infuser there for all, as Chombo lays in. The ace is high, this time misses. Andrew with a chance now to have real impact, as he hasn't been caught out immediately. Energy likely to just disengage for now. No, they're going straight back in. They want this fight here. They're going on to Arden. Laid to rest. He's on Gaspy. Gaspy trying to do the work, but Gaspy's all alone. Fountain comes out. Now they turn, and they find Laid to rest. ILS, he's struggling to deal with Hardict as ILS tries to get away. Hardict will be forced back, but Merciless Pursuit stuns him up, and Andrew's taken down. Gaspy now, 2 kills, and the triple kill to finish the fight off. They've got themselves those buffed up minions, and only 1 turret stands in between them and One Piece 101.
What a game. NRG, far from clean, far from dominant, but they take the victory. They win the last 3 fights or so in a row. Atlas Pauldrons end up being the crucial factor in that last fight. ILS was just never able to get rolling in the last team fight. Hardek and Chombo just putting everything they had into making sure the Vox was shut down. Laid to rest, tried to 1v1 Gaspy. Gaspy wins that duel, and as a result, NRG will be staying alive in the Challenger Series and moving on. I have to say, I didn't get to talk about it much during the game, but I was so thoroughly impressed with Gaspy's positioning and gameplay on this Gwen.
Certainly was crucial, especially in that last fight, to stay alive when the Black Feather was dancing all on top of her. NRG, big boots to fill, a huge organization and lots of pressure on them, but they live for one more round here. Dragonborn up against One Piece 101. It's going to be a hard matchup if they want to run the gauntlet.
Absolutely, guys. As we get ready for that, it will be the rematch that we were hoping to see. Hardek going up against his old teammate, Lost Boy Toph, sitting at One Piece 101. And of course, they've been waiting in the wings for that matchup to end. And it was surprisingly close, but you really touched on it already, Tasty Bacon. Gaspy made some incredible positioning plays. One specific play was when Hardek, they had the Kraken, and he overextended, went in with that fortress, ended up dying, and at that point, you could have just left, right? You could have just said, alright, we got the Kraken, we're going to get a turret, but instead, Gaspy keeps right on the edge of the position and is able to go in, and when Arden overextended their hand, he made them pay for it, ended up getting a kill. That really allowed them to secure both that lane turret, that final lane turret, as well as one of the crystal turrets, which was a really big save there for NRG. And it just the whole game overall, Gaspy doing a good job, not overextending, trying to keep close, but also helping his team get the victory. And in all the games that have taken place, Gaspy, primarily doing the most damage output, trying to keep his team in it, and doing a good job. So that means they move on to play One Piece 101, guys.
Some incredible, timings as well in that last fight. Gaspy, I believe, blocked Laid to rest's Atlas to allow him to continue doing damage. Chombo
was really
able
huge
to get out the blast tremor just as the Crucible wore off. Like, so many tiny things, so impossible to, spot all of them in a fight, unless you get the chance to watch it back, which I've just been doing in awe. Incredible play from Energy. But hey, you said it. It's this rematch. Lost Boy Toph up against Hardek. It's going to be a tale, a bromance. But bromance, they come to an end. Only one person can move on now. It's going to be an extremely entertaining matchup.
Yeah, it is. Well, we're going to get you guys into that in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break, but when we get back, it is going to be One Piece 101 versus NRG. All right, guys, we are back and ready to go as we get ready for this next really exciting matchup. It's One Piece 101 versus NRG. Here's the rosters for tonight. Of course, we've seen this, but the big surprise, Lost Boy Toph will be coming in and playing. He's not sitting on the bench tonight, and this is a huge match for him to come in and play after they just lost 2 games to Necrolite, Tasty.
And not only is it huge for the fact of Lost Boy Toph coming in to try and save One Piece 101 after the loss, but we get the matchup, the dream matchup, Lost Boy Toph going head-to-head against Hardek. These two had been teammates for so long, for as long as I can remember in Vainglory, up until this season, and now on opposite sides of the fold for the first time.
Yeah, and Dalcy, we've been seeing these two teams throughout Challengers. They're kind of coming finally to a head. And as we get ready for the draft, what are some of the things you're going to be looking for NRG to kind of improve upon from that last series if they're going to take down number 1 seed 101?
It's a hard one. I didn't feel like NRG were as decisive as they could have been, or as they should have been in the previous game. Often we find that the team that takes the reins at the beginning of the match is the team that can just choke their opponents out, and NRG, they didn't have that at all, so they need to be more confident.
Well, we're going to jump into the game. Tasty Bacon. Let's get right into it.
And right away, we're going to see a Finn ban by Lost Boy Toph. So that's an interesting one to start with. Leaves open a lot of picks. Lost Boy, we know, loves Arden, loves Lyra, and is, I believe, I'm actually not 100% sure how much he plays the Adagio, but Arden and Lyra, definitely 2 picks that he is very well known for, and he's very likely going to end up with one of those 2.
Yeah, it's going to be one of them completely, you would expect, unless they prioritize something else coming into this. It does look like the Adagio will be hovered here for the team of One Piece 101. And now for NRG, this is where things get interesting. They've lost that Lyra, they've lost Finn, they've lost Adagio now. Do they go for a Lance? Do they lock in their captain spot last? Like, what are they going to prioritize? That Fortress, they played it in their games in the captain role. It's definitely hard to know. Fortress will be locked in. We'll have to see if that goes to the captain or the jungle position. I know that Chombo's been playing a lot of Ardent as well, almost an Ardent god, so we'll have to see if that's also prioritized.
Yeah, I was very much expecting the Fortress come out after the last series. Again, Fortress was on the winning side in all 3 of those games against Ardent, so it's not at all surprising to see it picked up. Vox going to be the grab there as well for Gatsby. Gatsby, we saw, had incredible mechanics, incredibly sound gameplay in that 3rd and final game against Ardent. It's going to be up against now a Ringo from the side of One Piece 101. So the Adagio almost certainly going to be in Lost Boy Toph's hands.
Certainly will be. It is going to be one more pick, the jungle position, and a Kestrel being hovered here. Certainly a fan of the CP Kestrel, and it will be locked in for One Piece 101. Let's go. Let's see what NRG decide to prioritize here. They've got themselves their laner. They have the Fortress, which can be flexed between the 2 roles. What are you expecting they lock in?
They have a lot of options if they want to put the... Well, there it is. It's going to be the Black Feather. I was going to say that might be a good choice if they want to put the Fortress as the captain. That's exactly what we're going to get.
Yeah, absolutely. So it will be this Black Feather this time for Hardect. Played it against Ardent in their series and lost the matchup. Won't necessarily blame it on the Black Feather. Without watching the game, there's so many different factors that can play into it. But we talked about this mean dragon during the break, that NRG, they didn't necessarily look as good as they should have against Ardent. Now they're against One Piece 101. They certainly need to up their game.
The battle for the Halcyon Fold.
Absolutely do. Both of these teams need to up their game after their previous matchup. Even though NRG did get the win, like I said, they did not look terribly clean. And obviously for One Piece 101, they have to step up big time after dropping 2 games consecutively to Necrolite. So only one of these teams can move on. Who is it going to be? One Piece 101 starting off aggressive to steal away some jungle.
Hey, nothing to lose. You have that Celeste on your team. So much damage can come from it. And they're going to go even deeper here, putting the pressure onto Hardek, who at level 1 doesn't really have much to his name. Just on point for a shield and some slows. He's not even going to hear that. Look at where this Vox is. Gatsby tried to steal away camps, and now Monkey D. Luffy on his way to try and punish Vox, but he'll be able to escape. Has the support of Chombo and Hardek as well. 1-0 Piece 101. They certainly win out in this invade that they pulled off here. They get the backs onto Ringo, and they secure the backs themselves as well.
So,
Gatsby.
solid start.
Ooh. A lot of damage. Gatsby, not expecting them to come from behind. He's going to be forced to port back. This is a huge start. This is not a solid start. This is a huge start.
Yeah, it has definitely escalated into a pretty huge start, especially with Gatsby having to port back. If they can shove this wave in, it can make him lose a few minions, but they're not really being too aggressive. Lost Boy Toph is actually not helping, not attacking those minions to make it go a little bit quicker. So Gatsby's actually going to miss none as he's able to take that last hit just as he gets back to lane. I feel like that was a little bit of a mistake from One Piece 101. Now
look at this, Selena Gomez in trouble, and there's no way he escapes. He turns around to get another minion. First blood, it goes on over to Chombo, and the second comes through for Hardek. I agree, Tasty. A mistake not to push the minions because it means you're left in lane, and now it is this lead for energy. They strike first blood, they get their 2 kills. Gatsby loses out on nothing.
I like the idea from Selena Gomez there, recognizing, okay, I know I'm going to go down. I might as well at least try and get as much farm as I can. Gets that extra last hit in before falling. It's a smart little play there, but it's still, like, you got to figure if they had pushed in that lane, you know, they kind of get it reset, like you mentioned, Dowsy. Instead, they end up being very far forward in the lane as every single member from NRG collapses onto them. They pick up 2 quick and easy kills, and all of a sudden this great start One Piece 101 had has been completely squandered.
Certainly has. I felt like they had the early tempo. They have that Kestrel. They certainly can steal it back with some well-timed glimmer shots. But at this point, Energy have a lead that they need. Now, for Energy, there's no going back. They have a Fortress, they have a Black Feather, they have a Vox. It's full aggression from them, and so any early advantage they have is fantastic. This Kestrel certainly can cause a bit of pain. Look at those glimmer shots raining on down. Energy gonna struggle to hold or even fight against so much poke. So they do have to fall back. A fountain completed at 3.5 minutes for Chombo. Nice and early. Means that they might look for a fight before Lost Boy Toph is able to get his own.
And that's actually something that I've been doing a lot of my games as well now, is just you forego a lot of the early vision because you don't really need it in the first 3 minutes. You get a scout trap or 2 down right away, and then you can just sort of hold it from there. Also didn't hurt that Chombo got that first blood, so they were able to get a little bit extra gold from that, but you know, just put down a little bit of vision right off the bat. You know for the most part where your opponents are going to be. A lot of times you're coming in through the lane, and you can then pick up that Fountain of Renewal at the 3.5 minute mark pretty consistently.
Certainly can. Now, Energy, not able to find too much, but look at One Piece 101. They're going down to the jungle shop, and Energy going to try and strike for another kill. Monkey D. Luffy escaping for now. Selena Gomez trading on back, but he's going low. Energy could look to go deeper. They will fall back. These glimmer shots, they're so instrumental, and they're looking for a kill onto Hardek as well. The boots popped, Achilles shot. Can Selena Gomez get into position? One more auto attack will do the trick, and there it is. A kill goes their way. Monkey D. Luffy, he's going in for the stealth kill. He'll steal away. No, he won't steal away the Treant, and now actually he's in a bad position. He's going to get a heal over the wall, but he's going to get taken on down. A big mistake. Trades the kill back into Energy's favor. They lose nothing. And now Selena Gomez face checking the bush. Certainly strong, especially with that Agent of Wrath. He's looking for more and he'll find it. Chombo under the turret all alone now. It's a back and forth. It's the seesaw Energy. They brought it into this series against One Piece 101.
And maybe not be done.
Yeah, he's I don't know what you're doing. There's no way you're gonna find a kill there, buddy.
That was a lot of damage coming out of Selena Gomez all of a sudden there on that Ringo. Plenty of damage. Oh, one shot. It's going to hit onto Chombo. Not really going to be much other than it forcing a recall, I would assume. Maybe. Guess not. Okay. Going to rely on that contract to get a bit of healing.
He's
now
got his
to
life
recall.
spring, doesn't he? He can heal up nice and quickly. No need to fall back unless he's got something serious that he wants to purchase, right?
Well, looks like it's going to be getting that reflex block and a bunch of vision now. Now that you're past that 4-minute mark, vision is incredibly important, so you can't really forego that any longer like he did at the start of the game. Looks like One Piece 101 trying to put some serious pressure onto this turret, though, and I like this. I like getting early pressure on this Tier 1 turret. Try and open up the map, but here comes Energy.
They're looking to get in on into the fight, but Selena Gomez just so far from being in danger that Energy just can't. One Piece 101, they respect. A one-shot comes down onto Hardic, blocked up a little bit by that on point, but the Hellfire Brew is going to connect. Able to block the burn, but a bit of burst damage nonetheless still comes forward. No medic camps, won't be able to heal on up just yet. So One Piece 101, they take the aggressive once more. Lost Boy Toph so in the front line as Chombo is forced to jump away. Now what can One Piece 101 do? They're going to start moving around the map, clearing out those scout traps here, Tasty.
I'm just looking to take care of this vision that's been put down. Obviously with a Crystal Kestrel, the vision game becomes that much more important. She wants to be able to sneak around unseen, set up those active camos in sneaky spots, get those massive stuns coming out. Hardic with the Crystal Black Feather, starting with a Shatter Glass. It's not something we typically see off of the CP Black Feathers. Usually it ends up being a alternating current first item, so he's just focused more on the burst and the poke, which is a little bit interesting.
I guess it's because One Piece 101 can play such a strong poke game. You know, they have the Kestrel, they can throw some auto attacks out with a Ringo, fairly decent range, and, you know, they can burn them down with the Adagio. So, I guess what Hardic is considering here is they need poke of their own energy so that they can try and set up fights, at least put themselves on an equal footing. But look at the damage that's going to come through. Selena Gomez already at that 2 item with the Sorrow Blade and Breaking Point. That's the Scatterglass completed for Monkey D. Luffy as well. And Energy, well, they need to go forward, but against this composition, all they're doing is running away.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the case for a while. Gatsby actually picked up a Sorrow Blade as his first item as well on the Vox, so it's not going to be that Breaking Point double monocle build, and Gatsby's so low as they start.
Yeah, they're looking for the fight. The Attack the Pack comes forward, but Monkey D. Luffy can start raining down hell onto Gatsby. He has to fall back here. They have Fountain Energy, but they are going to go for the port. That's going to be this turret. Oh, what the hell? One shot and Hellfire Brew to find the kill. Impressive stuff from One Piece to chain those ultimates. And that will be this turret going their way. Energy are being outclassed.
I think we need a name for that combo. One shot, one brew coming through. And what a combo that was, just deleting Hardic in an instant.
Incredible combinations. Energy, they try their best to push forward here, find themselves a bit of vision, but there's just nothing for them.
It's just such a smart play, because you know Hardic is going to be using the Rose Offensive to try and block out the Hellfire Brew.
Oh no!
Oh.
Just once more, Hardic caught out. The Versa Judgment comes down from Toph and he says, "G'day, mate! Remember me. I am on the winning side right now, at least, for One Piece 101. They are pushing their advantage further, looking for this Tier 2 turret. There's the one shot onto Chombo, and Selena Gomez should be able to finish this off. No, falls back as Gatsby going to take a little bit of a love tap from the Ringo, but the turret is secured nonetheless.
And this gold lead is starting to grow now for One Piece 101, looking very solid now that they've got their footings beneath them. Now that they've got a few items under their belts, and obviously Monkey D. Luffy and Selena Gomez definitely firing on all cylinders. They're hitting these combos, setting up plays for each other, and taking down those objectives. Gold Miner could be a target here next. Lost Boy's going to end up realizing, oh, there's a scout trap in there. as both teams now getting into position around the middle of the map. You can see again, One Piece 101 putting a lot of gold onto the two core heroes. Hardek's gonna eat half of his health just about from that one shot. Ends up grabbing a potion while he's at the shop just to try and negate that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's forward momentum for One Piece at this time. Energy, they're trying their best to group up Tasty. They're trying their best to find the poke, but it's just not coming to them. 4,000 gold now as One Piece have those objectives. That gold mine is fully filled. Energy, there's not much they can do. They've got great vision. Don't get me wrong. Vision's fantastic. Chombo has put so much effort into it. At least for Energy, whilst they're in this backwards position, they can know exactly the map movements of One Piece 101, but is that enough for them to come back into this?
Right now, it doesn't look like it, as another one shot. That one's gonna go, but it's up so quickly. Every 40 seconds right now, that's just gonna get shorter and shorter. Hardek needs to be careful. He's up very far forward.
It's going to be alright, because One Piece aren't looking to go for the fight in the grouped up areas where Attack of the Pack can really aid Energy and Gatsby getting into the close range, being able to speed around. They want to fight in the lane most of the time. They want to go for a bit more open, or they want to chain their combos, their ultimates, get that one shot, one brood going once more. Now for Energy, they have to fall back. Minion wave has to be cleared out. One Piece trying to find some damage. They can maybe catch someone out with a glimmer shot or an active camo. Will help their case.
Lots of vision again. Both teams now. Hardek is gonna get hit again by that one shot. Not gonna aggress too far though. The Crystal Sentry is still a threat, but they force him away, and now they start this gold miner. Oh, but they have to be careful. There is a scout trap in there. Oh, Monkey.
He's gonna try and steal this Chombo. He might even get in range for it. No! It's secured for One Piece. Energy, they're chasing down, but there's just nothing to chase anymore. One Piece, they've retreated far enough. Monkey D. Luffy can go into the active camo. They've actually separated him, so they've got a minion wave in place. They may even look to try and secure their first turret here, Energy. It's great to see them showing a bit of activeness, trying to gain control. And actually, they've caught Monkey D. Luffy out. Active camo, they're going to step into it. He's not going to find the stun, though. Gatsby able to find the kill. Just timed out. That's a feels bad, man.
It really is. Monkey D. Luffy also probably should have known better than to go up that way after taking out that mid-treant. And he just kind of leaves himself vulnerable. And now Selena Gomez, again, just these small slips of the mind from these players are costing them big-time energy, getting a bit of footing back in this game with those 2 kills picked up.
It's a bit worrying when you're One Piece 101. When I reached out to Polly, he said the reason they lost their game was because they threw it. Hooey! We're at this 14-minute mark. Yes,
they're
they've got
winding up right now.
Right? It's like it wouldn't be a good time to start throwing things back to your opponents. Energy will lap them up. They need them. They're desperate for them for this first game.
It is still about a 4,000 gold lead or so for One Piece 101, so despite those kills going over, they haven't really lost that much. Kraken's going to be spawning here in about 40 seconds, so you have to be very wary of this objective now. Again, Chombo doing a great job of getting vision down, despite the fact that One Piece 101 has been trying to be aggressive for quite some time. These one-shots constantly landing onto Hardek. He is starting just about every fight at about half health.
Yeah, it's not helpful. He has to heal up, hoping that a Treant is available. If not, it's a port and a long walk back to the lane. One Piece 101, 4 seconds now until that Kraken spawns and a chance to force a fight. Energy, they're ready. They want it. You can see it. You can taste it in the way they play aggressive. Oh no! What is the magnet? How do you do this? It's like he went up to Hardek before the game and just slapped on a magnet, a homing beacon for his one-shots.
It has been pretty impressive, and it's that they're all hitting Hardek too. It's not even that they're all hitting, it's all hitting one player every single time.
some serious salt there. It's almost like there's a score to meet.
Nope,
this
one
time it lands
else.
onto Gatsby. That's a huge chunk of damage onto the laner. And actually, One Piece 101, they have positional advantage. They are a force. Okay, but they don't do anything.
Hardic needs
maybe
to
even
be
a
so
mistake.
Hardic!
Hardic is caught out. You're right. He's trying to get himself infused. He will be able to, but he has to fall back. What did One Piece do? I feel like they had a chance there. They hit Hardic down to half HP with that one shot, and they had the positional advantage in the lane. Either one NRG were forced to fight there, or they were forced to port back and that choke point turret was under fire. Either way, let's not dwell too much on the past. Maybe just a missed chance.
One Piece 101 not looking terribly decisive in their movements at the moment. They're kind of roaming back and forth, but not really setting themselves up in a position where they could find a fight or try and force something to happen. Gatsby again, these one-shots, this accuracy rate is unbelievable.
Yeah, and they're going to go straight on forward. Gatsby not going to be able to find the port home, and this is great stuff for One Piece if they can get into the fight. First goes out, Toph zones away energy, and the attack of the pack is dealt with there by One Piece. Now they're making their way over to this Kraken, taking down this Crystal Sentry, and maybe even looking to start up the beast herself. They're going to go for it here, Bacon. Hardic is in position. The one shot comes out. It lands onto Gatsby. He's just ported back. He's forced to port back again. Energy gonna have to give up this Kraken. They cannot afford to contest it. Maybe just look for the steal with the on point. Will Hardic be able to get it is the question. It's going low. They have no vision, and he's gonna get bursted down. Forced on back. Fountain comes out. The Kraken looking to be secured. Wait for it comes out. Hardic's coming in. They're looking for the steal. They're not gonna find it though. One Piece able to secure their Kraken, but now they're in trouble. Selena Gomez goes down. They're looking for the second, but look at Monkey D. Luffy. He's gonna find it all. He's just looking for Chombo to get the ace. The Glimmer shots raining down hell, and there's nowhere Chombo can go. The flare to see his doom. It is the last wish of the fortress, an ace and the Kraken.
They may not be able to finish the game off of this, but they are going to get a ton of work done. They might be able to finish depending on what Gatsby and Hardic can do when they respawn. This turret is going to go down so quickly. Kraken hasn't even gotten here yet. Gatsby now up. Crystal Sentry joins the fray as well. They need to be careful. Lost Boy's probably going to be a sacrifice.
Yes, certainly will be, as Monkey D. Luffy's going to start heading on back, but they are going to find one Kraken. They're going to find both of these turrets, certainly as the one shot comes through. Now it's the Vein Crystal taking a bit of damage. Monkey D. Luffy's going to fall back here. But wow, so One Piece, they finally strike blood. They finally take down those turrets. Just the Vein Crystal between them.
And they had been looking for that opportunity for so long, finally getting it, as you said. They take down the two exposed Vein Crystal. That's the side of NRG are going to try and defend. With Monkey D. Luffy, Lost Boy Toph, and Selena Gomez all being back up now. Take a look at the infusions. Lost Boy picks his up. He has a Null Wave Gauntlet as well. That's going to be very important to see where that gets thrown onto. Selena Gomez is going to have their infusion timeout shortly. Monkey does not have an infusion, so he doesn't have the gold for it either. So they really need to pick up a little bit of gold so that they can be fully infused. However, looking on the other side, doesn't look like Hardic has an infusion at the moment either, but he just got enough gold for one. So you got to figure he's going to be going back to base and grabbing that. So this should be all 6 players infused. Yep, Hardic does pick it up. So here we go. One Piece 101 looking for one more fight to try and end the game. Meanwhile, NRG are going to be looking to bring it back. They still have a lot of work to do, though.
One shot comes out and Hardic chunked down. That's a 2/3 of his health there. And now Energy have to run away. Here comes the Kestrel, the sniper, making his montage clip for his application into Optic. It's just going to be Energy falling on back once more. These no-scopes are just been insane. And the vision going to be cleared out. They're going to push into the base One Piece. Energy, they've healed back up. The Hardic's taking damage straight off the bat. Here comes the engage. They're looking for Lost Boy Toph. Burst going channeled. And the one shot going to connect onto Gatsby once more. Chombo in trouble. Selena just tearing through energy here. It's gonna be a double for the Glimmer Shot Queen as the game for One Piece 101 will go their way. Just styling, so much style over energy.
I think Monkey D. Luffy missed one shot, one kill all game. That was absolutely ridiculous. He hits one right at the end onto Hardic as well as the scoreboard shows up just to assert his dominance. What a game from Monkey D. Luffy. I mean, didn't even have the most gold. It was only a few hundred gold over his captain in Lost Boy Toff, but those one shots were just tearing through NRG. Hardic was losing 2/3 of his health at the end of the game from each of those hits, constantly forcing members of Energy to have to recall back to base, sometimes right after they had just done so. Monkey D. Luffy, easily the MVP of that game for me.
Monkey D. Luffy, more like insane play, unbelievable play. Dragon pulling you back into this one. No shielding was a big thing at the end of the game. None of the members of Energy had shielding apart from Gatsby.
Yeah, I mean, that is a real challenge when you're talking about, and we can take a quick look at the details there real quick. When you talk about when you get behind, you're kind of stuck with some choices. You either keep funneling it into defense or you build more offense. And, typically you'll see people, try to build very defensively, but it means that you end up stalling the game till you can get more of those defensive items. So it could definitely be really challenging. I mean, the biggest thing was just, again, the consistency of that Monkey D. Luffy's one shot, one kill, very much on point every single time. And, Hardic is actually a really good Black Feather. I mean, that's definitely, the composition from NRG was really one that you have to imagine they felt good about. I don't think they lost a draft by any means. In fact, if anything, I think that typically we'd look at a team picking a Crystal, Kestrel, and say that maybe isn't the best composition. You may not want to pick that, but it worked out in this case. The biggest thing was there was really no CC on the side of NRG, so they were never really able to lock down anybody. They really played what you guys were talking about early, is that aggressive chase comp. You're chasing, and that did not work out well at all, especially when you got a Crystal Kestrel where you just can't chase onto them because you have to worry about those active camos.
There's just so many things, I think that it's probably a good thing that Energy didn't put that fortress into the jungle position, because there was just so much range available for One Piece. They could just continuously keep the fortress at bay, and they weren't able to consistently get in there. I don't know. I've been hearing rumblings in the underground about this Kestrel, man, and teams have been, trying her out in scrims, and hey, maybe we see it coming over to the VG8 soon. Who knows? But it certainly looks strong in this game.
Right, but it was a really good composition because it allowed you to abate NRG, to try to chase them, try to go at them. You have a Black Feather who wants to be aggressive. You've got a Fortress, right? So the whole composition from NRG was to be aggressive and chase, and I felt like it did a good job. Having the fear of that active camo did a good job. But we got the draft started, guys, so I am going to kick it off to you, Tasty Bacon, to get us into it.
All right, well, NRG backs against the wall once more. They lost game 1 against Ardent, but were able to turn it around and take games 2 and 3. They're going to have to do the same if they want to try and continue on, but One Piece 101, another tournament favorite. Only one of these two teams can move on and try and get into the losers bracket finals, where the winner will be guaranteed that spot in the challenge battles. This is going to be a close one.
Certainly will. I saw a tweet come out from One Piece 101 after they lost their matchup against Necrolites, and they said, you know what, we'll just do a lemon and lime. We're going to run the gauntlet and win the entirety of VIS64. So let's see if they're able to do so. Currently, Ringo, Glaive banned away, Adagio picked up for Chombo. That means the Lyra goes to Toph, and they're going to lock in the Vox as well.
Well, definitely expected heroes to be first picked up there. And the Adagio and Lyra, Vox, all very strong. We'll see what the side of One Piece decides to round it out with. If the Kestrel is open, I would not be opposed to them grabbing that Kestrel once more. But it's going to be a Catherine, so now we know it's going to be a carry Adagio for the side of NRG. See what they decide to grab. It's going to be the Krull.
Very exciting stuff, Energy. Have to see if it's able to be enough. A Sky locked in for One Piece 101. This is going to be a very interesting game, to say the least. Triple? No, double captains, but obviously it's that Carry Adagio. You know what? I rate Carry Adagio so high on this current patch.
I've been rating the Carry Adagio highly for quite some time, and it's extremely strong in the lane. Having it with a Catherine when there's a Vox, I feel like Catherine goes well into Vox, able to kind of get those stuns and get a lot of bounces off of the Stormguard banner, but the Sky is a bit of an interesting pickup for me for Monkey. Like I said, I kind of would have liked to see him pick up the Kestrel once more, but maybe not wanting to take that risk into a Krull.
Yes, certainly. There's so much lockdown on the side of Energy, Merciless Pursuit, the From Hell's Heart as well from Hardex. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see him change on up. It makes a lot of sense. Lots of mobility allowed to escape. And once more, One Piece 101, they're going to start this aggression as they go straight into the jungle. Steal away that treant and just head into their lane.
Alright, so we are going to be looking for some damage early on against Selena Gomez.
Will they be able to find it? They do, but Lyra, man, doesn't really mean they need to lock them down and go for more than that. The burst needs to come forward. It's going to be right on the Krull more than anything to really get those ganks going.
Right now, I mean, early on, I don't really expect too much to happen. This is going to be the Crystal Sky, which I'm very happy to see. A lot of the Skies we've been seeing get picked up in Vainglory 8 have been the Weapon Sky variant, and I feel like the Crystal Sky is actually a lot stronger than Weapon Sky at the moment. And so to have the Crystal Sky, all you need is to pick up a Frostburn, and it all of a sudden becomes very difficult for the Krull to actually stick onto a target. So that can be very useful for the side of One Piece.
Certainly can. We saw it in VG8. Unfortunately, it was for SK, and it was against G2. It was almost a grudge matchup. Tasty Bacon, I remember. And it was very instrumental up until a crucial misclick came out from Kavalifar, and unfortunately that was the end of it all.
Very instrumental up until it was instrumental going the other way.
Right, exactly. So, and that's like a once in a blue moon. You don't see that very often from this top caliber of plays. So I'm super excited. Monkey DeLuffy was just so instrumental in the previous game. Now on this Sky, can he continue on his carry potential?
That is the question that One Piece are going to hope they have a positive answer to. As now they found Chambo and Hardeck in the jungle. He's going to look to take away that treant, but it does get Spectral Smited. So Hardeck's able to take that little bit of extra gold and experience. Meanwhile, Selena Gomez up very aggressively in the lane, but will be backing off as Gatsby and Chambo rotate their way back up.
And it's not often we get to see this weapon-powered Krull. Hardeck will be able to secure his jungle so easily with the smite coming through. But actually now he's in a bit of trouble as Monkey DeLuffy looks to try and make some plays. Chombo comes in for the support. And actually it's going to be this Lyra taking huge chunks of damage. There's the lockdown, Merciless Pursuit in the lane. Both guys are taking it to each other to make sure they can't rotate down. Good serious strike, but can Monkey DeLuffy go? Another forward barrage, but he's now trapped between a war and a hard place, and Chombo gonna lock him down once more. Here comes Hardeck looking for that kill, that first blood, and it will be his.
Yeah, meanwhile, Lost Boy just rotates up to the lane as they look to try and answer. Gatsby not quite going to go down, though. Can just heal himself up a bit. And, first blood to NRG. Nice and clean. Not too much to it.
Yeah, over-aggression from One Piece 101, and hey, and it was Energy who got themselves an early lead through kills in the previous game. They weren't able to translate it into anything Once more, we get the early purchases for them, but we will need to see them start pushing that advantage, or else it's all over.
That's exactly right. They're going to be having to find ways to make plays happen. Obviously, with a crawl, you can make some plays happen in the lane pretty easily if you get in there unseen. You just throw out a From Hell's Heart once level 6 comes out, especially. Hardik is level 5 now. He's well on his way. Once that level 6 happens, we'll have to see if they decide to go aggressive at that time, or if they try and just let it continue building up. Looks like he is going to be going for the breaking point first. Still not sold on breaking point first on the crawl, but it is the way that a lot of players decide to go.
Certainly is. Definitely a sore point, but one we won't rely on too far. Energy setting up, but Hardik doesn't have that From Hell's Heart yet. And it's going to be their main ability for locking down either Selena Gomez or Monkey D. Luffy in these fights. So back to the power farming, not far from it. Monkey D. Luffy would be able to respond with a death from above very shortly afterwards. I love the way One Piece are making sure that all the gold goes their way. Toph just holding the lane for Selena Gomez, just trying to get this Fox into a position where the breaking point double Tyrant's Monocle comes forward a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they're giving a little bit of the jungle gold over to Selena Gomez, and this is something that a lot of these teams with these late scaling heroes have done. Lost Boy's going to take a lot of damage there from Hardik, who is level 6 now, but a full team rotation from One Piece. Never mind, Lost Boy Toph's going to just hang around in the lane, and again, just make sure that no minions go to the turret, while Monkey and Selena pick up that shared gold as they make a trip to the shop.
Certainly do. A bit of mistiming. I feel like Energy had a chance there to make a play, but unfortunately Gatsby was down at the shop getting his alternating current. Chombo came in with the Merciless Pursuit, but there was just no one there to go for. As I guess you don't expect One Piece to face check, make an aggressive play like that, and that's when you kind of get caught out and miss those opportunities. But this game, it's nothing in it. 200 gold. Both these teams really yet to start pulling away. It's all going to come down to this level 6 fight.
It really is, and now just about everyone has that level 6. We're just waiting for Adagio and Captain, but they're fighting anyway.
Yeah, they're going in for it. Wait for it. Going to silence everyone up, but the damage is there, and that's the kill going on over to Gatsby as they take down Toph. Now, can they find any more is the question. Everyone on Energy falls back. They have the ability to heal up here. Chombo is very close from getting that Blast Tremor, which will just silence on down. The double silence comps, oh, it's not a double silence comp as the Vox is on the other side, but it's definitely something to watch for who can get the silence be more instrumental. Hardik though in trouble as those bounces start coming forward, but it's Gatsby to the savior, and now Monkey D. Luffy will be taken down as well. That's going to be Gatsby with a second kill. This Adagio starting to stack on up, 2 kills on over, and Energy in the lead.
And One Piece not able to find their footing here in game number 2. They still can get themselves rolling. Obviously, once Selena Gomez gets the Tyrant's Monocles completed, there will be a lot of damage coming out, but you have to wonder how much armor is going to be built up by the time that happens. Are these Atlas Pauldrons going to be completed for Chombo and Hardik? Will they be able to stick onto Selena Gomez and prevent the Vox from being able to do as much damage as they obviously One Piece 101 ideally wants them to be doing? It's going to be the question that is really crucial to deciding which way this game ends up going.
Certainly will be. And Hardik, he's got the items here for a breaking point, but he hasn't gone into it actually. He's prioritized a lot of defense. He's got himself the tier 2 boots as well for the speed, and this gold miner can be smited. Here comes the death from above, but it will be secured by Energy as expected, as they have the abilities that just make it so easy. That's going to be Broken Myth, Atlas Pauldron picked up there for Chombo and Gatsby alike. And there's so much armor potential. Chombo, obviously on this Catherine, just going to stack up into the late game every time he lands a stun, lands a silence. Already got that Atlas Pauldron as well. Selena Gomez does have his first Tyrant's Monocle, but Energy, I feel like they've drafted into a really good time against this One Piece 101 team.
Yeah, definitely a very strong composition picked up. It's just a matter of can they perform with it throughout the entire game. Here we go.
Yeah, they're going straight on to Toff once more. Death from above gonna land straight onto Hardect as he takes a bit of poke. And Chombo's so low. They've used their fountain, so they're gonna have to disengage, allow for Gaspy to heal them up with those Gift of Fires. But for One Piece 101, an advantage one at least. Will it mean anything is the real question. Lost Boy Toff has everything available. Fountain, Crucible, but unfortunately with that gold miner being taken, it's just too risky to try and force a fight around the turret, so nothing for One Piece to get.
And that's unfortunate for them, knowing that they had the item advantage in terms of activatables from Lost Boy Toff not using the Fountain or Crucible there, but not really able to act upon it.
Be a bit of aggression though from Energy.
Thought
Not really
maybe
finding
they were
anything.
going to go for a dive, but
Yeah, it would be too risky, I feel, without Fountain. It's up in 10 seconds. They're going to have that Blast Tremor in 25, so I don't really expect Energy to make too many aggressive moves unless they have everything available to them.
it would make sense. It would be the safe bet for them, which they obviously want to play a little bit safer. After losing game number 1, once more having their backs against the wall, facing elimination from the challengers. Energy does not want to go down until they've locked in a challenge battles spot. Of course, the same can be said for One Piece 101 as they're looking to move on with another victory.
Yeah, you know, this is such an important matchup. It may not seem it based on the way everyone's playing so slowly, but that's because it's so important. There's only one spot left available for this challenge battles, and Energy, they wanted it, so they're going to charge on forward. That's Lost Boy Toff stunned on up, damage coming forward as he gets locked down by Hell's Heart. Will they find the kill? Yes, they will. He burns alive from Gaspy. Now an advantage goes Energy's way. They've got one kill in here, but they used a lot to get it. And Salima Gomez in a position where they can just chunk on forward. Look at the damage onto Energy. And Gaspy cannot heal them all up. They do have Fountain. Perhaps they're baiting it out just now. This game means so much. Already we've seen Liberation X and Necrolites. They've locked themselves in. They are definitely going through to the challenge battles. Only one team can join them currently. One Piece 101. And Energy fighting for that place, and even if they do take this series, it's not done yet because they have to go up against the winner of Giraffes and Team Rage Pingers. It's a real gauntlet run for that third challenge battles spot.
It really is, as at the moment, I mean, that last fight, Lost Boy Toff was trying to hold everything to the last second. It's something he's always been very known for, is his ability to just hold out and just activate everything at the clutch moment, perfectly timed. Didn't quite get it all off quick enough there. Maybe a little bit of the signs of not playing as frequently showing through, but you got to figure that's something that he's going to be getting back on track with in a hurry. One Piece 101 obviously hoping that that is the case. We're looking to push up, maybe take advantage of this rotation. Energy are going after the gold mine, but One Piece may be able to take this turret in an answer.
Yeah, I like this move from them. In fact, they're doing their best to get it, but they won't be able to in the end. So much pressure comes from Gaspy and Chombo just to push them off because the Kroll can take that so easily, the gold miner by himself. So it's going to be that gold miner payout for them, full payout, as they push their lead to 2,000 now. This game starting to warm up a little bit. Selena Gomez has the full damage build, the double Tyrants, and that breaking point. We see the Atlas Pauldrons completed by Lost Boy Toff, and unfortunately for Lost Boy Toff, he's consistently been on the end of an engage, but now could be looking for an engage of his own.
For now, One Piece 101, they're looking to try and push up aggressively, trying to get pressure onto this turret, but the healing has been solid on both sides. Neither team really able to get any pressure on the turrets. I mean, the One Piece 101 turret has barely even been touched thus far, despite the fact that they're down 4 kills. Oh, Monkey D. Luffy felt the wind of that one buzzing by his ear.
Yeah, I was ready to jump in there with full force, but this is the benefit of having such a mobile hero as this guy is. That engage doesn't go their way, but Chombo is looking for the engage onto Lost Boy Toff, but so much damage comes out, they may have to turn around. Chombo's already at half HP. They're going to go for it. Gatsby looking for the pain, but One Piece, they want to turn this around. Chombo just holding fast onto that fountain. Trying to heal up with the Life Spring, has Gatsby to help out, but these resonant bounces are doing work. Here comes Hardic, but he doesn't have his From Hell's Heart. It's almost a brave face from Energy, and they're getting torn apart by this. The Death from Above comes forward. There's the Fountain surely coming forward as well from Chombo. No, they're still holding fast. They don't want to use it. Gatsby able to hold his way through it, but this turret is very low. It's the Verse to try and hold them back, but wait for it comes forward. Selena Gomez trying to buy time, but they're looking to try and re-engage here, Energy. It's a bold move. They're going for Toph. They're going to find him. Now they need to turn face. Here's Monkey D. Luffy on their backlines as Hardic charges forward, starts healing himself up, and there's going to be a kill going Gatsby's way. Selena Gomez all by himself, trying to run away, but Hardic will be able to be in hot pursuit. A turret secured, but was it worth the deaths of all your members, says Energy, as Hardic tries to find the kill. Unfortunately though, the Sonic Zoom enough to get Selena Gomez away, but this turret may not be able to have the same fate. An immovable object destroyed by Energy. Turrets traded back and forth.
Oof, another great game that we're getting to see here in VIS Challengers.
Hey.
6 kills to 0, but One Piece 101 are still finding opportunities and keeping the game close. It's a 3,000 gold lead for NRG. That one, I mean, they got the turret, but again, maybe sticking around a little too long. Selena Gomez not really able to be involved in the fight whatsoever. Now the infusions are coming out. They have been coming out, and they're going to be pretty much consistent throughout the rest of this game. Kraken is available as we're in the 16th minute of this game number 2. Who is going to break first? It's a lot of bend but don't break from each of these sides. However, here comes NRG.
They're looking for another gain, and this time Monkey D. Luffy will not escape. The series strike to try and get some range, but the damage is there from Energy. They're certainly showing a lot of it. Verse is their only ultimate available. Face checking a bush could be just their last move as Energy continues to poke forward and force these ultimates, these defensive abilities from One Piece. Here comes Hardic. He's looking for Monkey. He will not be able to find a killing blow just yet. I love this re-engage. So much defense. Hardic, he prioritized that Atlas, prioritized that Aegis, and then finally completed a Sorrow Blade. So much priority on defense here from this crew, and it's just been paying off so heavily, able to consistently go in and be the main man when it comes to soaking up all the damage.
And I gotta say, I'm very happy to see Sorrow Blade as the first offensive item. As again, you're not really going to be able to stack up the breaking point terribly effectively if you don't have any other damage in the build. Although with Kroll, I would have loved to see Poison Shit, but here we go.
Yeah, Lost Boy once more, the main engage. Hardic trying to go forward, but it's a lot of damage. The Death from Above rains down, and they're going to look to turn this One Piece 101. Chombo, the next, he falls. Gatsby's found his own, but now he has to run, fly away on those eagle wings. The forward barrage to cut him down. It's a triple for Selena Gomez, a game that just was dominated by Energy, thrown to the whim. They're going to try and take everything. This tier 2 turret and the Kraken. Energy, have they thrown it all away?
And Monkey is going to be having to really kind of dance around this Kraken, waiting for Selena to join in. Now it's going to be a matter of juggling this aggro. Kraken does a lot of damage to them, so they need to be careful, but they do have the damage. They're going to be able to take it down. Of course, once Kraken falls, they get that healing regeneration buff and will be A-okay. One Piece 101, they are looking to close this out. They are looking to eliminate NRG from the VIS North American Challengers Split 1 for the spring season. And that would certainly be something that they could hang their cap on if they're able to pull it off.
It would be a huge throw here, Tasty Bacon. And not only is it a huge throw, it's the throw that lost you your chance. Selena Gomez, though, caught out. Good block comes forward, and it's going to be Lost Boy Toff locked in this one. Going to have to try and use his ult to escape. So much damage, but he doesn't even put. He's taken down by Gatsby. Now, Monkey DeLuffy, what can he find in return? Trying his best as Selena Gomez is going to charge on forward looking for Chombo. The damage is there, they're putting it back using that bubble, but can they take this Kraken down before it's too late? Good usage of the wait for it. Hardic though looking for the re-engage, but so much damage and he's going to fall very low, taken by the forward barrage. This two-man army looking to do it all as they're going to find Chombo as a return, a double for Monkey DeLuffy, and it's all on Gaspy, last man alive. Kraken, Selena Gomez and Monkey DeLuffy looking to finish this game for One Piece 101 and take the series in a massive comeback in this game. First turret falls, the second going low as well. Gaspy in a position to take them all down, but then he has to get the Kraken and they're just dancing around. It's a ballet, and that's going to be the first and a second for Gaspy, but he has to get this Kraken. At least he has Hardic to help, but it's going to come down to the wire. The Vein Crystal, it's falling, but as is the Kraken. Only 3 more hits left in this. Chombo, get in there. It's a ditch effort. First to burst it down. One more hit, but they're going to take the Kraken down just in time to keep this game alive.
Whoa, what a close affair. NRG very nearly losing out on this game thanks to that Kraken, but the big verse of judgment from Gaspy, even Chromel's heart being thrown out just to get a little bit of extra damage onto that Kraken, so important for NRG. They were able to stave off the Kraken and keep their dreams alive, at least momentarily. They have a 5-kill lead. The gold lead has all but evaporated. It's about a 1,000 gold advantage for NRG, but that hardly even matters anymore. Because one bad fight is all it will take for One Piece 101 to finish this game now.
Certainly will. Energy on their last leg. 0-1 down in this best of 3. One Piece, they just need to take down that Vein Crystal and they have it. Now they're looking to finish it all off. Energy, they're pushing further into the lane, deeper in the lane. One Piece, they're just going to charge straight for the base. You have to port back. You have to go now. And Lost Boy Toph has stopped them. Chombo is in between them. Will they find the fills? They're going to go for it here. Monkey DeLuffy and Selena Gomez. This is a huge mistake from Energy. Gaspy's got back, but all they have to do is focus it. He's going to fall. Monkey DeLuffy, no, he gets away. Okay, the game's not over. Take a breath, Dowsey. Energy just about saved it again.
Lost Boy Toph very nearly just won the game for NRG. He couldn't quite keep Gaspy from porting home, and Gaspy ends up saving the game once more. But now NRG, they know it's a 2v3!
They're looking to try and just stab on back, look for that back door. Will they be able to find it though, as Selena Gomez should be able to escape? Lost Boy Toph may not have the same fate. No, he's fine. The Kraken, it's been caught. Monkey DeLuffy up in 20 seconds. This game is going to give me a heart attack.
What is this game as we have... Oh boy, now NRG going to be starting up the Kraken. They have a very real possibility of just securing this one, but now... Oh, Selena Gomez, you're spotted! The scout trap is there. Able to see him, and this will be Kraken going to NRG. What are One Piece 101 going to do to answer? There's a lot of vision. Both teams have vision down on the opposite side of the fold. And that's going to be good news for the side of NRG. They can see if One Piece 101 decide to try and pull some sort of sneaky backdoor, but it looks like they're going to put most of their effort into this Kraken. Be careful, Hardic is lurking.
Look how far back Gaspy is. They just know Energy that the backdoor attempt could be there. They have spotted everyone from One Piece, so it's surely not going to happen. Now they need to look to try and take the turrets as much as possible, find a winning team fight. Let us not forget, Energy held the control of this game for just under 15 minutes, and they threw it all away, but now they're looking to try and gain it back. Great block comes forward, Chombo taking so much damage. The Kraken will be taken out before this choke point turret is taken out. And we're back at it again here. This game, once more, it all comes down to one single fight or one misposition.
Oh boy, what? This is so tense. It could go either way at this point. In the gold lead, again, it's diminished to the point where it almost doesn't even matter. You've got Monkey D. Luffy finishing off a fourth offensive item, perhaps going to be going into that double broken myth just for the extra pierce. You've got so much damage coming out from both sides. These fights are so volatile. One misstep, one mistap could end up costing either of these teams the game. This is what we love to see from Vainglory.
Especially in a game where it's elimination on the line for energy. So much hope that they can bring this back. But it all comes down to the one fight. Hell's Heart blocked. It's not going to be the end for them just yet. One Piece is now they're looking to turn. Trax goes straight back in. Wait for it. It hits everyone. Everyone's silenced up. Chombo tries to turn, but there's nothing to turn on. The death from above will not connect. Energy just waiting out that barrage as they get ready to turn head. Look for the fight. But it's not going to come through just yet. Infusions, boots, everything purchased up here. Monkey D. Luffy needs to refresh his before this fight starts up once more. Now Kraken, she's going to be making her way back soon. Who will be getting the upper hand?
This is really important. Monkey does not have the gold for an infusion yet. Still 100 gold shy. So One Piece 101 are going to have to back off, but they did get control of the middle portion of the map. They got some good vision down. They'll be clearing out these camps. You have to assume that they, well, with the vision they have, they can actually move in to that jungle shop if they want to, but it's just going to be recalls, getting everything reset. Now this is the opportunity for NRG to move in, clear out all of this vision, which is exactly what they're doing. Kraken has respawned, and NRG are getting set up for it.
Chombo, he has this Norway gauntlet. What can he make with it? Can he silence out a key member so that they can get on top? Silence away. We'll have to see. This Kraken, she spawned. One Piece, they've got themselves their infuse. They're ready to fight here. And it all comes down to this one fight. As it's going to be One Piece looking to get aggressive, gain control over the vision wall, gain control over this Kraken. Chombo taking so much poke. Hell's Heart, it lands onto Toph. Alright, here we go. It's going to be that Norway Gauntlet. He's item silence. He can't do anything, but the damage is there. They're turning it on its head. It's Energy. They're charging forward. Fountain to keep this One Piece alive. And now Energy into expression as everyone gets teared apart. All of a sudden, the fight set up, but torn away by this One Piece 101 side. They're going to charge into the base, just a Vein Crystal to destroy. Now it's time to run the gauntlet. One Piece 101, they knock out Energy.
What a game, what a fight! They got the from Hell's Heart onto Lost Blade Toph. The item silence came through. It was looking so great for NRG, but Selena Gomez and Monkey D. Luffy were untouched on the back lines. Monkey got those broken myth stacks up, and as soon as he got to full stacks, it was one Surrey strike across the entire team that just chunked them down, and from there, both he and Selena Gomez were able to finish things off. And what an incredible turn of events. One Piece 101 taking game number 1 cleanly, a massive turnaround in game number 2. But they take down NRG in 2-0 fashion, crushing the dreams of NRG, making it to the Vainglory 8.
Wow, unbelievable, guys. That match was impressive for many different reasons. Specifically the fact that, you know, NRG was up early, got down late. One Piece 101 looked like they had the game. Very over aggressive with some of those pushes to try to base race, but didn't overcommit, just a little bit. Didn't lose the game all that badly, and then of course coming back into it. Dousey Tasty, that was really something. I'm kind of like lost for words here for a quick second as I kind of just think about some of the way that game unfolded, some of the things that stood out to me. The biggest thing was I actually was really impressed with how well Hardik played that Krull. I mean, he played it, you know, into the late game. They stayed out just long enough, barely escaping near certain death early, or that mid game, and then of course he continued to be consistent with it, almost bringing them back within fighting distance with those over aggressive plays by 101.
Right, you look at the stats. Gaspy 9-2-1 to finish the game on a Dargio late game carry. Didn't go for 4 items offensive. I probably would have wanted to see that 4th item. Perhaps we see it a lot in the VG8. You say Hardict, such a great play, but consistently, Lost Boy Toph either eating up a Hell's Heart and then surviving, or blocking it outright. Most of them were blocked. It really came down to just consistent play from Lost Boy Toph. One Piece 101, they clawed their way back into the game. It wasn't a easy win for them. At 26-minute, basically call it 27 brawl, and just through great play, great positioning from them to be able to win fights from behind.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing here was the fact that we had that Hardic versus Toph matchup. I mean, these two guys split ways after leaving Cloud9. And One Piece 101, they get the last laugh. They'd be able to come out here and win this over what I guess, you could say they're kind of like, enemies now in the fold, as they, maybe left not on the best terms, or maybe just looking to start their own paths. So that allows them to kind of, vindicate themselves here tonight. And, Toph gets that victory for his team. They are a much different team when Lost Boy Toph plays for them, Tasty. Tasty might have lost.
They look. I'm back now. I was grabbing a little bit of water. They look a lot cleaner. I mean, that second game wasn't really clean by either team's standards. But you have to wonder, if they didn't bring in Lost Boy Toph, we may be seeing Energy having moved past One Piece 101 there.
Yeah.
He's just. They really do. It looks like they just have a little bit more confidence. Not a lot more. Like they obviously are still very comfortable with Polly in there, but when Lost Boy Toph comes in, it's just that something extra just seems to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say that, when you look at NRG, it always felt like they could win these games, even when they're behind. Just the way that Hardic loves to be aggressive. They'll surprise you. They'll catch you out of position. They'll wait in a bush. They'll gank you. Even in the late game, in the jungle, they'll just come up on you. And so even when they're behind, you feel like they have a chance. But One Piece 101 really, put together a pretty overall good match until they exposed the Vein Crystal. I would say they really came back into it, played really well, played kind of the defensive gameplay they needed to, until they exposed that Vein Crystal. And once they did that, they were making a lot of attempts to kind of get in there and finish the game off. And that attempt actually exposed them, opened them up, and allowed NRG to start to claw their way back into this game. But the real unsung hero of all of this has to be how incredibly powerful some of these people are on this Vox. This Double Tyrant's Monocle just seems to be very, very difficult. In some cases, we're seeing it 2v3 enemy teams. That's really hard to deal with when you're going up. You get a man down on the enemy team, and you still can't put it away because the damage from Vox is just too much.
Not only the damage from Vox, but that last series strike coming through from the sky, it turned the fight around so much. It enabled Vox to just get in there and start bouncing on forward, gave him the confidence to be able to go, you know what, I will output my damage and kill them before they can kill me, focus target me. It was just such a team effort from One Piece 101.
Right.
Everyone played their role towards the end. Such a master class in how to turn a game around.
Well, they did, and they're moving on to the next round, which we will be streaming, and this will actually be the deciding match here tonight for who makes it out of the loser bracket. But first, we actually got to step back and finish off this round number 8 with Team Rage Pingers, who made it past Enforcers, going up against the Giraffes, who just dropped down to the loser bracket tonight. We'll be getting to game number 2, as game number 1 did take place not too long ago. We'll be right back, though, after this short break. All right, everybody, we are back getting ready for this matchup. It is going to be Team Rage Pingers going up against Team Giraffes, and both of these teams looking to make a statement. Rage Pingers actually the higher seed here, but falling down to the loser bracket much early on as Giraffes made their way all the way into the playoffs, staying in the winner's bracket. So, you know, what that means is they've really got a decent shot at winning this. They've been playing really well. But it's going to be a big game for them as Rage Pingers coming in here hot into the playoffs, trying to make sure that, you know, they do the best they can to kind of make it to the top here. I believe this is, Giraffes won game number 1. I'm going to actually check real quick. All right. But Team Rage Pingers now on A side. Yeah, Giraffes won game number 1, so we're going to be getting ready into this matchup in just a second here as we get ready. Here we go. We got the rosters up for you guys, so let's get right into it. Team Rage Pingers with, sorry, we got that backwards here for you guys, so sorry. It is Giraffes with Juan Hernandez, Bradley, and Not Paralyzed, and Team Rage Pingers got the Maurice the Beast, the Big Dog, the Blank, and Eddie All. And they're looking to come in to this series. They are number 4, but they're on the B side here in this next game. They actually were in the loser bracket, so you know they kind of fall behind as far as Giraffes gets the upper hand. Although we did hear Giraffes chose B side for game number 1, so they actually are going to have A side here in the second game, even though they were dropped down into loser bracket the last. But we're about ready to get started here. Just going to check, make sure Tasty, Bacon, and Dowsy are back.
Yep.
Certainly are. Wouldn't miss this game for the world, man.
Awesome. Well, I think we're ready to get started here.
So, set the scene. Giraffes, they took game 1.
Yep.
Now, can they come back into the game? This matchup here, Team Rage Pingers wanting to reverse sweep Giraffes to go up against One Piece 101. We'll have to see. Giraffes, they faltered against Liberation X. They didn't look like they were capable of playing to the style that Liberation X wanted to show, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard task to then go up against Team Rage Pingers and then One Piece 101 to then fight for that 3rd place in the Challenger Battles. I don't know. If they can take this game, then their truest of tests will be against One Piece 101.
It really will be. I mean, they came in strong in the first matchup, it would appear. They were able to take it against Rage Pingers, who is a very strong team. Rage Pingers were able to take down Enforcers earlier in the day. And obviously, this is the top. We're down to the top 6 teams now left, and after this game, actually technically we're down to 5 already. So after this game, we'll be down to just 4 teams remaining. So definitely, you know, very high up there in the skill. It's just a matter of who is going to be able to take that little bit extra that's needed to outdo your opponents at this level of play.
Yeah, guys, and sorry, I was just taking care of some logistics here as we kind of try to sort through some positions on A side and B side here, but we should be getting ready for this game in just a few seconds as we get here late in the night. This is game number 2. Giraffes took game number 1, and we'll be starting this in a second, but I think this is a really big surprise. Giraffes at 14 seed have really come in strong. They did fall to Liberation X, I think just because Liberation X is so strong, but when you look at the rest of the teams on the field, Giraffes really stands a chance to go into the next round. They will be facing One Piece 101, and so One Piece 101 will have to now, of course, defeat another team that was in the winner's bracket at the start of today to make it all the way into the challenge battles, but we should be starting in just a few seconds.
It's a pretty great story for Giraffes, right? You know, Team Rage Pingers seeded 4th, Giraffes seeded 10 below them at 14th. Currently 1 game up in this series, certainly looking strong, certainly looking to rectify their errors of their first series against Liberation X, probably the strongest team in the North American Challenger Series at the moment. Giraffes, they've definitely been a bit of an underdog story, and I would love to see them go up against One Piece 101 for their chance.
Yeah, absolutely. See which of those teams will be joining the likes of Necrolite and Liberation X, already confirmed in the challenge battles. The seeding will be determined tomorrow, but today we find out who will be in those challenge battles. That's what's most important, is just getting to the show. Is where you end up there is obviously also very important, but your seeding, you don't really care about your seeding if you're not even in there.
Right, exactly. I feel like seeding, whilst it's something for context, it literally means nothing anymore now we're at this playoff stage, because the teams that have made their way here have made their way here through skill, they've made their way here through talent, they've made their way here through determination, whatever it may be. It all just comes down to these matchups now, and the one at a time mentality of the gauntlet that you just have to take it one match at a time.
Every match needs to be every match is your most important match of the tournament until you get into, honestly, until you lose completely, but until you're in those challenge battles first and foremost. But we are getting underway, the draft kicking off, and right away we have the Adagio and the Lyra getting banned.
Yep, nothing out of the ordinary here. Now, what will we see Giraffes lock in? What are they going to prioritize in this draft here? It's going to be the Lance. Makes a lot of sense. Lance has been such a potent hero so far this meta.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fortress is available. I don't know if you pick the Fortress into the Lance, though. It's a lot of burst. Fortress not really that strong in terms of durability. But it's definitely an option. You got the Vox as well available. But they're going to go for the Arden right away. So Rage Pingers clearly putting a bit of priority there.
Going to be a tough game for Rage Pingers here. They need to come back from a deficit. For those who weren't here when we introduced this series, it's currently ongoing. Giraffes, they won game 1. They're 1-0 up in this series, a best of 3. So Rage Pingers now, they're on the back foot. They need to equalize the score, then play that final match. Arden and Ringo, their choices here.
So we'll see what the side of Giraffes decide to use to try and close this series out 2-0 and lock up that match against One Piece 101. It's going to be a Celeste. See where they put the Celeste, though, because there are options. You can put it in the jungle, you can put it in the lane. Sky being hovered, so is Taka. A couple of different picks being thought about here.
One certainly has been a person who's loved his CP laners. One of the few to be prioritizing it in this meta. The big dog, hovering that Taka. Taka, such a great pick into Celeste. Almost nothing she can do about defending herself, and he's gonna lock it in.
Alright, so Sky, Taka, the final 2 picks for each of these teams. Let's see where the Sky and Celeste are going to go. I have a feeling it's going to be Celeste in the lane, with Sky coming out of the jungle. But it's going to be interesting to watch the Sky Taka matchup, if that is the case. And it looks like it is as we get into the loading screen to get onto the fold.
Where's Koshka, man? Makes you wonder. She's been so instrumental, and we haven't seen much of her yet. But let's not talk about it, because it's all about the Select 1 picking it up here in this matchup. The CP laner, not many teams prioritizing it, since CP junglers just seem to be the norm. And it is going to be the big dog on this CP Taka to bring us to the fold. This matchup, Giraffes, they're currently 1-0. The Rage Pingers looking to equalize the series. Let's get into it.
And with Taka being the pick, this is one of the few times where I like the Weapon Sky. Weapon Sky does much better into Taka than the Crystal Sky does, just because you're more about the basic attacks, and the forward barrage is nice. You get a nice little slow on it once you have a certain amount of weapon power, but you don't have to worry about Taka throwing down that forward barrage and just immediately having him flip over you and just being like, oh, well, there goes all my damage. You can just turn around and start attacking him now as the weapons guy. But early aggression here.
Yeah, no, a lot of early aggression coming forward here from Giraffes as they're looking to see if they can punish this aggression from Rage Fingers. Doesn't look like there'll be too much forward as they're just going to head back to the lane here. The Celeste, she falls back. She gets an early, second usage of the energy battery there just to make sure that she can continue throwing out those Hilo Genesis, depending on how you want to pronounce the plural. Genesises or Genocide, I don't know.
Usually just go for
Goose and
Helios.
Mises, right?
Helios is usually the much
Goose and
easier way.
Geeses.
But either way, Helios dropping, and a couple of them going Supernova. This Juan Hernandez is going to be looking to farm against the Blank. Blank and Eddie all going to be tasked with trying to stay safe long enough for this Ringo to find some advantages and maybe get this Taka involved in the lane. But right now in the jungle,
Bit of a 1v1 as Paralyzed taking huge damage, but look at this, Giraffes! They immediately rotate down, and now the big dog's in a bit of trouble. Is he going to be able to get out of this one? No, he's just looking to go straight back on in. No fear, but he gets stunned up, and that's the core collapse, finding the first blood there for one. One kill onto the Celeste.
excellent job by Juan Hernandez and the rest of Giraffes to rotate down when they realized that their jungler was in trouble. The rest of Rage Fingers not able to respond in time. And just like that, first blood onto this lane Celeste. It's going to be good news for Juan Hernandez.
Certainly is an early advantage, going to help out, allow the Celeste to get to a point where she's starting to stack up her items, becoming a threat. The big dog though, Storm Guard banner completed, looking to start building towards that utility / CP damage point. And I feel like it's not all. Oh, okay, never mind. Tension bow on Ringo, tasty bacon.
Yeah, I mean, very clearly going to be looking for very early trades, looking to take advantage of the Celeste. Obviously taking a little while to ramp up. He really wants to get to level 8 so that she can do things safely from a long distance with the upgraded range on Heliogenesis. But if you have the Tension Bow from the Ringo and the Storm Crown Aftershock from Taka, you can really just kind of blow her up in an instant before she has a chance to react. That seems to be exactly what Rage Fingers are going to look to do.
Yeah, they're looking to just lay down so much poke. I can see it. I can see it stacking up in front of my eyes. But if it goes wrong, Tasty, if it goes wrong, then the burst that can come out of a Lance, come out of a Celeste, and then that sustained damage from a weapon power Sky just constantly raining down on you. Oh man, Rage Fingers, they're going all in, aren't they? They're going for a all-in style in their matchup. A match where they lose this game, they are eliminated from the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those situations where if they don't find very quick kills, like they're looking for now.
One-on-ones are good for them. They can find one-on-ones, it's great, but that's a great route, and now here comes that Heliogenesis. Rage Fingers, as soon as the first one flies out, they have to fall back. If they can find someone by themselves, then it works out well, but this, I don't know, man. I'm on the edge of my seat. I hope everyone else is.
Absolutely, and again, that was just kind of a prime example. They have a ton of damage up front. The big dog doesn't have his damage quite yet, but if they can blow up a target immediately, they'll be able to find those kills. But if they don't get the kills quick, then you bring in the opportunity for the side of Giraffes to return it. Juan Hernandez maybe having a bit of issues there, just kind of standing still under the turret. That's not something that we want to see in such an important matchup.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. Does look like Juan is just taking a nap there. Not quite in. Here he is.
There we go.
Back. No worries. Gonna throw out
Got
one
a phone call.
Heliogenesis, and now the death from above actually gonna stun up this. I don't know, nice route. They're not in position just yet. Here comes the big dot, straight into a burst. Where is the damage coming forward? One doesn't have his Solar Storm, cannot go for that kill just yet, but they're certainly looking for Ediel here. The big dog, he's going to run away. Ediel going to go down, and that's the blank knocked against the wall. The big dog dives in. He finds 2 in response for himself, but just 1, sorry. And now he has to try and escape Bradley here. That's just going to be a Giffian's war. Impale does miss. Big dog looking to try and go stealth, but there's just no way he gets out of this alive. Surely no way. There it is. The kill goes over. Not quite an ace. He definitely stalled long enough to allow his teammates to return, but Taras with a 3-kill lead and a 1,000 gold advantage.
A very nice job by the big dog to at least delay that kill coming through as long as possible.
Oh no.
How about this? A 6.5-minute infusion.
Yeah, it's not been popped just yet. Holding on to it for now, but man, that could have been so close for 1. Able to escape. Not this time, he says.
So, not paralyzed, and Juan Hernandez going to be building up. You have the Sorrow Blade completed for not paralyzed on the sky. Frostburn for Juan Hernandez. Just going to make it as difficult as possible for the enemies to escape. Big Dog gets spotted out and immediately thrown into the wall.
This is such a important match. The losers bracket. Currently Rage Finger's in trouble, as it's going to be Drafts looking to try and aggress. The big dog, he's stealthed up. He's looking for Bradley. His flare spots out the Taka. Rage Pingers, they lost game 1 against Giraffes. Now this game 2 could just eliminate them from the Challenger series. They're looking for a bit of aggression. They're looking to make this burst work for them. But 1 right at the back line. Not going to allow it just yet. Core Collapse goes down. That's a key ingredient to keep him alive. And here's Big Dog looking for the execute. Not going to be able to find it just yet, though. 2 deep under the turret, and 1 not going to fall just yet.
Needs to be careful. I was actually going to recall here just to make sure that there isn't any chance of going down. Picks up an Eve of Harvest. Really like this pickup as a second item. It will allow Juan Hernandez to have a little bit more sustainability in the lane, or when these fights break out, it won't be as easy to take the Celeste down. 2-0-2 for Juan Hernandez thus far. The only death being not paralyzed. But not paralyzed has been doing a good job of farming up the jungle as well. 53 CS to the 43 of the big dog. Has a bit of a lead there, but Big Dog's going to be able to farm up pretty quickly and efficiently now the Storm Crown is complete. And looks like he's actually going to forego the Aftershock, so maybe just looking to go into the Shatterglass.
Ooh, Bradley finds it engaged, but currently Crafts are just falling back. 1 looking to lay down the damage. You can see him looking for this execute onto Ediel. Ediel will survive for now. Solar Storm, it's available. Big Dog so low. Here comes the strike. Doesn't quite find the kill just yet, and Paralyze has to escape. There's Ringo, the tension bow, bursting on down. 1 not able to find the execute just yet. Whew.
So many low health bars after that engagement. You had not paralyzed, just barely sneak out of there at the end. The blank narrowly avoids getting stunned up. Look at that tension bow damage, just chunking Juan Hernandez's health down to half. When those procs hit, especially if it comes with a crit at the back end of it too, it is just going to really do some massive damage. Sorrow Blade completed as well for the blank. Just going to increase the damage output even further. Not paralyzed, it's just picked up an infusion. So we'll see if the side of Giraffes can make use of that.
Yeah. It's big purchase. Let's see. This game, despite the early lead for Giraffes, just feels so tight because Rage Pingers, they're looking for that all-in burst. If they don't find it, then it allows Giraffes to start looking to try and turn a kill. At the moment, though, it's going to be the big dog entering the lane. No turrets have been taken at this 10-minute mark. No objectives have been secured. Look how safe 1 is currently positioning right at the back here. The big blank tries to walk forward, tries to find some damage, it just gets returned by the Helo Genocide. Now, Giraffes positioning, trying to do the damage, Paralyze doing his best, but they just have to be so careful because the big dog, his ability to burst them is so huge.
And, I mean, if you combine the big dog with the blank, and the amount of burst they have between them is just massive. You mentioned the game feels really tight, Dowsey. A lot of that is because despite that 4-1 kill lead for Giraffes, they're actually still technically behind in gold by a very slim amount, but still behind nonetheless. Ediel going to be standing here holding the lane so that the blank doesn't lose any minions to the turret. Very smart play from both sides as they look to move up just a little bit, trying to find any sort of advantage they can get. Not paralyzed, he's being a little bit careful, but he has a feeling someone's in that brush, flares it out, and they're going to be spotting it.
Yeah, going straight onto the sky here. It's not paralyzed trying to escape, but Big Dog is on him. This is a series strike, puts him in position. The fountain not going to heal him enough. The kill goes Big Dog's way. The gauntlet has locked them all in. One stunned on up. Here comes the Ringo. He's trying to get away, but no savior will find the day. 2 kills goes to the Rage Pingers there. The Big Dog able to escape alive, and Bradley the last man alive. Now focusing on this gold miner as the Big Blank tries to secure the turret. Bradley doing his best to stop him, but that Impale Pale missing is not going to help. That should be turret and gold miner going their way. Rage Pingers all of a sudden leap 3,000 gold into the lead.
Yeah, that was a huge turn of events. The Big Dog's been doing such a good job thus far of avoiding damage coming out from Juan Hernandez. I don't think he's gotten hit by the one core collapse early on that caused a death, but since then has been doing such a good job of dodging those out. I mean, using the chitin at the right times when necessary, but mostly just relying on the speed of Taka when you have those key stacks built up. And if the Taka is able to be elusive enough, it can really help set up some kills for the blank like we just saw.
Certainly can. Can't wait to see the next fight. Huge gold swing. 4,000 gold for Rage Pingers. Giraffes. Will they understand the amount of gold that's just suddenly flown their opponent's ways? They're going to have to play so carefully. You can see one not going for any defensive items, doing their best to just go full offensive here. Frostburn, Eve of Harvest, Shatterglass looking like the next purchase before any defensive comes forward. Makes things very, very difficult if the Big Dog's able to get on top of the Celeste. If the Blank is able to land some shots onto Celeste, it just so much damage going to come her way.
I'll be interested to see if the Blank ends up selling the Tension Bow once we get later in the game, once the rest of his build is finished. But right now, a lot of this is going to be on Juan Hernandez and trying to stay safe. Not Paralyzed does have the breaking point, so he'll be able to stack up a little bit, but not a whole lot of damage coming out from that forward barrage. Here comes the Hellfire Brew onto Juan Hernandez. That's going to hit because, like you mentioned, no defense, no reflex block there.
No Crucible either, so there's no way to get them out of this gauntlet if it goes down. Giraffes, man, we criticize them for no defense against Liberation X once more. No defense, no fear, but no results either.
At least not yet. Juan Hernandez really needs to get this Broken Myth online. Once Broken Myth is down for Celeste, that's when we might see fights start to go the way of Giraffes. As, you know, the damage ramp up is going to be massive. Find a little bit of damage here, but they need to be careful.
Yeah, it's going to be that gauntlet going down. Paralyzed able to get out, but Bradley not going to find the same fate. Big Dog finds the first, and Bradley shall go down as well. The Solar Storm reigns, and that good knockdown means damage is traded onto Big Dog. He's trying to get onto one here in the back line. The Crystal Sentry loses its second life. The tie score 4-4. But the gold says a different story. It's 6,000 thereabouts in the lead for the Rage Pingers. And once more, a risky composition from the Giraffes. This mage, this kite composition, it's just not being executed upon.
Yeah, again, Weapon Sky, it's better than Crystal Sky into the Taka, but I just still, it hasn't been performing terribly well across any level of competition.
Ooh. Juan's looking for the still. Will he be able to find it? The core collapse onto Blank, and that's just the Big Dog annihilating him! Not paralyzed! Their next target, they're just going to turn straight on the crack and take it down. one. He wished upon a star, but no stars, no wishes would ever favor him. And now the Rage Pingers with the Kraken can turn this game down.
I really just like the way Rage Pingers have played this game again, focusing on just the burst damage, blowing up this Celeste before she has an opportunity to really get rolling. The Broken Myth is completed, but hasn't really been able to be used, as it took a long time to get, and again, just the damage when the Blank has a tension bow proc, and the big dog jumps in. They are just deleting Celeste. Like I said, no defensive items. Makes her an extremely vulnerable, extremely squishy target. Here we go.
Oh, there it is. Gauntlet and one! Just destroyed. No way to react. Ariel taking a bit of damage from this forward barrage, but the big dog, he goes in for a second dip. That's going to be, we're not paralyzed, taken very low. The Kraken, she's pushing in. Rage Pingers want to equalize this series. Those turrets aren't going to stand very long. So the big dog keeps not paralyzed off of the fight. That's the second turret falling, and now the Vein Crystal to be focused down by the Rage Pingers. Eddie's still alive, the death from above to do some work, but one finds a huge solar storm. Just not enough though. Too little, too late. Rage Pingers take game 2. They equalize the series.
We didn't get the game number 1, but I was told that it was a lengthy game, 30 minutes plus, and it was a really, really good game. This time, not the Rage Pingers coming out strong, playing into the draft of Giraffes almost perfectly. Like that, they just completely countered out that Celeste, never allowed her to get rolling. And as a result, we are going to game number 3.
Yes, we are, everybody. Another game number 3. This really seems to be par for the course tonight, as we have had several game number 3s now, and a lot of other series win game number 3. Rage Pingers versus Enforcers was a 3-game series as well. So, yeah, wow. This a lot to say here. I think what you guys mentioned before is really spot on. Tasty, they went into the draft, right? I'm surprised we didn't see Giraffes pull out Akashka. It was on the board. They could have taken it. I would have loved to see that more early game aggression, but because they picked up that Sky, you got a last pick. They got that Taka pick that they can put away, and the Taka really played well into that. And Big Dog, I think this is to his strength, able to dodge around those Heliogenesis, dodge out of those core collapses, and get behind the back line to try to take down the Sky or Celeste as quickly as possible. It worked out. And I think when we get ready for game number 3, that's something that Giraffes really need to make sure they hone in on. I mean, clearly, they have what it takes to take out Rage Pingers, but if they give the draft over and they don't respect what you kind of can see, the wide hero play, the wide hero pool coming from, like Big Dog, who can play a lot of stuff in the jungle, you're really going to get into a bad, sticky situation. And that one definitely for sure. That was a really, really close game for the early part of it, but Rage Pingers just took it over and completely under control once we got past the mid game.
You know, Hernandez, he considers himself Obi-Wan Kenobi, but we've all seen how the Phantom Menace goes, and he just gets chopped down, taken out by the lightsaber-wielding Darth Maul. You know, Taka, he's got 2 swords. Hey, I see the similarities, but
You mean
it's all about
Qui-Gon
this
Jinn?
game 3 now. Oh man, I've just completely ruined. I'm not a nerd.
Oh,
Screw it.
wow. Yeah, so just spoiler alert, Obi-Wan does not get chopped down by Darth Maul, but
Dang it.
so anyways,
Hey, that
there's a-
third movie doesn't count anyway, right?
Oh, wow. I mean, it depends on who you talk to, but we're going to be getting ready for this. You're right, Taka really played good into that comp. I mean, you had a Sky, you had a Celeste, and although I think if you had those core collapses landing, you probably would have been able to catch that Taka, but Big Dog played it so perfectly. Very slippery. You couldn't quite get those stuns. Maybe would have loved to have seen a support that would have played better into that composition, but ultimately it didn't work out. And Big Dog played it very, very well. I think we really can't underestimate or underspeak that, because that really is important. Ataka could have easily gotten locked down, and we did see actually very early the Lance doing a good job at trying to use those Githian walls to catch out Ataka in the bush, maybe stun him up in the wall as often, but it wasn't consistent enough and it wasn't as reliable as like a Catherine stun would have been. So they last picked it. They got that surprise up on Giraffes. So now it's back to Giraffes on B side. Let's see how this goes. So I think we're ready to go. Everyone's back. Just waiting for you, Dalsey, to get back into this game.
Yep, finally got my invite. Unfortunately, got kicked from the party, but we're back in it.
We're back and ready to go. Alright, so for me, looking at this, I feel like on B side, Giraffes does kind of have slight advantage. They kind of know what to expect. They already won a game on B side over Ragepinger, so we're getting right into it, Tasty. What do you expect to see coming out? Surprisingly, already the first ban, and it is an interesting one.
I mean, it's not too much of a surprise to see Fortress get banned away first. We've seen a lot of Fortress impact already today, and so they're going to answer with the Adagio that leaves the Lyra open, and Ragepingers very quickly grabbing that one.
It's going to be... you know what? I just want to see Giraffes change. Play something a little bit more meta. Something that they can execute upon. And they're going to do it. Okay, here we go. Vox Lance, certainly a strong composition. They're up against a Lyra. That jungle pick from Not Paralyzed, I think, is the thing that holds them all together.
And we'll see what they decide to grab there. Or if they make the Lance be their jungle, that is an option as well. But Kestrel going to come out for the side of Ragepingers. See if it ends up being the Crystal Kestrel. They can have the same kind of performance that we saw Monkey D. Luffy have earlier today. And they're thinking about pairing it with this Ringo, which would likely lean towards it being a Crystal Kestrel, but they're going to take the Koshka. Like to see the Koshka, not so happy about the fact that it's very likely going to be a Weapon Kestrel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a Weapon Kestrel in the lane. The Koshka finally comes forward. What do you go up against it? Oh no, Tasty
Swap
Bacon.
heroes.
I know you're. I can imagine your face right now, Tasty Bacon, with the Samuel locked in.
Well, one bad pick deserves another. And I mean, I don't feel like Samuel's terribly good at the moment. I don't feel like the Weapon Kestrel is terribly good at the moment either, especially against the Vox. I feel like Vox just has a lot of advantages in that trade. The Samuel should be able to just get jumped on repeatedly by the Koshka, and you have the Lyra portals that can kind of mess up what he's trying to do a bit as well. It's going to be interesting though. Both of these teams backs against the wall. Game 3, winner take all. Loser goes home. The prize waiting for them at the end of this one is going to be a matchup against One Piece 101.
Winners takes all, and what they get is another chance to fight. It's not done yet. It's survival of the fittest here. Ragepingers on that A side. The Giraffes on that B side as we get into this game. Tied up one apiece as said. Now, Vox Samuel lands up against this Koshka, Kestrel, and Lyra. This game, I as far as compositions are concerned, I have to give it to Ragepingers. I feel like they've drafted better, but it all comes down to the way that Giraffes play this match.
Well, in the end, it's what it always comes down to, is who can play a little bit better. Having a better draft just makes it easier to outplay your opponents at times, so see if that ends up being the case here. And y'all going to be putting a lot of pressure down onto Juan Hernandez, forcing him to have to drink some potions very early.
Yeah, going to be chugging them on down. The energy obviously on the Kestrel, such a big point if you're going to be spamming those Glimmer shots, but it's a weapon power Kestrel, so we're going to see more focus on the auto attacks and trying to hit some up close Glimmer shots rather than the splash damage. You can see that he's starting to just take on down the CS, but it's this Samuel matchup and the way that the big dog plays into it. The Koshka, so much early power, I just expect him to charge straight into the jungle. In fact, that's what he's doing. Bradley has a scout trap down. He just goes past Bradley. He goes straight on to Not Paralyzed, but Giraffes are looking to execute, looking to keep this one together. Impale, it misses. The big dog, he's being chased out of the jungle. Has Eddie to heal him back up. Should be able to just keep it on going, yeah. He goes back in. Wow, all the game. It's just a game. This kitty cat's playing with you. But at the moment, Rageping is in a bit of a pickle. Bradley, he's been left by himself. One ruining the corner, but Bradley will fall. First blood goes to the big dog. And he was just playing so confidently in their jungle.
Yeah, constantly moving around, using the movement speed of the Koshka to avoid multiple impales during that invasion. It took quite a bit of time, but they do get that first blood eventually. I like what Not Paralyzed is doing here, going into the Ragepinger's jungle to steal away at least one camp, but now will the Blank be able to find this kill? Can try and hunt them down, but looks like the Blank is more interested in these minions. Will be able to take those. Tries to throw a shot at where Not Paralyzed might have been recalling, but was not correct in the guess. So Not Paralyzed will just get that one treant and back out.
You know, Tasty Bacon, you only get one shot here to make it count, and this is the last shot as One's looking for a kill for himself. Currently, Giraffes looking to make the most of their scenario. They need this win just as much as the Ragepingers do, not to be eliminated here in the third game. They had the game won in the bag, but unfortunately for them, the Ragepingers were able to bring it on back. Here comes the big dog. He's running around, looking for that 1 versus 3 as he dives straight on into One. We'll be able to just walk away. It's just a love tap, nothing else. This game is so close, but currently the Ragepingers hold a pretty sizable CS lead.
Yeah, pretty sizable CS lead that is translated to about a 1,000 gold lead as the jungle intensifies 4 minutes in. Does mean that the Giraffes get their first chance at picking up some items on the shop on their way by. Juan Hernandez gonna be grabbing some components. Meanwhile, you look on the other side, you've already got the completed Sorrow Blade for the Blank as he recalled to pick that one up. So slight item advantage in terms of the flat damage output. Going to be going the way of the Blank.
Yeah, the Blank, Sorrow Blade, like you said. I want to see Ragepingers look to try and execute with it. They've got the Koshka. She's about halfway to hitting level 6, and Not Paralyzed is getting taken down a lot as Bradley caught at the shop just purchasing up a fountain. That fountain, though, it only favors Giraffes at this point as Ediel doesn't have one of his own. Once more, we see a slow start to this game. The Ragepingers, they were so slow in their previous game to pull themselves back into the game, pull themselves back into a lead. At the moment, they're taking things equally as slow as the Blank, actually. Maybe in a bit of a bobber. Bradley's knocked him up against the wall. Ediel going to come back in, put down that sigil. Paralyzed here as well, but here comes the big dog. Level 6 in the Yummy Catnip Frenzy. Straight on to Paralyzed. Locked down in place. Now One trying to get away. He will be the one that got away. For now, though, as Giraffes lose just one in the process. Ragepingers, they're starting to make this early composition work for them.
Yeah, picking up another kill here. Now going to look to get some pressure onto this turret with the big dog and Ediel joining in. They will get a little bit, but the turret aggro forces them back out before they can really get too much done. So just a little bit of chip damage, but if they can just continue to put pressure on the turret, every single wave, just get a little more chip damage done, they will be able to take this turret down relatively quickly. You can see those glimmer shots just do a ton of work onto that turret.
A lot of damage, and Bradley also getting caught up in the crossfire. One shot comes out. Ooh, just misses Bradley. Weapon power Kestrel, maybe not as exciting as the Kestrel of Monkey DeLuffy, but certainly would have done a bit of damage. Would have definitely tilted him that he had to press that port button again.
Right now, the Blank and Ediel both going to be porting back themselves. See what comes out as far as item purchases. You've got more components for the Blank, a lot more health for Ediel. That's going to make the sigils just heal that much more. So scaling with bonus health. Most likely going to be looking for the Crucible. Very important when you're up against the Samuel to make sure you have the Crucible for the Oblivion.
Yeah, it's going to be so crucial, but it's not there yet. That's the real important thing, like you mentioned. So, what can Giraffes do with it as One? Bradley charging into the lane. Good usage of the bright bulwark means there's no engage, and now the big dog's looking to try and take down this turret. They're going to find it, and now they're going to go straight back on in. One locked down, the one shot to connect. That's huge damage. The Oblivion not enough, and now big dog's looking for more. As not paralyzed, doing his best to heal the fountain. Drifting dark will help on out, but big dog's not done yet. Dives on forward. Going to just walk away as well. The Kestrel stealthed up Bradley. Giffian's wall to knock everyone back. But Rage Pingers full control of this match, and when Giraffes lose control, they struggle to gain it back.
Yeah, we've seen it happen a couple times now already today, where when the Giraffes fall behind, but they're looking to make something happen here.
Certainly are. It's going to be a good route onto the blank, and that's going to be one landing the shot. Now can he find any more? Edio looking like he's going to go down as double for one, and now the big dog trying to escape. Can one be that hero play?
Oh.
He will be able to. No, steals away, but it is an ace. An important one for Giraffes. They're able to catch out a greedy Rage Pingers team, find a executing blow. Now the Golden Miner should be going their way. This turret as well, as the buffed up minions crash on into it. It's going to be huge gold swinging over to them.
One shot comes out to try and steal the gold miner. Not successful. Turret goes down. And just like that, we are down to about a 1,000 gold lead. Never mind, make that 500 gold. Because the gold miner hadn't been completed yet. Juan Mendez almost gets caught out a bit there. Sonic zoom away. Will get him to safety. And so all of a sudden, Rage Pingers have to try and refocus and regain that lead that they had just gotten for themselves not too long ago.
Yep, it's all been stolen away here. Now, it's all back to this tight game where anyone could steal the lead from each other. It's going to be infuses coming out for everyone across the board. Apart from the blank, hasn't got one of his own. Currently sitting 300 gold away from it. Items, they're spiking. Breaking point monocles for one. Needs another one Tyrant monocle and he'll be fine to make it a double. Paralyzed, only sitting on that Frostburn. Not enough just yet to really doing the damage. The big dog though, he's certainly got a lot. Aftershock, almost the broken myth as well. And here comes that ultimate. Blocked up. And wait for it. Silences on up, but Giraffes not looking healthy. They have the fountain available if they want to try and re-engage with an Oblivion or an Impale, but it's just going to be the port back, holding on to their items, holding on to their ultimates, allow Rage Pingers to use theirs and not get anything. They just need to make sure they don't overextend here. So much damage can fly out. This turret under fire, one to come back into the lane. Big Blank, he's taught. Good route into the wall now as Eddie's trying to keep him alive. Big Dog turning the fight, looking for Paralyzed, but he's going to get bursted on down one. Able to find that one, and Eddie looks like he'll fall down. It's a double. One shot doesn't find the kill. It connects, but it's not enough. And Bradley has spotted the blank out as well. Going to look to try and take him down. The Impale will not connect. He charges forward with his boots up against the wall, but the block won't mean that he gets silenced. Now, this Crystal Sentry getting involved. Bradley, whoops-a-days, loses his life. Paralyzed not able to do anything to help on out. Bit messy, but it is Giraffes once more, holding on to a lead.
A bit messy is right. The blank just got caught out there. It was the idea from Big Dog and Eddie to try and answer was, I liked the idea, but unfortunately the Big Dog trying to go in on his own. If the blank isn't able to be putting damage out at the same time, they just don't seem to be able to find those kills. And because the blank had taken so much damage, he had to back out of there, couldn't really be involved. Was able to pick up that one kill on Bradley as he tries to chase him thanks to the help of the Crystal Sentry. I'm going to look for this gold miner. One shot's going to secure that. 181 gold each. Not the largest of payouts, but it's better than nothing at all. And when there's not much else on the map for you to really focus on, might as well just grab the gold mine if you have an opportunity.
Absolutely, a bit of extra gold doesn't hurt into the back pockets here. You know, it's worth mentioning that whilst these teams, they're fighting for a chance in the VG8, that's the ultimate goal. The winner of this match will be guaranteed top 4 here, Tasty Bacon. Believe?
Yep.
Top 4
though, is...
means prize money as well, so...
It does mean prize money, but for what these teams are really playing for, a fourth place finish is the same as a last place finish for them. So they want to be fighting all the way through. You have to keep that mental stamina, the mental fortitude up, because even after this game, you've got One Piece 101 waiting in the wings. Whoever can win this game will get the honor of fighting One Piece 101 for a spot in the challenge battles.
Let's see where we go then. Rage Pingers trying to dictate the momentum, the tempo as they push upon Giraffes. Not paralyzed now with an Eve of Harvest and a Crystal Infuse, looking to try and return fire as Bradley going to catch Big Dog out in the choke. Good route. Knock up against the wall, but can they find any more damage? No. The Big Dog will just heal through it all from that Imperial Sigil. Now, Monocle's completed.
And I was going to say, the Blank was nowhere near because he was farming up some minions and getting to that shop so that they can get that Tyrant's Monocle. Some good damage will be coming out of the Blank now, as long as he can find targets. You have to watch out for Juan Hernandez, though. With the Breaking Point double Monocle completed, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out of the Vox as well.
Dives forward, Big Shot tries to execute on a snipe. One takes a huge chunk of damage. That is a bright bulwark. It shows that they were worried of the route, and here it comes. They're looking to try and turn this around. Giraffes, the Big Dog's ready to dive straight onto One. Try and take him down. He's very low. The Fountain to heal Giraffes up, and the Fountain from Rage Pingers as a return. The Impale comes forward. It's the Lyra locked in, but Bradley sniped away. The shots come forward. A trade, though, is evident. And now Ediel on the return as it's a double for One. Here comes the Cut-Knit Frenzy. Can he turn around? No! The ace for Giraffes. They find another ace for themselves. Now looking to push the wave.
That seemed a little bit desperate from the Big Dog to try and go in at the very end there. These fights, though, are so close. The real turning point for me in that one was just that the Blank and Ediel were kind of standing next to each other for a while, looking for an opportunity to get in, and Not Paralyzed was getting those Drifting Dark Malice and Verdicts onto them. Hit them with, I think, 3 or 4 hits that just chunked out both of them really heavily before they committed to that fight. By the time they went all in on it, yes, they got the kill on Bradley, but they had already lost too much damage themselves. And it was Giraffes able to pick up the teamfight victory, steal away a lot of the jungle, just get that gold continuing to slowly grow in their favor once more. So we hit 15 minutes. Kraken is awakening. And now these teams, everything gets that much more intense.
Thankfully, Juan has picked himself up. A reflex block finally against Akoshka. Prioritizing the ability to not get locked down at the 15-minute mark here, where one slip could cost the game. You know, I guess I can see some worth in prioritizing damage early on. If you feel like you're not going to slip too far out of the game, it's certainly worked out for Giraffes. It's a risky strategy, don't get me wrong, but it's worked out this time. Maybe not against Liberation X.
Yeah,
now this Kraken's on the map.
I was going to say, Juan Hernandez has been very confident in his positioning thus far. Only one death in this game for him.
One death for Juan Hernandez. Wow.
Lots
it's late here. It's almost 5 AM. We're starting to lose our marbles. But who will lose their marbles in this game is the question, Tasty. As Bradley taking huge poke. Rage Pingers, they're landing it onto him. This Samuel does not have a broken myth. It's probably worth noting. Every time he throws out those Malice and Verdicts, it's not stacking up, not becoming more powerful. Be a crucial item, I feel, like this next one for him. But damage one, it's going to get engaged upon. The Crucible goes out. Wait for it, doesn't connect. It's big damage. Blank is very low. Rage Fingers have to disengage here as Paralyzed starting to throw out a bit of damage. One shot will land onto Bradley, but he's not the main target. Can Giraffes really start up the Kraken is the question. Yes, people are low on Rage Fingers, but they've got a Lyra. They can heal it up.
It looks like neither team is ready to commit after that. They're going to be backing off once again. 17 minutes in now. And again, the later this goes, the longer those death timers become, the more and more important every little bit of positioning is. Infusion's coming out for everyone. And Bradley was actually pretty far out on his own there for a little while. Does get back to the rest of his team. Not paralyzed, recalling Kraken starting up by the Ragefingers.
Yeah, and that recall is so not this time from Giraffes because the Kraken's it's going down so quickly. Bradley, he's the only one really in position, but they position aggressively. They're able to stop it. That's going to be not paralyzed coming in. Now they have a chance to look to try and change the tides. The Kraken disengaged. No one wanting to commit to going for that big beast. However, looking to go aggressive here. Not going to find too much.
I was going to say, Ragefingers had no idea that Not Paralyzed had just recalled. Otherwise, they could have very much committed to that Kraken and taken it down. But just the threat of knowing that all of Giraffes might have been right around the corner forced them to stop it when they had already done about 3/4 of the Kraken's health. That is going to be something that they are going to be very frustrated about when they watch this VOD back if they don't win this game.
Right. Now Giraffes, they have pushed aggressively. The one shot to land on Juan himself, but it's not too much damage. Just a bit of his health. They're going to go aggressive though. Will they be able to find anything? Is the question. That Oblivion goes at it, blocked up Juan, and not going to be able to escape that yummy catnip frenzy, and it's all gone wrong for Giraffes. The burst able to be connected. Now Ragefingers can afford to start up this Kraken because they know for sure Juan will not be there.
And Not Paralyzed and Bradley, the only two alive. See if they can try and steal this away. The big dog's getting taken pretty low by this Kraken. The healing will come out. Are they going to go for this steal? It's getting close. Beautiful Bright Bulwark to completely cancel any steal attempt. And that will be Kraken unleashed for the Ragefingers. And they close this one out. Is tied one apiece. Crystal Sentry's going to fall. First time for that this game. Almost 20 minutes in. Ragefingers, they have 4 turrets, sorry, that they need to try and go through. Oh, Bradley!
He is caught down. Lots of damage. They're turning it back around here, Giraffes. At least they're trying to as Juan tries to return fire. They're going to have to fall back. Fountain available, but it doesn't matter. They'll hold on to it. They'll go back. They will heal up on their fountain as the Kraken going to start rushing on down the base. All comes down to this for the Giraffes as Ragefingers looking to try and secure the game for themselves. This Kraken doing the work. This choke point turret not long for this world. And Giraffes aren't quite able to find the damage just yet. The big dog, he dies on in. Juan, he's so low. The fountain necessary to keep him alive. And the Kraken will find that choke point turret for the Ragefingers. Now they're going to push into the base, look to try and complete it right here, but the energy bars are low, health bars low as well, so they're going to leave the Kraken for dead. 2 turrets certainly is a success for the Ragefingers. They're going to equalize the gold, but almost gold doesn't mean anything when you hit this 40,000 mark. What matters is who can get the upper hand in a fight.
Yeah, look at this build for the blank. A Sorrow Blade, double monocle, and a breaking point. Has a little bit more damage than Juan Hernandez does if they can get the fight going the way they want. It's really those resonance bounces that can allow Juan Hernandez to stack up the breaking point just a little bit quicker. Koshka, for the big dog, only has the Aftershock and the Broken Myth, so damage is going to be slipping behind a little bit of what Not Paralyzed is able to do. Not Paralyzed still hasn't been able to finish that Broken Myth for himself, though, and you mentioned that's going to be a really key item, Dowsy. Not having it is not being able to stack up really, I think, has hurt Not Paralyzed a lot. Here we go.
Yeah, it's another gauge for the Ragefingers. They're looking to try and take this one down. Juan able to block up that one, the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, but is it enough to keep him alive as the big dog's still in hot pursuit, diving onto Bradley, just keeping up to pace. Gonna get that speed boost from the pit. Itchel coming in. Not Paralyzed bursted, but look at Juan! He's going forward! He's looking for that 1 in a million play! Will he be able to find it as he gets another? No, Ediel just survives, but the Crystal Sentry gonna come forward, try and find that hack onto the big blank. The Blank doing his best to duck and dive. One goes low. One! A double kill for the Blank! 1 versus 2, and he takes down both of the damage threats. Incredible stuff. But now they're going to look to do the damage. This game.
Minions.
How do you do that?
That was unbelievable. I mean, the Glimmer Shot caught one and was enough damage there, and then a basic attack just came out immediately to the side. Instant reflexes for the Blank to pick that one up. That was so crazy. Rage Pingers, they're going to be working on this Kraken. Not much energy on either Eddie or the Blank. Bradley is lurking. One impale is all he needs to steal this away. One shot's going to be used. Doesn't quite secure it. That was risky. But they do get the Kraken in the end. Only 2 turrets remaining between Rage Pingers and the loser get finals.
Same stuff. They're going to take out the second life of this Crystal Sentry. 1 remaining. The Kraken about to push in, and Giraffes, they're trying to find a fight. They're trying to stop it up. The Blank caught out. The silence there. They're going to do the damage, but can they find the kills is the question. As the Blank tries to escape, Yummy Captain Frenzy locks down one, and one will be bursted on out. They've done it, Rage Pingers. They've taken down the main damage threat. Not paralyzed, to bet blocked up. The one shot onto Bradley as Edio escapes for now, but only to his death. And all this time, the Kraken is on the base. They're going to stop the ports, at least look for it. The big dog not able to stop Paralyzed. In fact, he may even go low as Paralyzed is going to start working at this Kraken, but it doesn't matter. That is Bradley losing his life. Not Paralyzed against 2. The Blank and the big dog and the Kraken coming forward. He's going to try and take the fight straight to them. Looking for the big dog. He's able to find it, but the Blank will take him down. Weapon power Kestrel brought to North America in style. And the Blank will secure the game for the Rage Pingers. They take the series over Giraffes 2-1 to face up against One Piece 101.
Oof, what a set. What a day of games we've had thus far. These are absolutely unbelievable. They could go either way, and it just speaks to the level of talent in the challengers that all of these teams, I mean, like you said, that was a top 4 seed, I believe, against a number 14, and it could have gone either way. It was anybody's game, anybody's series, but in the end, it is the Rage Pingers able to pick up the victory and move on, keeping their dreams alive.
Absolutely, guys. Dousey and Tasty, man. We got the full order tonight as far as matches are concerned, and they've all been really good though, right? Like every single match tonight has been phenomenal. This one included, and you know, this is actually I think the first time we've seen Vox with this double Tyrant's Monocle lose tonight, at least on stream. So typically, I mean, he's been doing like absolute wonder. They do give up Lyra and Koshka. I think that, you know, we think about like the draft, giving up Koshka doesn't seem to be a really good strategy much at all. Especially giving up the only healer left in the game and Koshka. But again, it was really, really close. Even with that, it was a really great game. I actually like what Giraffes tried to do by being poke heavy, so that, you know, if Koshka jumps in, they can back away and just poke Koshka down. But there were a lot of those cabinet frenzies that just weren't blocked, right? They landed, I mean, at least early game, the big dog was landing them a lot. I feel like that really helped secure a pretty strong mid-game for Rage Pingers as they started to take that game under control.
Rose, no reflex blocks there.
For early, yeah, for the early part.
It was just easy going for the Koshka. Giraffes, you know, it's the same thing I have noted for their game against Liberation X. You know, no defense, and it just plays into Koshka's book. It's you can't afford to allow the Koshka to do Koshka things.
Absolutely. And the big dog, he was on Taka the game before. Koshka this game, you know, clearly these assassins, he loves these. He played them very effectively tonight. So, you know, the One Piece 101, they're watching these games. They probably have to take note of that as they come into this matchup. That, you know, the big dog, he is right now red hot, as well as the blank. And we've seen 2 Castrals win really impressively tonight. And that's a bit of a surprise. You know, you talked about them maybe starting to come back into the meta, but definitely something that I don't think we were expecting to see be so dominant. And they really are turning out to be. We are going to take a quick break, everybody, as we get ready for the next series, but we are going to be starting right away, as we don't want to hesitate any longer. It's getting very late for all of these teams and here at the VIS64. So we're going to get into that in just a few moments after this break. Hey everybody, we are back getting ready for the series. The final series tonight is going to be a really good one. And it's the last one, guys. And this one is really important because this decides who is going to be the final team to make it to challenge battles. Of course, the seeding of those and the position of those will be decided tomorrow as we do the semifinals, both the finals for the loser bracket, the semifinals for winner, and then the ultimate best of 5 finals that will basically be the exclamation point to this Challenger Series tournament before we get ready for challenge battles. But we're about ready to get started. Let's take a look at the rosters for this final matchup. Alright, it is One Piece 101 versus Team Rage Pingers, and the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed. It's definitely going to be a real fascinating one here as I wait for Dowsey and Tasty Bacon to come back here into this matchup here, getting ready in just a few moments. We've seen One Piece 101 when they've got Lost Boy Toph, they're like a different team, and they got Lost Boy Toph here for this series. So Dowsey, this is definitely looking like this is One Piece 101's game to lose. They've got everything that they need. They've got the best support, one of the best supports in Challengers on their roster right now, ready to play, even though he was a sub this season. But they are going up against a red-hot Rage Pingers. I mean, they have just raged through their competition here over the last couple of series, and now they're looking to do it against 101.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, you mentioned it. One Piece 101, it's their series to lose, but hey, the Rage Pingers, they definitely put up a fight. They brought themselves back into a series that they were behind. They showed they have the mentality and the determination to keep themselves here in Challengers. Now we have to see whether or not they can do it again. The draft kicking off between these two teams. Rage Pingers on that A side, going to ban away Fortress to get this one started.
Yep, and Tasty... Oh yeah, I'm going to kick it right over to you, Tasty, to to finish this off.
Alright, so Fortress, that first ban, as you said, Dowsey, and now It's going to be up to One Piece 101 to choose what they want to take away. Thinking about the Adagio, which means it will guarantee pretty much the Lyra first pick. So One Piece, obviously you assume that they have a plan for this, because you don't just let that pick go over lightly.
No, not at all. And so Lyra will be prioritized by the Rage Pingers. But now we have to see whether or not One Piece 101 have something up their sleeves. The fin locked in, it was banned away from them in previous series now. And Monkey D. Luffy, we saw him just be so influential on Sky, on the Kestrel. What's it going to be today? What do we have served up on the plate? Will they just go for their lane pick? Maybe a little bit more safer. It's going to be Ringo.
Yeah, I would love to see Kestrel come out with the Fin. The Kestrel Fin combo is just so satisfying to see in action. And if they can make it work, it would be beautiful. But, you know, the Fin into Lyra is a matchup that can be extremely frustrating at times, because Lyra, as soon as she gets pulled in, can immediately throw down the portals and get out and avoid any of that extra damage coming through from the Quibble or things like that. So it can be a tough matchup if those Forced Courts are hitting the Lyra, but they're going to be the Kestrel picked up by the side of Rage Pingers, denying it away from One Piece.
Certainly are. We're going to see that once more on the blank. We saw a highlight-worthy clip earlier, able to take down 2 in such quick succession. Now what is it going to be? This jungle pick coming forward for Monkey D. Luffy. Glaive locked in. So we got CP utility Glaive up against the CP. I guess a little bit of utility, not so much as there's no, you know, lockdowns for the Taka. Gonna be a close matchup, hopefully. Let's see who's able to take it.
Absolutely, and so game of vision for this one. You have Kestrel and Taka on the same team. This is going to be, I think, contraptions for both teams, I would assume, because you need as many scout traps down on the fold as humanly possible to make sure you know where they are on the side of One Piece, and to make sure you're able to go around stealthily if you're the side of Rage Pingers.
Sure, absolutely. I wonder if the contraptions are going to be a huge priority. Maybe it's something you pick up later on into the game, but I think the early dominance of the Taka definitely needs to be respected by One Piece 101. They have this fin. It's going to provide them a bit of help against the Taka coming in, bursting them down, but we're not going to see anything too strange here. Both teams just looking to start things up. The strange thing though, Ediel on this Lyra, taking it to the lane, is, well, dead.
I can tell you had another point there. Just the fact that it was going into the lane without anyone else there was so that the Rage Pingers could have all of the jungle gold go onto the blank and the big dog. But in the process, thanks to that glaive, you have to respect the early game glaive. Ediel did not, and as a result, paid for it with his life, giving first blood over to Selena Gomez on this Ringo. That is not the ideal start for Rage Pingers.
Certainly isn't. Very strange start. Very nicely played, I guess, by One Piece to be able to punish that play. Now they've got the lead. Now they've got the advantage. It's not too much, really. Let's be real. You know, the gold it's on over due to the farming to the Rage Pingers. But a bit of early gold, you know, the bonus for being first blood. And more the mentality that is now instilled into Ediel after making a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they play a bit safer as a result of that one. Again, Monkey D. Luffy, you have to assume, is going to be constantly trying to come up into the lane and set up kills for Selena Gomez. Making another trip up here. There's no one in the lane just yet, but as soon as the blank gets close to these minions, beautiful job to scout out the brush. Is it going to matter, though? Still a lot of damage going through.
Certainly is. Selena Gomez taking the full brunt of it. Here comes the big dog looking to try and finish the job. He's going to jump on forward, and there it is. The kill comes forward. A missile from Ediel as he returns fire. Just Boy Toph in trouble as well, but is able to boots away for now. The Rage Pingers showing their style, showing that they've still got the aggression in them They're not going to allow one early kill affect them.
And that was such a smart play from the blank, throwing out the glimmer shot into the bush first. And Monkey Luffy going aggressive as Selena Gomez comes back, maybe a little bit too early, jumping the gun a bit. Selena Gomez wasn't quite able to get in range.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a close game, an exciting one at that as well. Super interested to see who can pull ahead. At the moment, though, it seems like the Rage Fingers, their composition definitely favors the early game. One piece 101. They're going to have to respect that the damage should come forward, but this position, oh wow, Lost Boy Tough in a bit of trouble. Not going to be too much of a trouble. Whenever I see someone afterburn a massive damage dealer into a low target person, I know it's obviously to get the kill, but it's just like, are you going to trade here? Speaking of trading, Big Dog's looking to try and do his best. Selena Gomez should be able to get away. In fact, he does. Monkey DeLuffy able to just style all over the afterburn, coming up huge. That's 2 kills going to One Piece.
And Monkey D. Luffy's going to be so important to what One Piece are trying to do. Needs to get the cooldown online so that those afterburns are up every 5 to 6 seconds or so. And we'll see if they can turn those into even more kills. 2 of them going the way of Selena Gomez. You can see just on the items now, looking to get into the Sorrow Blade. The blank looking to do the same. The gold is very much even. The builds are almost identical across the board, but the Big Dog does have the Storm Crown already completed. Monkey Luffy does go and finish his off as well. So things continue to remain on par with each other.
They definitely do. This series, hoping for a close, exciting brawl. Let's take it all the way. We've come this far. Now, both these teams trying their best to find that advantage. It's going to be Fountains completed as the Afterburn knocks Edio into a bit of trouble. Big Dog tries to dive forward and the Glimmer shots are certainly raining hell. Ragefinger is able to just throw aggression straight back at One Piece to stop Edio from finding his fate. No kills going so far. Everyone falls back. The Fountains, well, it's there for the Ragepingers. Lost Boy used his. So now you're going to see Big Dog look to try and make as much of it as possible, pushing Monkey DeLuffy back towards his backs as they, all head as a unit to the shop.
Let's see what comes out. The Sorrow Blade for the Kestrel. The first signs of Crystal for the Big Dog. And a bunch of extra health for Ediol. Exactly what Lyra needs. Just stack up health. Make your sigils heal for as much as you possibly can. Monkey D. Luffy still hasn't died yet. Has been doing a good job of keeping himself safe. And despite obviously being the one to engage most of these trades for the side of One Piece. So 3-1. You can see they're always going to be looking for an opportunity. They may have another one here. Oh,
Looking for it. Not going to get it this time. As everyone from the Ragefingers, they group back up, ready for the next epic brawl. Lost Boy Top just tanking up these Glimmer shots like they don't even matter as Monkey DeLuffy looks to try and find an afterburn.
And he's just waiting for that chance to go in. Knows the Bright Bulwark is available though, so he has to be careful. Oh, doesn't get the blank knocked the way he wanted.
No, not quite. So we're back to this dancing game. It's a tight game right now as currently both these teams doing their best.
That was the fountain coming out of Lost Boy Toph as Selena Gomez went down very low. To this Taka. Big Dog trying to go for this kill. Oh, big afterburn's not going to save him.
It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade coming through. Oh, good force to core. This is great for One Piece if they can find another kill, but it's just so hard. There's not enough damage on this glaive. The problem with the CP glaive is that it just doesn't have it. And with Selena Gomez walking back from the lane, the blank looking to try and do some work. Going to try and turn on to Lost Boy Tough. Quite found it yet. Should be the blank falling. Very, very close one indeed. But currently One Piece are pulling ahead.
They're able to find more frequently than the Rage Pingers. The goal favor of the Rage Pingers, but they can continue to just knock down these kills. The death timers get longer and longer as we go on, and they can start taking advantage of them. The kills do give a decent amount of gold now.
Ooh!
Oh!
Secured for his team, and now they're going to lose the big dog for it by the looks of it. No, the Afterburn knocks him to say, oh, here comes the Hellfire Brew. It's like watching a cinematic. Lovely stuff. That's going to be the One Piece guys taking another kill for themselves. Can they find any more is the question. The Blank sitting under his turret. Okay. Blank looks like he may be a little bit AFK. But he survives. A bit of the Force Accord. That was so confusing. They're looking for the ace here, but they won't have a big dog respawn. In fact, Monkey D. Luffy may lose his life. Ediel going very low as Selena Gomez dives. This back and forth. And it looks like, yeah, Selena Gomez may have bit off more than he can chew.
Again, these teams just every so often showing signs of over-aggression. Just sticking around a little bit too long, making small mistakes that give opportunities right back to their opponents after they make amazing plays. Look at Luffy, maybe looking for an afterburn to lock the big dog in underneath this turret. The minions are still there. Oh,
gonna get the heal. He's gonna get the speed boost. The stealth, though, he can't escape. So many scalp traps placed down. That contraption, you made note of it. Certainly doing work, but the big dog will just about get away. Gold Miner not able to be the hero that One Piece needed. Despite 4 kills in the lead, it's still a 1,000 gold lead for the Rage Pingers. This game is just all over the place. Man, it's so hard to call, but here's another engage. One Piece throwing in, the big dog looking for more, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Force Accord from Toph won't connect with anyone, and it looks like Big Dog wants to find some more. The fortified health, there's the brew going down onto Big Dog as well. And Selena Gomez is starting to turn on, looking for some more damage with this Tornado Trigger Ringo. Damage is certainly coming on forward, definitely popularized in UU, but will it be enough here as it's coming forward? There's a great usage of the Afterburn, but it only spells death, as now it's going to be Rage Pingers turning up the heat. Lost Boy Toph, a double goes through for the Blank. And that's going to be Rage Fingers with an ace looking to get the turret.
They will be able to take this turret down. Very unfortunate for One Piece. They thought for sure they had gotten a nice pick there, but they were just a little bit too low. The healing from the Lyra proving to be the difference in that skirmish. There's just not enough sustain on the side of One Piece 101 to go for those extremely long, like, repeated engagements, because of the fact that Rage Pingers are able to heal up throughout it, and oh boy.
It's going to be another big burst of damage. The Rage Pingers, they're starting to run away. I don't know where that one shot was, face a misclick for sure, but will it be crucial to them not finding a kill? Forced Accord blocked as they're just going to fall back here, the Rage Pingers. Look to try and take away this gold miner for themselves. They're pulling ahead into the lead here. It's going to be about 4,000 gold in their pocket. And an unusual start. This game was certainly predicted in favor of One Piece 101, but currently it's the Rage Pingers who are showing up.
And it's been a lot more aggressive than what we've been used to thus far today. Both of these teams constantly looking for fights. I mentioned the vision was going to be extremely important. Both captains do have contraptions completed. So as predicted there, they're going to be trying to just get control over the map. Monkey D. Luffy does have the Storm Crown and Aftershock. Same thing for the Big Dog, but the Big Dog also has the Atlas Pauldron, and that has come up pretty big for them on a couple of occasions already.
Certainly has. Will it be coming up even further is the question. This game currently in full swing. One Piece, this composition just doesn't seem to be able to find the strength it needs. However, one Afterburn, one Force Accord could just be it. There it is, the Blank knocked out. He stealths on up, the flare reveals and the Force Accord blocked up as the Hellfire Brew will land, but dodge with a reflex block of the Blanks. Now the damage has been done, but is it enough to get the win for Selena Gomez as he's looking for the position, trying to charge forward. Active camo. Doesn't quite connect with the right target, but the Lost Boy, he will be going very low as the Big Dog will be able to find a kill for himself. He stealths on up, he escapes, and that's about it. Nothing more to say. That's going to be their tank taken away. Monkey D. Luffy may have afterburned over the wrong wall. He will knock them back. The one shot will hit the crystal sentry there. And they will look to take it away as punishment for stopping that kill from coming through. And now, actually, Selena Gomez in a bit of pickle. The big dog chasing forward, looking to try and finish this one up. The hill will get him further. Monkey D. Luffy needs to escape over the wall, but the afterburn misses. Whoops! No one saw that, don't worry. It's going to be Rage Fingers backing on out. Man, they saw that afterburn. Holy!
Rage Fingers, they're doing such a good job of just forcing One Piece 101 to have to, like, try and reposition mid-fight, and it just isn't working for them. These fights right around these walls, you have the big dog and the blank constantly going invisible and just skirting into different areas. Selena Gomez is having an incredibly difficult time sticking to a target once they find one. Even when they get the afterburns, Selena Gomez just isn't able to stay on that target long enough to find the kills, and One Piece 101 are getting run around in circles at the moment by Rage Pingers.
Certainly are. Circles indeed. Will Rage Pingers be able to be the ones to take the game is the real question. The afterburn knocks Ediel into the wall, but he's not the main target. Hellfire Brew will land onto the blank. Actually, Ediel will lose his life, and oh no, the portal, it's knocked everyone into them! That is a massive mistake from the Rage Pingers, as now the big dog's trying to escape, but Quibble will keep him in place. They're not going to spot him. He runs away. The flare finally finds where the big dog's hiding, and that should be him falling on down, taken on out. Oh my word! That portal!
Is the trolliest portal I have ever seen in Vainglory history. Ediol died as the portal went down, so he didn't even get to take it out to safety, but it ended up immediately on top of the blank and just sucked him right into the middle of One Piece 101. That is so unfortunate. Oh man, that you have got to be just like, I don't even know how you respond to that. That is the most upsetting thing I've probably seen for a team to have to deal with.
Yeah, that is the throw that One Piece were hoping for. That is their shot back into this game, gifted to them on a silver platter. It all might fall apart. Depends on what Rage Fingers can do. So many scout traps to get through. They're trying to clear them all out.
I do just want to point out how smart it was for One Piece 101 to throw out the Hellfire Brew, knowing it was going to be blocked, and then immediately throw the Force to Court afterwards so it couldn't be blocked. That was what caused Edial to get pulled in the first place and allowed that whole sequence of events to even start up. So really smart play from One Piece. Even though they were playing off the back foot, they're still thinking very much ahead. Kraken is getting started up here. It's going down pretty quickly thanks to the Storm Crown. Here's One Piece.
Yeah, they're looking to try and contest it as the Kraken is going down, but will be stolen away. Here comes the Kraken, and the big dog able to secure it, but Ediel's losing his life. He's going to be dragged to death, and the big dog's knocked into a Quibble, dodges it. Huge damage. Here we go. The blank starting to turn it up to full as they're going to try and take down the big Toph as well. Big dog doing the damage. I don't know. These one shots not been too crucial, and actually that's going to be big dog taken on down. It's a trade as now Monkey D. Luffy tries to escape, but let us not forget the Kraken was secured by Rage Pingers, and it's starting to do work to this tier 2 turret. Monkey D. Luffy, he's going to make his way over, trying to do the damage to it before the blank gets in range to continue this harass onto the turret, but the Rage Pingers, they gain control once more.
Monkey D. Luffy needs to be careful. Okay, uses the afterburn defensively. Now going to get back to work on the Kraken. Thanks to the Storm Crown there, they're going to be able to take it down pretty quickly. Only losing one turret. Selena Gomez, no! Oh!
Never mind. Don't worry about active camos. If they're dead, they can't pop them. Whew, that's the Tornado Trigger build, dude. It's instant burst, instant crit, 100% chance, and you just melt the face.
That was super, super risky for Selena Gomez. Their one auto attack from the blank is all it would have taken to get that stun. Instead, the blank tried to go for the glimmer shots, didn't quite get the connection. Whew, what a game. You said you wanted a close match. Well, these two teams are certainly delivering right now.
Absolutely are. Nothing in between them at this moment. One shot. Selena doesn't even care about it. Just walks away. Now, One Piece 101 in a position where they can look to take the lead for the first time in this game. One
Gomez
team fight,
desperate
man.
for some gold. Needs to get enough gold for an infusion.
Yeah.
Oh no, they may be having to fight beforehand. They don't want this.
They don't, but they are able to just walk away for now. Ediel has his portal available, could throw them into the fight intentionally this time, but there's no reason to just yet. It's too risky. They're gonna make sure they get infusions of their own. Now everyone has one. This Kraken should be coming back up very shortly, where I see the teams fighting over it.
Oof, this game is tense. It's just game number 1 of a best of 3. Keep in mind, Bright Bulwark is down. That's extremely early.
They're just charging straight on into the lane. Monkey D. Luffy is behind, but they can't quite find the engage. Big Dog gonna turn straight on, and maybe One Piece 101, they bit off more than they can chew. That's a good damage. The blank's been taken down, and now One Piece are looking to find the Big Dog as well. Whoa, the portals, it will not save you. Ediel trying to get it back over, but he's up against the wall. He's stuck. Here it come. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's an ace, and the Kraken, she's just spawned.
One Piece 101 with the fight at the right moment, able to blow up the blank when they needed it most. You can see Selena Gomez just helping to push this lane. The other two are going to be taking the Kraken, and One Piece 101, they may be on their way to a victory in game number 1 of this all-important losers bracket final. The winner of this series is in the challenge battles. Loser goes home with nothing but a small cash prize as consolation. Goma's going to eat that one shot, one kill. Blocks it, makes sure that the Kraken doesn't get stolen, as Kraken is now unleashed. Selena Gomez needs to be careful though. Going to be entering any fight here. Less than 100% health is always risky.
Absolutely. Man. One Piece 101, they're showing that they've got the resilience necessary to bring games back from the dead. This is what teams are made of. There it is. The blank caught out, goes stealth but pulled back in. Blank trying to escape, but Monkey D. Luffy wants to take his life. Won't be able to find a kill, and now the Big Dog's trying to get some damage down. The one shot will connect onto the Ringo, and Selena Gomez is so low, but they've broken the base. The turret is down. Their job is completed. They can be happy with that progress. The Big Dog
Be careful.
trying to get in there. Monkey D. Luffy in a little bit of a pickle. They're just going to walk away. Fortified health, take this Crystal Sentry down. When you can't kill the enemy team or you kill their Sentry, it's almost like a venting tool. That Kraken will be defeated before that first Vein Crystal turret falls. So we're back to that waiting game. Once more, posturing, waiting.
The gold is less than 1,000 separating these two teams, but we're looking at full builds for most players already. Both of the lane carries at 100% full build. Still have an empty item slot for Monkey D. Luffy as he has potions there. And then the Big Dog has a couple of tier 2s that can be upgraded. The captains, of course, also have a little bit of extra room, but goes a Force Accord, 30 seconds on that cooldown, 43 on the Crucible. They could look for an opportunity in a little bit, or they go right now.
Yeah, Big Dog's going in, so is Selena Gomez, and she gets bursted by the active camo. That's the blank, finding revenge, and now Lost Boy Tough trying to escape, trying to put the quibble down, but there's no quibbles to be had. Monkey D. Luffy, he is just caught on out, trying to push the wave in so that the Rage Pingers cannot get too much for their buck. But they're just going to go for the end. They're just going to go for the tank. They're going to try and take this choke turret down, and they're just diving straight on in. Will they go for more is the question. Yes, they
Why
will.
not? They just
and that's
took
going
that
to be
turret
forced
so
Monkey D.
quickly.
Luffy to recall back on up. There's the choke point turret down, and now this tier 1 crystal turret's falling. That's going to be Monkey D. Luffy falling. No, he gets away just in time. One shot won't find the kill. Selena Gomez charging forward, but one does not want to find himself in another active camo. Ooh-wee. Just 2 turrets. They find themselves that this game still could go to anyone.
Absolutely. These fights are just on a knife's edge. Both teams fully capable of winning the fight. It really seems to just come down to, does Selena Gomez end up in, or really anyone on the side of One Piece 101 end up in an active camo? If yes, Rage Pingers win. If no, One Piece wins. One shot's going to hit Lost Boy tough. That's the target that One Piece wants it to hit if it has to hit someone. Got their Crystal Miner back. Kraken is getting started up here by Rage Pingers. Going to get spotted though.
Yep, it will, and that's going to be One Piece getting in position to try and contest for this Kraken. Rage Pingers, they're pulling it towards their tri-bush, but One Piece, they're looking for the engage here, trying to find a singular target. It's actually going to be Rage Pingers going on in, and Eddie goes in with the block, but it gets blocked up. Now Selena Gomez trying to get away from the big dog. We'll be able to get far enough back for now. That's a cord, pulling them in. The Hellfire Brew, it's been comboed up. The Fountain will not be enough. Eddie's going to lose his life in a double kill for Selena Gomez. Great combos. The camo will lock up Selena Gomez, but it's a last-ditch attempt. Triple kill for Selena Gomez. One Piece 101 with the combinations to march into the base and finish this brawl.
Oh man, what a fight. What a game. This is just game number 1. We have potentially 2 more of these. One Piece 101 will take the first game of this best of 3. Unbelievable game. It was so close, so back and forth. Anyone could have won in the end. It ends up as One Piece 101. Maybe Rage Pingers going a bit too aggressive there, taking those portals in, not allowing the blank to have the opportunity to set up a active camo, which had been so crucial to the team fights they were able to win. And Selena Gomez, 14 kills in this 24-minute game, 13,000 gold. Absolutely incredible performance from both teams.
Man, what a game, and it is getting late, but like you said, Tasty, we might have a few more matches, and we're not going to be waiting too long to get right into it. Dalsy, I heard you mention the Tornado Trigger. We've been talking a little bit about Tornado Trigger compositions coming in. Sorrow Blade Tornado Trigger. Now, it's a little risky to have in the early part of the game to go just straight into 4 offensive items. But in this case, you could see both the Blank and Selena Gomez. They're building that. The only difference is Breaking Point or the Tornado Trigger. And one of the things that actually helped One Piece 101 is when they got the first engagement, they were able to almost always win those fights because they were able to get the jump and deal way more damage early on, thanks to Selena Gomez. But if the big dog was able to lock down Selena Gomez and take him out quickly, or the Blank and the big dog able to take out Selena Gomez, they won those fights. Because clearly, the number 1 damage dealer, but also, not having to deal with that early burst, being able to get that engage first, that first engagement, it kind of was like each fight was based on who made that first aggressive engagement, and a lot, of course, about how those reflex blocks were used. I will actually say no reflex block on the big dog, instead opting for a second fountain, and there were definitely some fights where that was really helpful, but it was really risky because you had so much damage that you really would have loved to have had blocked. You had that glaive afterburn, and you have the pull as well as the quibble from the fin. Made it a little bit challenging, Dalsy. Oh,
yeah, it definitely did. You could see that every time the fight got to a certain point, Rage Pingers wanted to try and disengage it to try and allow those breaking point stacks to die down a little bit and give that Tornado Trigger build a bit more of a shot. For Selena Gomez, it was just balls to the walls every time, try and get, the damage down as quickly as possible with a crit, over 100% crit, but obviously you can only have 100% in the end. So it definitely does a lot of burst damage. It also counters or kind of contributes to dealing with some of the burst damage that comes out of the big dogs. Tucker as well, but man, this next game, we had such a hard brawl to start us off, a 25-minute affair.
Yeah, it's going to be an insane game here. Can One Piece 101 close this out and make it to the challenge battles? Let's find out right now. We're jumping into the draft.
All right, so this is potentially the final game of the night. If One Piece 101 are able to take this and defeat Ragepingers 2-0, they will be locking themselves into that third and final challenge battle spot. We will then determine the seeding of those 3 teams tomorrow. But right now, it is all about this game here and now. Ragepingers need a win to stay alive.
Fourth is not acceptable here. It's third or bust. Currently, for One Piece 101, they're one step away from that. Lyra, Adagio, the band's Finn, once more prioritized here by One Piece 101. Looks like it is going to be an Arden locked in for these guys. Unless they go Fortress, they've got a lot of choices. It will be Arden. Locked in for the Ragepingers now, looking for their jungle or their carry. Usually we see teams lock in their carry pick here. But we'll have to see if Ragepingers go for that.
And I think taking the Ringo away would be pretty smart, but you also have to worry about the Kestrel coming through from Monkey D. Luffy. When you have that Finn on the other side, it's like they're going to decide on the Ringo when it all comes down to it. I think it's a smart pick because, again, we had the combo. It only happened once or twice, but when you throw out the Hellfire Brew, the enemy team just wants to block that, so they use the reflex blocks, and then Forced Accord follows it up immediately, or vice versa. And so they take away that potential combo. We'll see if they do decide to go for this Kestrel again. It worked so well for them when they did play it. I think it goes so well with the Finn. I really want to see the Crystal Kestrel come out again. But I don't know if they're willing to go for it. They're going to take the Koshka instead.
Certainly will. Very exciting stuff. And now Ragefingers, they need to pick something that deals with the Koshka. Hovering Celeste, but I don't think that will be the pick for them. May work, but... sorry, Kestrel. It may work, but it's so risky. You have to be able to go into your active camos, burst down the Koshka. Ooh, okay. You know, I was talking with some people, and they said this might be the secret pick to deal with Koshka.
It very well could be. If the Yummy Catnip Frenzy comes out, and you can get an active camo down before the damage lands, you can then immediately throw out a Glimmer Shot, or even a basic attack, and stun up that Koshka. It can be really effective. So that's going to be something that Monkey D. Luffy has to worry about the entire duration of this game.
Certainly do. This is going to be tense as we load onto the Halcyon Fold for the second time in this series, but it could just be the last. One Piece 101 up in the series with a point. They need one more, and they will be the third team going to the Challenger Battles. Ragepingers on the ropes. Yes, fourth. A bit of prize money, sure, but no reward. They have to come back next split to try again. They don't want to do that here, Tasty Bacon. So let's see if they can bring this one back.
They absolutely do not. And so, as we get set up, you can see Ragepinger sending both members to a lane right away, letting the Kestrel have the jungle to herself. Meanwhile, Lost Boy Toph and Monkey D. Luffy going through the jungle together, letting Selena Gomez have the lane to themselves, for now at least. You gotta figure Lost Boy's gonna be making his way up into the lane. The Finn doesn't really like to be trying to keep up with a jungler, especially one as quick as Koshka.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not something you can do as a Finn. Just too slow. Not fast enough. But we do see Big Dog rotating early up into the lane. Selena Gomez has taken a huge chunk of damage, and those Glimmer Shots will do even more. Woo! Selena Gomez so low, but the killing blow won't be there. A lot of damage going forward here. More even so, as Big Dog completes his energy bar. Now here comes Monkey D. Luffy to trade some damage back. But don't want to go too deep, because even though you are Koshka, 3 people will hurt. So currently, Ragefingers have so much control over this game as they look to put all the pressure on down towards One Piece.
Well, they're going to look to collapse onto Monkey. The blank is here. That should be a kill.
It should be, right, yeah. Monkey's trying to get away. Heal, potion. It might just be enough, actually. Eddie dives forward, but no, not going to find the kill for himself. And Monkey DeLuffy survives. This Trient, bit of congestion. We'll just go over to the blank. Here comes Lost Boy Toph, though. Maybe they can try and knock someone up. Gonna just allow Monkey DeLuffy to be safe enough. They're hiding, they're camping. Blank looking to try and steal away all these backs here. That's the moment the big dog's putting pressure onto Selena Gomez. Such a strange turn of events, but it shouldn't amount to anything. Maybe a fight over this Elder Treant, as here comes the Kestrel, here comes everyone else, and the first blood goes Ragepinger's way! They just baited in one piece, they had no clue they were all grouping up around them! Like snakes in the bush, Ragepingers find the first blood.
First blood going over. They're still trailing. Actually, is that just kidding? Misread the number. Small phone screen means small numbers. But they are. So they're going to have a slight gold lead as a result of this early game. Actually pushing it up to about 1,000 gold thanks to the blank picking up this farm in the lane. Ediol is going to be hanging out in this forward mustache brush, waiting for someone to come through. Lost Boy Top's going to be the one that does. He'll take a little bit of damage for his trouble, but the blank has to be careful. Oh, what a collapse.
Great stuff coming out of One Piece, just to turn the tempo back down around Tasty Bacon. And this is what we see so often, you know, a bit of early aggression and just thrown back away. It's going to be One Piece taking all that tempo away. So Big Dog on this Kestrel can do a lot of damage, can turn things around, can keep the lane safe, but Monkey DeLuffy can't mess with this Koshka. It's just not worthwhile. For Ragepingers, they'll hold on to their turret, no damage will come that way, but this game for the Ragepingers, such an early advantage thrown away.
Yeah, well, for now, 2-1 in favor of One Piece. That gold is dead even, 8.8, 8.9k a piece. And so, again, very close matchup between these two teams. Neither side is really giving an inch just yet. See who will break first. Who will break open the doors and find an opportunity.
So excited, man. So Monkey DeLuffy charging towards the lane. I was like, watch out, blank. But decides to turn around. Bit of damage coming through as the glimmer shots start raining down. Lost Boy Toph will lose his life to the blank as we seesaw once more. This one shot straight onto Selena Gomez. That's a huge chunk of damage. Now they're going to look for this turret. Monkey DeLuffy may dive forward, but there's the active camo. Ooh, not quite popped quick enough, but Monkey DeLuffy will go very low. Glimmer shots could kill anyone. Have to be so careful as the minion wave crashes back into the turret. This should be the turret going the way of Ragepingers, if not a kill as well, as the blank gets into position to land some auto attacks. But One Piece will give it up.
That could be the first sign for Ragepingers, trying to assert themselves into this game, trying to get a lead. The big dog with this Crystal Kestrel, making some plays happen early on. Let's see, as some first tier 3 items start to get completed. The blank has the Sorrow Blade, Fountain of Renewals on both captains, and of course Selena Gomez having the Breaking Point. We'll be going for that Breaking Point double monocle. I wouldn't be surprised if the blank does not go for a Breaking Point here, but I feel like against a Finn, you probably should. And one of the things that kind of determines if you get the Breaking Point or if you do the Tornado Trigger path instead is how squishy your opponents are. And with Lost Boy Toph being very tanky, you're going to have an opportunity to get a lot of stacks built up.
Sure, almost 3 stacks of the Finns on the front line for the blank here. Could say the same for Vox, clearly, with Eliel constantly tanking things up. But, you know, it's very clear that this Breaking Point double Tyrant's monocle for Vox is the superior build anyway. Things looking pretty tied up as far as kills are concerned, but the Ragepingers have snuck away with about 2,500 gold. got themselves an advantage in the lane through the consistent pressure and some of the CS as well. Selena Gomez going to eat up a one-shot. Now the Blank charging forward to try and do the damage. The Vanguard's there, and Lost Boy Toff, fortified health will keep him alive for now. But Monkey D. Luffy dives on in. The Hellfire Brewer, prime opportunity to strike. And that's just going to be damage traded for. Glimmer shots definitely hurt. Big Dog's charging on up, looking for a kill, but there it is. Coming Catnip Frenzy and a kill onto Monkey D. Luffy. The Big Dog, what the?
Ace.
Wow.
How did the Big Dog just survive there? That was unbelievable. The Blank extremely heads up the moment that Monkey D. Luffy went in. The Blank was just firing shots onto that Koshka. Ediol somehow able to keep the Big Dog alive, and they pick up an ace for 0. That gets them a second turret, and now a 5,000 gold lead as they take out the Crystal Sentry on their way out of the jungle. That was just ridiculous by the Rage Pingers.
I don't even. And now the Rage Pingers are going for more. There's the one shot onto the Lost Trough. Will they be able to find anything else from it? The Forster Core blocked, missed everything of the above, as Rage Pingers are looking to try and draw more from this well. Currently leading so much. 5,000 gold. As they group on up once more. One Piece 101, from dominance to nothing in this game. Goldmine are going to go once more in favor of Team Rage Pingers. It's looking like it might be a series just rounded on up, tied on up once more.
5,000 plus gold lead for Rage Pingers at just under 9 minutes. This is, I mean, a completely different game from game number 1. We'll see if One Piece 101 can find an opportunity to get back into this, because they are very much falling behind at the moment. Everything going the way of the Rage Pingers, all the momentum, the vision control, the kills, the gold, the turrets. You can't find anything on the map that is currently in favor of One Piece 101. They're going to need a big turnaround, and they're going to need it quick, otherwise Rage Pingers could just run away with this.
Certainly can. Looking to do so. As they're grouping on up once more, pushing towards this choke point turret. Just taking the wave down, choking away this gold, the farm, the jungle, everything. Rage Pingers wants it all, and look at where Selena Gomez and Monkey D. Luffy are positioned. The Gauntlet Wars stun up both of them. Lost Boy Toff, he goes down and he's going to fall on out. Monkey D. Luffy, a double kill for this. Ringo the Blank just on fire. The one shot, well, it was a good attempt, but it won't connect as Selena Gomez has ran away. But this choke point turret will be the reward for the Rage Pingers. The Gauntlet from Ediel comes up clutch.
Huge Gauntlet. Getting the double stun was absolutely massive. And the Rage Pingers now with all 3 of the lane turrets destroyed just 10 minutes into the game. What in the world happened between games 1 and 2? Because One Piece 101 are coming up completely flat while Rage Pingers are just flying.
They are. They're flying into what looks like a win for them. We'll have to see. Hey, we'll have to see. Because it could just be turned on its head. This, Vox almost at that double Monocle's point. Who knows? But currently, as it stands, it's 8,000 gold in the lead for Rage Pingers at this 10.5 minute mark. They're looking to try and choke on out. Monkey D. Luffy gets spotted up as he recalls back, but there's nothing to do. That Crystal Sentry going to lose its second life. Just 4 minutes from the Kraken, but it almost feels like it's not necessary here. Rage Pingers have just done so well.
They're going to go ahead and grab themselves another gold miner. Extend this lead out even further. Now up to almost 10,000 gold, 9,000 gold pretty much on the nose in favor of the Rage Pingers. Infusions coming out. There are no infusions for One Piece, and Monkey is in trouble. Oh my god!
Oh, the one shot just annihilates the Gauntlet Wars. There's no escape. A double for the Blank, and it will look like a triple. That's his 3rd triple, I think, this game. Insane stuff for this team as they look to finish it all out. A sub 13-minute victory if they can do it here and now. Here comes Monkey D. Luffy trying to stop this from going the wrong way, but he's losing his life, and Selena Gomez certainly goes low as well. He will fall. That's gonna be the turrets going down. The Crystal Sentry, he's off to work. It's gonna be a game 3 to decide who the number 3 team will be heading into these challenge battles.
Oh my goodness, what just happened? What in the world just happened from that unbelievably back and forth, neither team having an advantage game, to a 12-minute stomp for Rage Pingers just destroying One Piece 101 in game number 2?
I don't know what to say. Other than Rage Pingers, they want this. They want this so much. They felt like they had control of their game against One Piece, and an awkward, aggressive play threw it all away. They're not going to make the same mistake in this game at least. Dragonborn, we're going to game 3.
We're going to another game 3. The silver lining was this was a short game too, so that means we're gonna get right into game number 3. You know what happened? When I saw this game, big key thing that stood out was Ediol. Ediol was really good in this game. His Ardent Gauntlets were some of the best we've ever seen. The play setups, the one moment when we saw the big dog should have gone down. We both were sitting there like stunned. How is he not dead? He got ulted by Koshka. It's because the gauntlet landed on Koshka after he ulted and stunned Koshka out of the rest of her ult, where the most of that damage is sitting. A lot of that damage. So, you know, just great gauntlets. We saw double stun gauntlets in the carries multiple times, and then once they started to get those big wins, they were able to capitalize it, get aces, take objectives quickly. Really, what's impressive here is in this Challenger series, in this split, the resurgence of Crystal Kestrel. Oh my goodness! I mean, Tasty, unbelievable.
Yeah, and that was actually, you know, you said your big thing was Ediol, and Ediol obviously played phenomenally with that Arden. But for me, the big takeaway from that game was Monkey D. Luffy did not look comfortable on this Koshka. This did not look like a pick that they had practiced a whole lot of.
Right.
He seemed sort of out of sorts a bit. They had the opportunity to grab that Koshka, which we saw him dominate on earlier today. I really would have loved to see that get picked up instead of the Koshka there. And we'll see. I think that Koshka is going to be, or that Kestrel is going to be a pretty heavily contested pick, along with the Ringo in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Koshka plays poorly into this Crystal Kestrel because you're going in, but you have to worry about constant stuns. Double active camo, for all you know. You have no idea. There's just so much opportunity to lock you up. And then, of course, I mean, typically, you would expect to have a Catherine would be more effective against a Koshka because you have a more reliable stun. But when you've got Ediol with those gauntlets, who's able to stun you up with a gauntlet so effectively, you don't need a Catherine. You're just set. And really, those early team fights, they went so one way for Rage Pingers because of how well they all played. You're right. And I do agree. I think that just wasn't a great comp. I mean, we really saw Lost Boy Toph on Finn, which he's phenomenal on Finn, and he was playing great on Finn, stunning as much as he could, but the rest of his team didn't seem to be up to the same level in that matchup, and that's got to change if they want to win this. You know, interesting stat, I tweeted out, Team Rage Pingers has lost game number 1 of all 3 of their series here today. And in the first 2, they came back and won those series. We'll see if they can do it again here tonight, right now, as we get ready for game number 3. And we're not going to take any breaks here. We're going to get right into it, guys.
Okay.
Dalsy, you've got to be, like, near death right now.
You know what, man? I thought to myself last night, this is VIS we're talking about. So I stayed up to 6 a.m., got myself a nice lay-in, slept for most of the day, just knowing that these games, these North American Challenger peeps would be going hard for their chance.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was prepared.
I'm glad you were too, as it is even late for me. And I'm several hours in front. Well, like I said, we weren't going to wait much longer. We're going to jump right into it. So, Tasty Bacon, let's get right into game number 3 here as we go into the draft.
All right, well, game 3, this is it. Everything is on the line. It all comes down to one single game. Winner is in the challenge battles with a shot at the Vainglory 8. Loser is going home with just a consolation prize of a little bit of money for 4th place. Ringo, figured that would be a contested pick, going to be banned away. I'm torn between if I want to see the Adagio band or the Kestrel band here.
I think they leave them both open. But it's going to be Adagio band away. Now, this is the important part. Do they pick up Lyra or do they go for the Kestrel? Because we know Monkey D. Luffy can just tear things apart. Yes, the big dog just showed his prowess, but hey, Monkey can do it too.
Oh! One thing we didn't touch on, One Piece 101. Polly is playing for Lost Boy Toph.
Alrighty. Hey, big moment for him, hey? Let's see if he can...
Huge moment.
Bring it on home for the team. That's going to be the Vox locked in. Now, where do Rage Pingers go? Looks like a Kestrel should be prioritized, I think, of course.
This is the second time, I'm very confused by the priority on picking up this Fin from One Piece 101. They have a Lyra, they're almost certainly not going to be picking up this Fin. No other team is really playing the Fin at the moment. I don't understand why you put such a big emphasis on getting that pick and leave open a pick like the Kestrel that has been a massive power pick in this series, and it's going to be available for Rage Pingers here. They're going to take it. This is the exact composition they had in game number 1. They didn't win with it then, but they very nearly did. We'll see if One Piece 101 can have it. I mean, they obviously want a repeat of game number 1.
What, Glaive? Is that what we need to have that repeat? Oh, we're gonna have a someone drop from.
It's not going to be an exact repeat, regardless, because they had a Ringo in game 1.
Sure. Yep. You're right.
But
yeah, you're right. You know it.
Yeah, it looks like Selena Gomez had a little bit of a connection issue there, has actually completely dropped out. So hopefully that will be getting sorted shortly.
This is where Polly subs out. Toph comes back in. Yeah.
Psych.
Yes.
That is against the rules, unfortunately, for them.
No, it's just Selena Gomez dropping out. So we're going to go back through the draft once more. Obviously, everything going to be the same. We get to find out what is that last pick going to be for One Piece. What are you expecting in the jungle? Quick, tasty bacon. One hero, name it. Oh, you're too late.
Pedal.
Oh, he did it! Well done. This guy is a god. Alright. Kestrel, Lyra, Taka versus Finn, Vox Pedal. Okay. The last game of tonight. The game to determine who our third challenger battle team will be.
Alright, well, here we go. It all comes boiling down to this. The blank on the Kestrel, very likely going to be a weapon Kestrel once more. The big dog on the Taka. You got Ediol on Lyra. Over on the other side, Polly subbing in for Lost Boy Toph, still playing the Finn. Selena Gomez with the Vox, and then a pedal, the first pedal of the day, coming out for Monkey D. Luffy. Will that be enough? The pedal into Taka is a matchup that we know Pedal likes. Will that be enough for them to secure a spot in the challenge battles?
Definitely is something a little bit different. Perhaps just enough to give them the edge in this game. The pedal, we know it as a counter to the Taka, right? Able to reveal him. The Munions just do so much work. This counters Kestrel a little bit as well, I believe. So it's a huge pickup for One Piece 101. Man, I think that could just be that one pick they needed to pull ahead. But hey, we'll have to see.
Very much could have been, but Selena Gomez going to be farming up in the lane against the blank. Polly and Ediol hanging out. It's like One Piece trying to make a rotation down onto the big dog, though.
Should be fine for now. This Tucker so mobile as he walks under, gets the Imperial Sigil for the movement speed, a bit of heal as well. But hey, does mean the backs will be stolen away by Monkey D. Luffy. Is a pretty good win for them.
And we see the big dog's gonna try and sneak into their jungle, but gets spotted by that scout trap, so they know this is happening. They actually know Edial is joining him there. There are no camps on the front side for him to take. The Treant does just spawn. Looks like they're going to be okay with letting him have that, though, because they are taking everything on the Rage Pinger side of the map. Meanwhile, Selena Gomez and Polly just hanging out in the lane, getting work done there. Monkey gets out safely, picks up another crystal bit, and grabs himself some armor as well to go with it.
This game starts off so slowly. After such a fast victory for Rage Pingers, you'd expect that they want to carry that momentum forward. You know, that statistic that Dragonborn brought to us just before that. You know, Team Rage Pingers, they've lost game 1 of all their series tonight and then reverse sweeped. It shows that they're a team that builds for momentum, a team that works out their opposition through one game. It's definitely a great skill to have. Can they do it once more here against One Piece, the #1 seeded team in this VIS League? And oh dear, here comes Monkey D. Luffy onto the big dog, but the rotations from the Rage Pingers are quick. Monkey D. Luffy may just get caught on. They're trying to turn onto Selena Gomez. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, and the big dog's going very low. It's going to be Edial focused down, the sacrificial target, as the blank tries to escape. Monkey D. Luffy steps into the active camo, but it's first blood drawn by Selena Gomez as the big dog tries to put some distance between him and One Piece. Looking to steal away these backs, get a bit of health, get a bit of energy for himself. It's just a game. At this point, there's no such thing as stealth. The bank, can he? Oh no way! He manages to pull the big boy port home. So it'll just be one casualty.
That is so gutsy. Meanwhile, though, Selena Gomez has just been farming up this lane and doing a good job of it, pushing the minions into the turret. Edial's going to try and stall them out a bit. Is successful for now. And the blank is able to get back in time, so not really going to miss anything on this Kestrel. The CS numbers will stay extremely similar. Monkey D. Luffy, the only kind of difference.
That's a big difference. 10 CS in the jungle. That is a huge difference. That's like 30 in the lane.
Hasn't amounted to a gold lead, though, even with the first blood.
Yeah. Pretty insane stuff. Have to see if things change up, though. Currently the blank has a bit of a lead as far as the CS in the lane is concerned, but one kill's not enough to predict a game.
Especially between these two. After the game #1 that these two had, going back and forth consistently for a little over 20 minutes before one team was finally able to grab the victory, and that was One Piece 101. Now here into game #3, we're 5 minutes in. The gold is dead even. It is 1 kill in favor of One Piece. Monkey's gonna try and get some harassment in, sending out those minions on a spontaneous combustion, looking for a kill. Oh, he gets it. 1v2 under a turret. Monkey D. Luffy making the plays.
Let's not forget that this pedal was last picked here by One Piece into a Tucker, into a Kestrel. Lots of stealth, but the minions, they can see through it all. They have heat-seeking vision and they can continue to attack even if you have gone invis. That's what makes this pedal pick so strong for Monkey D. Luffy. That kill onto the blank, he was invisible for half of it. Just doesn't matter. Now 2-0. They start to pull into the lead here with One Piece. They need to continue their aggression. They cannot afford to let up the pressure as Edial is away from this Finn. Going to go back to things normal. Monkey D. Luffy, though, continuing his domination.
Gomez building up pretty quickly now as well. Almost has the first Tyrant's monocle at just 6.5 minutes. That's some pretty impressive speed in terms of the build path. Meanwhile, down to the jungle. Monkey gonna have to run away from the Crystal Sentry.
Just big dog things as he goes very low. In fact, he might lose his life here. Monkey DeLuffy, he spots him out with the flare. He's not able to find the kill. It's going to be this Crystal Sentry going down 7 minutes in. Good rotations by Rageping as they're doing a lot of damage to this turret in the lane. Actually, they should be able to take the first blood turret as well. I don't think that's worth Crystal Sentry for turret here, but if the blank loses his life, maybe they're able to get something for it. Ragepingers now have to run away. Selena Gomez may get turned on. Here comes Big Dog, and that's going to be a big burst onto that Vox there. A kill returned, a turret as well. Ragepingers with great rotations.
Yeah, those rotations are so heads up. Recognizing that all 3 members of One Piece are dipping down into your jungle, just taking full advantage. They grab an immense gold payout off the back of it as well. Just when you had said that One Piece 101 were starting to pull ahead, it is now Ragepingers with a 1k gold lead.
It certainly is. Everything gets flipped once more. Hey, it's the way this series goes. Now One Piece, if the script is written, should be able to pull back in off of a great forced accord. That's what I'm calling. Crucible's there, Ediel can block it. They're going to start pushing this wave into the turret. The Big Dog not in position. A lot of damage will go down onto this turret here. To look to try and return the favor. Big Dog looking to dive on in. The Bastion will not be able to secure the destruction just yet. Maybe Ragepingers look for a bit of an engage. There's nothing to hide behind for One Piece. They are going to go deep into their jungle instead. Ragepingers going to follow one shot. Doesn't land, but here comes Big Dog. Oh, a failed trampoline, and that's going to be Monkey DeLuffy finding his fate. The Big Dog pulled in. Should be able to be traded back as Selena Gomez gets into position. The Big Dog trying his best to escape. Will be able to go in Viz, but he doesn't want to do so inside of a flare. He's just dipping, he's diving, he's dodging, he's stealthing. And he's going to get that tree and get a heal. And now Selena Gomez will be taken. Too long, not enough. Ragepingers turn up the heat.
The Big Dog on this Taka is just so pesky, so slippery. They have had so much trouble trying to close him down. Even the previous matchups. Hold that thought, but never mind. Here's just as I'm talking about how he's so difficult for him to go down, Monkey D. Luffy takes care of that issue.
Yes, but then obviously gives Pedal a kill. It's not the greatest of things to do. 3-1 versus 2-1, that jungle matchup. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Man, I don't know where this goes, but Polly, he walks in, he face checks the bush, and Blank puts out a lot of damage. That's going to be the Lyra pulled in. The one shot onto Polly will deter them from chasing further, but this turret is so low, it will be hard to defend. They're going to do their best here, may just look to try and start up the fight. The minions crashing in, and Edios may lose his life. Wait for it. It does silence everyone up, but they're not able to find anything more. The turret is going to be taken out as the Blank has to fall back with the rest of his team. The seesaw rocks a little bit further.
One Piece able to grab a little bit of gold back their favor. 1,000 gold difference at 10 minutes. 3 kills apiece. Neither side getting a firm footing in this game just yet. And yeah, this is looking much more like game number 1. That constant back and forth. Neither team really pulling too far out in front of their opponents, as they are constantly looking for their next opportunity to try and do so.
This gold miner will be spotted up by One Piece, but it won't be stolen away. An immense payout collected once more pushes this gold lead a little bit further.
Polly does have that contraption, so is going to be looking to try and control the vision game. They have the edge right now in that sense. Oh,
that was a huge force to cord the Quibble onto the Big Dog, and he will lose his life. Just trying to buy time for everyone else to escape. That's a huge play by Polly, the sub coming in for a lost boy Toph, And now Monkey D. Luffy trying to lay down the hurt. Trampolines away. This turret will be the target for One Piece. The blank on this Kestrel trying to take it away, but he won't be able to. One Piece able to secure that turret, and the gold, it starts to even on in. The blank just putting down some pressure, trying to push them away. One shot will connect onto Monkey D. Luffy. And the big dogs here as well, they're going to go aggressive. They're looking to try and push One Piece out, try and punish them for taking their turret, and that's going to be Monkey D. Luffy falling. Going further, Quibble is huge, and they're starting to trade it on back. Selena Gomez doing the damage, but Polly will lose his life. That's going to be another trade. It's a double kill for this Fox, but can he get any more? Yes, he can! A triple kill for Selena Gomez, the god on the Fox and Ace as well. He's going to try and take the choke turret.
Oh my goodness, what is this series? One Piece 101, Selena Gomez with a hero play. Gonna be able to get a lot of damage on this turret. Don't know if he can take it. Actually, yeah, will be able to. But now, will he pay for it is the question. Speed boost gonna come through off of that sigil, but nope, doesn't look like the blank or the big dog want to go after that. You said, Dowsy, this game may start turning around based off of a big forced accord. It was a forced accord that started that whole big sequence of events off. So I'm going to give you credit for that one. As now One Piece 101 have themselves a bit of control. The gold is even once again, but the momentum is on the side of One Piece, and so are the objectives.
Certainly are, and everyone's grouping back up once more. It's 13 minutes this game, 2 until the Kraken joins us. One shot connects onto Monkey D. Luffy. Didn't even attempt to escape it. I assumed that Polly would do the favor for him. There's the forced accord, blocked though by Eddie all this time. And now they're engaging straight on in. The big dog trying to find the damage. Everyone dives on forward with the portal, but they're just feeding into the Fox, and the damage is coming forward. The big dog to lose his life as Monkey D. Luffy tries to finish it off, and Eddie can't escape Selena. That's going to be the ace once more. It all goes wrong for Rage Pingers, and now One Piece. What can they get for it?
Well, they're going to get at least a Crystal Sentry, 1 life remaining there. I don't know if they have enough time yet. They're not going to go and try and risk it to take a Crystal Turret. But this pedal pick is coming up big. So is Selena Gomez on this box, having the full Breaking Point double monocle and infusion. That was a big key there. No infusion for the blank. And I feel like the blank's just having trouble getting those Breaking Point stacks built up in these fights, unlike Selena Gomez is able to do so safely. This is starting to look like One Piece's game. They've won the last couple of fights in a row now. Can they continue to do so and try and close this out as we approach the 15-minute mark? Kraken is going to be spawning in just over 30 seconds. And with only 2 turrets remaining for One Piece 101, standing between them and the challenge battles, you know they're going to be looking to try and take that Kraken as quickly as they can.
Certainly will be, but they cannot just afford to start it up. They've got the vision down, Polly doing work, waiting to try and pull someone over the wall with a forced accord. Waiting, lurking, hoping for a target. So Rage Ping is going to start grouping on up. Starting to look to make sure they have vision of this Kraken as she comes onto the map. One Piece, control is theirs. A 2,000 gold lead, but control is theirs. Selena goes separated. He's going to get dived on by the big dog, but the damage is being retraded back once more. Wait for it, silence it up, and there's the forced accord. Everyone pulled in. That's going to be the kills going on over as the big dog tries to escape. So does Ediel, but escape will be nigh. The blank, he will be the one to try and survive. He tries to take the fight to Monkey D. Luffy, the damage going back and forth, but the blank's able to find the killing blow, as that is Selena taking down Ediel. This Kestrel trying to get away, trying to hide. She has the active camera, but the flares, they just keep coming from Polly. Across the map we go to try and stall out the clock. 6 seconds on the big dog. Do not want to give an ace away. There's so many scalp traps around, and the flares just keep on coming. There it is.
Ooh, nice block.
Going to be the big dog respawning. Good block, you say, and that's going to be the blank taken on down. Stealth's on up, but it's a weapon power. Can't hide for long. Did enough to store for his team to respawn. I don't see the Kraken being started up, but maybe One Piece they go for it.
Without having the blank there, they might, but they need to be very wary of that one shot if they don't take this Kraken down quickly enough. They're going to start it up. If anyone from the side of Ragepingers tries to get close, they're very likely just going to get jumped on. Here we go.
Selena Gomez, he's zoning out to the big dog. The Kraken is falling so quickly, but the big dog, he wants to get in there. They have the portal, they can do so from afar. The one shot that's available, it comes on through, but it hits Monkey DeLuffy. The Kraken will be secured by One Piece at 16.5 minutes. This final game of the series, winner takes the Challenger Series spot, the Challenger Battle spot, and the Kraken on the side of One Piece.
Another Tyrant's Monocle for the blank, just looking to have as much damage as possible. Going into what could be a final fight here if they don't win this. Kraken is behind One Piece, making her way down the lane. This is the fight. This is where One Piece will look to end the game. Whereas a side of Ragepingers are going to be hanging on for dear life. Can they do it?
Question the Force Accord, it pulls them all in. Oh no, the big dog's so low, the fountain comes through, but the silence onto the blank. He can't do the damage, he's getting bursted down. It's gonna be the first kill going over to One Piece as now the turrets are starting to fall. One Piece looking to finish it all, but can the big dog finish this? Can he keep it alive? Can he keep the dream alive for the Ragepingers? No, he cannot. Taken down by Monkey DeLuffy, the Kraken slapping away at this base. One Piece, they've done it. They're celebrating and their victory. The final team to join Liberation X and Necromancers. Necronites. In the
It's
challenge
been a long
battles.
night. You can excuse that one, I think.
It is 6 a.m. and we had a great series.
Unbelievable sets of games all across the board. This has been probably the most insane, incredible, ridiculous night of challengers I have ever witnessed in all of my time casting Vainglory. These games were just the mixture of back and forth, one-sided, heart-stopping affairs across the board, multiple sets going the distance, but in the end, it is One Piece 101 able to take the victories that they needed to get into the challenge battles.
Wow, guys, that was incredible. I mean, there's so much to talk about this series, but this last game, in fact, this last game was kind of disappointing in the sense that you really take a lot of risk when you pick Ataka, especially when you're on A side and it's not like a last pick. And of course, One Piece 101 doing the one thing that they could do when they saw that Ataka come up is pick that last pick pedal. I really like how they played the draft because of it. It just wrecked the game plan for Ragepingers. Ragepingers wanted to play a really aggressive, show up and just delete you comp, and they couldn't do it. And I think that was a risk that did not pay off. High risk, high reward, and it didn't work out for them. But what this does mean, guys, is we have concluded our series for tonight. It has been incredibly long, really awesome. I can't remember the last time, Tasty, we've seen so many game threes in a single night. It's just been incredible.
It really has. All these teams showed up today to perform. I mean, many people would have assumed that One Piece 101 would have just been easily into the challenge battles, but they had to fight and claw tooth and nail every stretch of the way. What a ridiculous night.
No, absolutely. And it's just going to be a testament to this North America teams, all of these teams in North America, how strong they are. There is not like one team rolling, well, Liberation X, one example of a team rolling over everybody, but other than them, they're so closely competitive. The competition seems so tight that, just to see these teams go back and forth, it's really not a surprise. And, really, to see One Piece 101 actually make it in, I